probably should start, I think, or would you like to wait just a bit? A couple
I'm
more
just going to
colleagues
wait
you have to join
I
us.
hear that we're recording, and then we will start. The clerk will cause that.
Okay.
All right, Kenmore City Council is now in session, and we are going to be in our annual retreat for the entire day. The agenda is available online, and I will turn it over to, 1 second. Everybody is present except for Karina File and Deborah Shrubnik, who I am sure will be joining us, and we'll make note when they do join us. I'm now going to turn it over to our facilitator and longtime associate, Michael Pendleton.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for dedicating your Saturday to your community. I know you see that as part of your role, but it's a big commitment. So on behalf of your citizens, thank you for being here today.
And Deborah Shudnick.
Okay. Hi, Deborah.
Hello. Sorry. I just have 9 on my computer. It must be off.
No worries. We've worked together plenty of times, so we understand the ground rules. I think the one thing I want to underscore there is we have a pretty aggressive agenda. No surprise there, you always do. What we don't have is quite as much discussion time as we have in the past, because you've determined you want to split the sort of retreat activities into 2 separate sessions, one to be later in the year. So I do want to underscore the importance of being efficient. My read on the agenda is it's aggressive. There's a lot of material to cover. That's not unusual. We've done that many times in the past, but from the ground rule perspective, anything we can do to create discussion efficiencies would be great. I think as you look at the agenda very quickly, I hope all of you see the items that you have nominated. We've put them, as we do each year, into discussion modules that seem to make sense, and you can see them as they flow. In addition, staff have added a couple things that they felt were really important for you to hear about and talk about during the retreat. We're set to go starting at 9, which we're doing now. I've put breaks in there, as we always do. Those will be important because Zoom discussions are exhausting, really. And we're set to adjourn around 5 or 5:30. And the final note I'd make there is that I have really no way to know how long it's going to take to talk about each when we get to an agenda. Yep.
Just let the record show 3 minutes after the hour, and Councilmember File has joined us.
Okay. Welcome, Karina.
Good morning.
So with that, I think we should just start in. Unless there's anything else that I've forgotten or should mention, please, Rob.
Yeah, and thanks everybody for taking this time. This is a really important time that you can be spending together, and it provides excellent direction for me and my coworkers for the year. So really appreciate you carving out a Saturday to do this. You're all, in my opinion, you're all essentially volunteers. So thank you for giving up a Saturday for this. If I can turn your attention on the published agenda on the internet is item P. The very last item after adjourn. So adjourn is O, and the last item is P, and that is reference documents. And my coworkers worked really hard to produce those reference documents, and they're a really important part of this retreat. So I just want to make sure everybody sees those and is able to refer to those documents, including council goals, and an update on the council goals is there. So
great. Thank you. Any other comments before we start? Okay, let's move right on to the first discussion module, financial sustainability plan and review. And I think Rob and others are going to kind of start out that discussion. Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And Anastasia, can you promote? Oh, there she is. Yeah, Leticia Salcido, our finance director. So
yes, good morning. Good morning. So happy to be here. It's a beautiful day. Should I proceed?
Well, I'll kick it off real quick. So this is the one item that I asked to be on the agenda. All the other items are city council items, but this is the one item I asked to be on the agenda. And I thought it would go well first, just to kind of help frame the issue and remind ourselves that we get all this work done through spending money. That's really the bottom line. And we need to have funding to do all the work that we do. So as you remember, back in 2020, the city council took some leadership on this issue, recognized that long-term there was a structural problem with our budget and being able to keep it balanced for multiple years out and keeping the lines from crossing, as we talked about many times. And so the city council created a task force, and we did quite a big process in 2020 to create, with community input, a financial sustainability plan. And a lot of work went into that, a lot of community involvement, a lot of work on the part of the residents who are on the task force. And then long story short, you all adopted the financial sustainability plan in October of 2020. And there's the revenue side of the equation and there's the expenditure side of the equation. On the revenue side of the equation, we are doing better this year than forecast, mainly because of sales tax. Sales tax is higher than our projected. And then another thing that turned out to our benefit is the transportation benefit district funding, the $20 car tab fee. We had assumed that was not in the forecast. The Supreme Court upheld the ruling that the initiative against it was unconstitutional. So we still have that funding, which was not in our original forecast. So that improves our budget situation. I do want to point out, though, that can only be spent on streets. It doesn't necessarily help the general fund, though maybe it might help it indirectly. On the sales tax front, I don't think we should base our budget forecasts on peak revenues in sales tax, especially given that the majority of the increase of sales tax is coming from construction sales tax. On the expenditure side of the equation, we do have some expenses, and they're rising expenses. We're seeing rising costs in healthcare premiums. Inflation is at the highest level that it's been in decades. We do have planned additions to the budget that were planned in the financial sustainability plan, including bringing on new maintenance workers when the walkways and waterways projects are finished. There's also other new initiatives coming online or that will be coming online that I'm sure will cost more money, including diversity, equity, and inclusion, climate action plan, other things like the farmers market. If you want to continue it beyond the pilot program this year, an ongoing funding source will need to be found for that. And then there's other things that can contribute to the budget pressures as well, including if we construct a new public works maintenance facility to higher environmental standards, including net zero carbon footprint, then we may need additional funding for that. So my main point is there's just still lots of pressures on the expenditure side, and I don't know that we can assume that the increase in revenues are going to be permanent. So that's my main message. And Leticia, feel free to add anything.
Okay, so I had prepared this presentation, but you have kind of covered some of it. But just background, because the financial sustainability plan was developed as a result of the forecast that indicated back in 2020 that for the years 23 to 28, operating expenditures were likely to exceed operating revenues. That would reduce the fund balance. Those are the reserves for the city, and an indicator of financial strength Some of the reasons quoted back then for this decline were the restrictions on our revenue sources, such as property taxes. There was a limit as to how much we can increase that. We also had unfunded mandates, for example, the street lights for an additional 200,000 that would increase expenditures 200,000 a year. The increase in cost overall of providing services, contracts, services, utility supplies, personnel, benefits, insurance, liability, increasing just overall over the years. For example, our insurance with Washington City's Insurance Authority for liability increased 105,000 just in 2022. So the projections back then, the outlook in a no recession environment was a decline in fund balance from 5.2 million in 2020 to a negative 1.3 million by 2028. Of course, in a recession environment, that negative situation would be a lot worse, higher than what it was projected. Now, the actual, as Rob mentioned, it was very favorable in 2021. We had a positive year, and the star of that being sales tax. The initial net revenues as of December 31st indicate a $2.5 million net revenue situation. Again, this is 12/31. We still need to do our year-end adjustments. However, it should be noted that, yes, we have net revenues, an increase in revenues of $2.5 million, but that's after we received payment of $2.3 million in the general fund from a previous interfund loan for construction. We made budget amendments during the year, and we committed $1 million to replenish the Strategic Opportunities Fund. And then we had an additional expenditures where the general fund paid for a portion of the public works, the land acquisition. The revised projections through 2028, I kind of put some numbers together. And it includes the better than expected 2021 fund balance, not necessarily the major increase in sales tax as a continuous activity. So we're showing, I'm showing a positive fund balance through 2028, but still in 2028 below the target that we want to maintain that fund balance, which would be 20% of operating expenditures. What does that mean? That means that we need to continue to work on our financial strategy. That is a continuous process. We need to continue to monitor revenues and expenditures. And of course, during the next budget process, revisit our options with regards to revenues and expenditures. And we'll do all that during this next budget process coming up, and starting in, well, I'm starting it now, but presentations and with directors and everything in June. Now, with regards to the street fund, it ended with an adequate fund balance of $1.8 to $2 million. Again, that's pre-year-end adjustments. That's good. That's a good fund balance to have in case we need to make increases to the allocations for road preservations or other expenses. Back then, the financial sustainability plan projections indicated that the fund balance in this fund would go down to $60,000 by 2025. An increase to $900,000 as a result of a new transportation sales tax. My new projections maintains this fund balance at $2 million through 2028 by means, as Rob mentioned, of this vehicle license fee that we have not budgeted for. We're going to get that. And then I've also plugged in the amount of debt service that the street fund will be paying for the public works shop debt for the property acquisition. Now, with regards to the economic forecast, we need to take all of that into consideration because we have a financial sustainability plan, but we need to know, do we stay on track? Do we shift? So with regards to the economic forecast, what do we expect for 2022 and 23? The Federal Reserve is shifting its attention from reducing unemployment, which is now at 4.2%. It used to be in 2020, 14.9%. So now they're shifting gears and they're now going to try to control inflation, which right now stands at 6.8%. And it hasn't been at that level since 1982. very concerning. So what are they doing? It is expected now that they're going to start raising interest rates. And initially they had said, we're going to raise by once in 2022. It appears now that they might be increasing it by 3 times in 2022. Then there's another thing of concern, supply and demand for goods and services off balance. There is a tremendous demand for goods and services. What's propelling that? Some of it is the federal stimulus monies, but there is a supply challenge. There is insufficient materials to meet the demand. What does that mean for us? It means because of those reasons, if you go into the news outlets and media outlets for financial, business, and investments, Wall Street, they're projecting a recession, not necessarily in 2022, but yes, in 2023, most likely in 2023. So what does that mean for us? What it means for us, it's that we're recommending the city to continue to move forward with the plan set forth in the financial sustainability plan, like our city manager mentioned, which includes revenue enhancements for the general fund, for the street fund, expenditure containment. We need to be, in order to allow us to be proactive and be ready to maintain that strong fund balance so that we can pivot in case of a recession. We don't know what's going to happen. Again, these are just projections and they change, but we need to be ready either way. And not only for that, we need to be ready to be able to afford those programs that are important to our community, such as the diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's going to increase our expenditures, as well as the climate action plan. Again, items that are very important to our community. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Okay. Nigel. Nigel.
Could I'm just kind of curious with kind of the windfall from the TBD's funds continuing, not TBD's, but yeah, TBD's.
Vehicle license fee?
Yeah, with the continuation of that, could any of those funds be used to help build the public works site, seeing as that'll be used to help implement that work down the road?
Actually, what I did, I plugged in those revenues, and it's about $350,000 a year. But remember, in the street fund, that's going to help fund the debt service on the property acquisition debt, which is about $125,000 just from the street fund. Then I also, one of the things I noticed in the forecast, in the projections, is that there was no allocation for like equipment. And so I allocated a little bit a year because there is needs for that. And with all that, we were able to maintain about a $2 million fund balance in the street fund. If we want to spend anything else or take a portion of that for construction, then that would decrease the projected fund balance from the 2 million to whatever we use.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
And if I could just add, so the financial sustainability the financial sustainability plan takes a phased approach, meaning it doesn't implement all the measures at once. It implements them in steps over multiple years. There's 2 things that are going on in 2022. Number 1 is the revenue that will be coming from the photo enforcement that will begin in about halfway through this year. And another step that's planned this year is the establishment of a cable TV utility tax. So those are things that are to be expected and that are planned for this year.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Rob, in this area?
No.
Okay, perfect. Let's move to the next discussion module, a series of items that cluster under downtown connectivity, economic vitality. The first discussion item was sort of connecting the downtown core, Burt Gilman Trail 522. Several of you nominated this in various forms or another. I think Melanie, Angela, Deborah on my roster. But I know all of this is important to all of you. So what say ye on this particular item, please?
I just want to make sure. So are we on the first sub bullet of that? I'm
Correct.
just trying to track what we're talking about. So for me, that was related to the bench, which is later also. So I don't know whether that's what everybody else thought.
Well, we'll certainly be talking about the bench, I think, Melanie.
Yeah, I do see them as interrelated as well. I think that the piece that is, let me just make sure I'm reading it properly, that I see as unique to it. Please, I have a puppy. He doesn't sound like one, but he, I don't have support with him right now. And there's someone outside. Leo, come. I think the unique piece for me on this list is the connectivity across 522 to the beach and for Burke-Gilman Trail. I know we've been talking about the tunnel, and I would love to for our city to be inclusive of that when we're looking at the bench as well. I'd like to know what our plans are, what our priority is, because I do think in the long term, it's incredibly important that we have the connection from the trail to our downtown area. So that was where I just wanted to highlight that I consider that part of the bench, but it is distinct and a big expense.
Okay. Other comments on this? Angela?
Yeah, I had similar thoughts, and it also came up for me as we're talking about the bench because it might be a possible opportunity, but this idea I know is not new. It's part of our economic development strategy plan, and like a possible overpass or walkway. I think it could be a good opportunity to connect downtown to the bench, to Burke-Gilman, and down to the water. So I was kind of seeing this overall connectivity through that downtown area.
Okay. Karina and then Melanie.
Thank you. And so when we met, this idea of connecting our downtown was really also extending our connection to the left and to the right. We have kind of a divided city on our ends. And looking at future projection forward, if you're thinking about 10, 15, 20 years out, it'd be great to really be working towards building that connectivity of our downtown so it's more cohesive and inner working. And along those lines, of course, is the ferry, an electric ferry for our connectivity and multimodal routes. And that would fall really under the other. And I know we'll be talking about that in a different capacity, but this is one of those areas where, part of, being municipal leaders is also looking out for grant opportunities for our city. And that was one of those areas where I was able to find a sustainable strategies DC grant that we had to connect through Rob Dombowski. And sure enough, we were able to secure $500,000 for that travel infrastructure design component. So we really do need to utilize those dollars to design those elements as part of our future goals and future design. And that connects directly to a ferry and what wraps around it. So whether it's multiple routes or transportation, green space, park space, and of course, sustainable development.
Okay. Melanie, thank you.
Yeah, and I just missed one word in addition to the Burke-Gilman Trail, Lake Point, which is also on this list, but connectivity from downtown across 522 to the bench, Burke-Gilman Trail and Lake Point, because that's certainly a major priority for us. Thank you.
Okay. Joe.
I'll take the liberty of hitting one of the other elements because I see Mr. Vincente is here, and if John could just hit really quickly what's going to happen this year on 61st, and if there's any possibility of something happening on 55th for the sidewalk, and the big old fence that's just north on 61st of the corner, Bow Wow Funtown, but on the other side of the street, and the Moose. Right.
Point of order, are we kind of going systematically through these? I'm a little lost.
Boy, I sure saw we were addressing different ones different times, but that's okay with me.
So on this, if I may, a lot of these are intertwined, and each of you have mentioned them in distinct ways. I hope we shouldn't prevent ourselves from talking about a number of these things. I think as it logically happened, I will go through each agenda item though, and then say, is there any more on this one, any more on that one, or what have you. So if you see an item on here, I will systematically make sure we're done with each of these bullet items, because you raised these are your topics. So, but I don't, if they're connected in the conversation, I think you should have some freedom to talk about it, I guess.
Are we waiting for, are we just putting out ideas with no staff response? Because usually we have a discussion, provide direction, get a little bit of back and forth with staff before we leave an item.
Right, and I think Joe asked that John have an opportunity to respond on something here since he saw him. So,
right,
you know,
I just, if we're not
whatever
done
order
with
we
the
got.
other one, I just didn't know we were done with the other one yet. Okay, all right.
John.
Okay, so on 61st, the sidewalk work that we're doing is from 190th to the northern line at this point, the northern border. And we're looking at mostly sidewalk on the east side of the street being replaced with that project. There will be some intersection work at 60th Avenue, I believe it is, and 192nd. But we don't have the funding to do both sides of the street at this time. We are making a request for some additional funding through state legislature to get, I believe it's $3.5 million to do additional sidewalk replacement work, which would be looking at the east side of the street, the west side of the street, but also looking at taking the sidewalk from 190th to about where the center turn lane begins north of 181st, about moving that sidewalk to the west, getting rid of the center turn lane and increasing the buffer for the creek, which will provide several benefits, one, protecting the creek, but also protecting the sidewalk. Now, if we don't get the money, and I'm assuming that's the area of the fence that you're talking about.
Yeah, just wherever the fence is deteriorating or has fallen down.
So the area where the fence has since fallen down, that would get replaced with that particular project. If I don't get the money, if I'm not able to fund that, that would then fall to Jennifer Gordon for whatever her plan is for that. And I'm not positive what her plan is.
Okay. Deborah, you're in the queue.
Okay. Going back to the previous topic, I would also put a pitch in for relooking at the overpass. I think we had money to do a study of maybe an underpass. I just think of Northgate, right? And, they didn't build an underpass. They built an iconic overpass. Overpasses are gateways. So I just think it could serve multiple purposes. Doesn't have to be super fancy in our case, but I would like us to relook at that.
Okay. Nigel?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councilmember Shrubnik. We do need some sort of actual connection between the Burke-Gilman and Kenmore Village and all of that. And I think an overpass is something that we could do. It requires a lot of real estate on both sides for ADA and all of that. But I think it's something we should be looking at.
Okay. Angela.
I just wanted to expand a little bit more on this idea and connect a couple of the topics that are under this category. So I distinctly use the word economic vitality because I think we talk a lot in terms of economic development, and now that we're starting to see pockets of that, I feel like we have to be thinking about connecting all of that, right, to this lively, walkable, friendly, community-oriented downtown area more broadly, not just the downtown, but all of these different sections. So I see this bullet point, the Connect Downtown Core and Burke-Gilman Trail and overpass of 522, along with walkability and the downtown brand, thinking about an overpass that might be welcoming people into our city, might have our city name, be part of the bench also. So I kind of was thinking of all of those items collectively.
Right. And again, when we talked, I talked to all of you, they did connect. I just wanted to make certain that each of these particular items had a moment for you to talk about. Other comments and so on, either on the direct one, the first one, or any of the others that are in here before I start. David.
Yes, just back on Councilmember Marshall and John Vincente. That section of fence that you're talking about, is that the one that's been damaged for quite some time? The one where the fatality occurred many years ago?
John? Jennifer?
I'm going to let Jennifer answer that, 'cause
Sorry.
I'm not familiar with the history on that.
Having a problem with my camera. Sorry. So I wanted to clarify. So there was actually never a fence in that location. What happened was there was a tree that fell down from the slope across 0056, and it kind of forced the stream to go towards the sidewalk, starting to erode the bank there up against the sidewalk. And so we had removed the tree with an emergency HPA through Fish and Wildlife, and did some other temporary measures. And we just installed the candlesticks there to highlight that there was kind of an edge there, but there was never a fence in that location.
So where the fatality occurred, that's been repaired, and that part of the fence is.
Yes, that was basically at the very beginning of the fence, right as you, right as the right lane merges into a single lane.
Yeah, I'm just concerned. I'm just concerned with the fence in disrepair, that you could have another fatality and another lawsuit to the city.
I don't believe the fence is in disrepair.
Okay.
Okay. Other comments? Melanie.
Just one thought that comes to mind. I love the idea of a beautiful bridge going across 522. I think that the part of the appeal of the tunnel that I've heard speak of is I do think it makes a lot of sense for bikers on the trail. So as we develop the bridge, I'm sure it goes without saying it needs to be bike accessible, would be something that I would want. And that would be probably a larger overpass, which is fine. I just wanted to call attention, the appeal for the tunnel, which was not my first choice because I loved the bridge concept, especially as I've heard it, and we've been talking about it for a couple of years. It's the bike accessibility, I think, is incredibly important with whichever design that we choose. And I like the light of the bridge, but I do think there's sensibility to a tunnel. So I just wanted to share that.
Just as an aside, my hometown, Eugene, Oregon, is very bike friendly, and they have numerous of these over major freeways. Actually, and they seem to have been able to do that. So you're correct; they're larger, but one in particular is stunning to look at as you come through. So it's doable. Given this conversation, because I'm going to go to each of these particular items, make sure there isn't anything more. It always strikes me when we have a conversation like this, I want to say, well, then what are we going to do? I hear consensus kind of around the table that, well, something like this would be really cool. And so I hate to have a conversation and then go, well, next item, when I hear something like this, I kind of want to go, how do we pull something out of the hat and make that happen? Or maybe it's already in the plans and maybe it needs to be a goal. I don't know, but I hear it. And also to just put it in a position, it's also something that's been of concern to council, no matter who's been on it for kind of a while. So I'm kind of wondering out loud, is there any to-dos lurking here? Karina, and then Deborah.
You know, when we talk about overpasses, you'll hear our city talk about the 61st possibility and having that as a priority. When you hear our community talk, you often hear them talk about 73rd, closest to the park and ride at that location, and that high travel through that area because of the park and ride and the busing. Yet on the opposite side of the city on 61st, that's, you know, a lacking area that needs almost the same kind of capacity. So this is where I believe that, you know, having a multiple approach to addressing our ends is going to better serve our community. And multiple overpasses is not such a bad idea. It's costly, yes, but it can be part of a long-term plan that better serves our community and vision and development and sustainability of a thriving community, also ensuring safety.
Good points. Deborah.
I think a couple next steps, one of them's on here, which is the bench and, slowly purchasing property that would align with wherever this is. And then I think another piece, I can't imagine there isn't funding out there to do the kind of study that we were originally thinking of. And that could, align with what Councilmember File was saying. The study would look at 73rd, 68th, and 61st, which would be the natural places for something like this, and evaluate what's the feasibility of each of those locations and what would it take. Those seem like reasonable next steps to me. I don't know.
Okay. Nigel.
I mean, I think part of what was prompting the conversations previously about an over underpass at 67th or so was the possibility of Lake Point and connecting that project with downtown. And I think that's why that was rising as high on kind of where our thought process. I don't know if that's as necessary, especially that's part of why we were looking at an underpass with car capacity also, was to connect those two for automobiles. So just some context around why we were looking at that area in downtown also.
Karina.
I'm also aware that King County, as part of their design, should we acquire a ferry, is a shuttle that would run from the park and ride to the ferry, and that's in their budget for our future ferry. So that's something that's already there, stipend away, which is great. So that adds a layer of reducing cars on the road and a tighter capacity of getting people from point A to point B. But I do like what Deputy Mayor Nigel Herbig was saying, is that underpass is a really great way to connect that vitality, get it moving, and in the direction of the pathway.
Okay. Other comments? Okay. Deborah suggested kind of a next step. I don't know if that's in the process or not. I'm about ready to pull something else and push it another part of this agenda. So I guess I want to pause one more time and say, is there any other to do on something like this? Rob?
I'm just trying to remember the history on this. So we did get I think it was a capital budget or a transportation budget earmark a few years ago to do a study on where to put this, and John had it on his work plan and everything. I think it was like $500,000 to do the study, and I think at the time we had concluded that we just have so many other competing priorities right now, and we need to get the bridge done and walkways and waterways and all those things. And we looked into the future and we said, okay, let's say that, I think it was at the time, was to do sort of an underpass. And we looked into the future and said, okay, let's say that we do conduct this study and determine that location X is the best place for this. Okay, well, how much is that going to cost? Well, we'll get a preliminary estimate with no design at, pick a number, 10 million. And in the end, it will really be 30 million. And then do we have the money and the wherewithal to do a project like that? So what historically happens is studies severely underestimate the cost of a project. We've seen that time and time again. I've seen it through my entire career. With no design done, a study will say the project is X in cost, and then it ends up 3X in cost. And so knowing that track record, we just said, let's not do this right now. Let's get some other important priorities done right now. So that's what I remember. The thought process from several years ago was, do we have the bandwidth to do this right now? And even if we do we really have the wherewithal to come up with the tens of millions of dollars to build something like this?
Okay. Karina and then Deborah, and then one of the touchstones typically in the past that you've used, once you get to a place where you realize this would be a major effort, these kinds of important ideas for your community, I think you've always said they have to pass the goal test because something's, I mean, if it's a major effort. So that's one thought to keep in mind. Karina and then Deborah.
You know, the other grant that was secured, the other transportation grant, was that connected to the ferry, and that was that Sustainable Strategies $500,000 grant that was secured this year. While that connects multimodal routes and design of those routes, as well as beautification and other connectivities or downtown to the water design, those dollars are already earmarked for us. We secured those thanks to the help and support of our King County Council member Rob Dombowski, and so we have that added funding. So we're talking about both the opportunity for penciling it out and designing it. The funds are there. So you're saying that we might not have either the staff time I'm hearing, or it's the prioritization of the things that need to get done first. Can you help clarify, Rob?
I'm just going back in time several years ago and why we didn't move forward with it several years ago. And it had to do with a variety of issues. Number one was kind of the seeming impossibility of it, given the huge cost that it would be. And number two, the staff time. That was several years ago. Do we have the staff time to work on it now? I'd like to go back and talk to my coworkers about that and get back to you.
We did add several new staff members to your city staff, and I hope that we're utilizing those additional new members adequately. I would certainly hope that they have proven to be helpful in making advancement towards our goals.
Can I respond to that?
Please.
We only add staff when workload is added. So council added workload, and so we added staff. So it's not like we added staff and now there's nothing for them to do or there's this extra capacity. We added staff to meet the increase in workload.
And of course, we're very appreciative of all the work the staff does for our community in our city. So thank you to all of our staff.
Okay, Deborah, then Nigel.
Yeah, I think this is teeing it up to be potentially one of our goals. I mean, usually in January, we do set our goals. This year, we're doing something different. So it will have been a year and a half to set our goals, which is a little challenging. So I do think we have, energy on the council for something like this. And potentially it sounds like we might have a funding source to at least do the study. I think we're all pretty clear that studies are a weak first step, and do, you do have to triple the cost. And so, anything like that, I think we would go into with our eyes open. But I think this also aligns with potentially the Lake Point topic, and, you know, understanding the timing of when we're going to know more about that. So just want to tee that up, and not necessarily there's action needed today.
Okay, perfect. And Nigel?
Two things. One, I think we can be thinking more small scale on some of these things and working on signage improvements and other more at-grade connections between Burke Gilman and downtown. I know that, you know, I've biked from Seattle and then gotten up to 68th, and the transition to then turn north is awkward. So I think there might be smaller engineering and signage things we could do to address some of these things. And that's including what we're working on over by the Park and Ride with the possibility of a surface crossing there for folks who are getting off the bus and getting off BRT. So I don't want us to think that we have to go with the $50 million option by default either. I think there could be other more creative ways to get where we want to go and have the same result, that are more realistic possibly. I mean, if we can figure out ways to go forward with bigger things, that's fine. But I don't want us to tie our hands and limit what we're looking at. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for mentioning that. So in 2016, in the original Sound Transit package, a pedestrian crossing was included in the BRT project here in Kenmore, but they have since cut that out of the budget. And so as an alternative, we are looking at an at-grade crossing at the Park and Ride. It would be a signalized crosswalk. So it wouldn't be an RFB or anything like that. It would be a fully signalized crosswalk. And we're in discussions with Sound Transit and WashDOT on the possibility of doing that. It's not a done deal, but we're discussing that as a possibility. But obviously something like a signalized at-grade crosswalk would be much less expensive.
Okay. Anything else on this before I want to kind of go down the roster here and see if this discussion's captured stuff, and if not, we need to talk about other things on the list. So, okay. I think the wrap on this is that a big initiative probably should pass the goal test. There are some smaller things you can do along the way. What's clear in this discussion is there's a lot of consensus about doing something either under or over, and to further advance a longstanding desire of yours to create higher connectivity. That's clear in this discussion. So, speaking to the agenda, status of 181st Kenmore Village and west side of 68th. There are several of you that raised this. Deborah? Yeah.
I didn't know whether there was several. This is just sort of a request for an update on that.
Okay.
Which, yeah, we've talked about a few years.
Brian?
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, we talked about this at the last council retreat. This came up. And from the retreat, Rob and I had met with property owners along 181st to discuss potential redevelopment. But this was in 2021, which is kind of a similar situation where we're at now with COVID. And so a lot of the property owners were saying that they were going to wait and see what was coming out of COVID before making a final determination. That and the problem with the construction costs. Construction costs are really high right now. And so some property owners are a little bit reluctant to redevelop or in another case, sell. But we have made a little bit of progress with one property. That is the Holt property, the vacant property on the other side of the storage unit, about 3 doors east of City Hall. So we should have probably some better news for you next week as we work on some discussions with the property owner.
That's awesome. This is specifically to the west, this item. So yeah, and in particular, we talked last year about bringing in a developer to make a pitch. And I didn't know whether that was something that you guys have considered or thought about how to, I mean, you know, really trying to express the vision of the original downtown plan, which is still in place, for what could be there, and to describe not only how that could look, but how it could work financially for each of the individual concerns of those property owners, which vary. So that's kind of what we talked about last year. And I don't know whether we've had some movement on that on any of the properties west of 68.
Yeah, we did have that discussion and have reached out to multiple property owners on the west side of 68th. We haven't got any traction with any of them yet, but it is a good idea to have a developer put together some kind of plan for what we kind of see the development of downtown looking like.
And I have talked to Main Street Property Group probably, I would say 2 or 3 times in the last year and a half about developing the rest of Kenmore Village. And they ask about the properties and then they just kind of go, oh, okay, thanks. And they're not interested in doing something there. Could we cast a wider net and ask other developers to come in and make a pitch? We could. It's on property we don't own other than the post office.
Curious why they're not interested. I mean, is there, again, what are the barriers to getting to the vision? What are they?
I would say there's 2 barriers. One is the cleanup under Kenmore Plaza and the post office that continues to still be ongoing, the environmental cleanup that was caused by the dry cleaners many years ago. And the other one is just the lack of willing sellers. The property owners around there are buy and hold property owners. They will not sell. We've gone to the Kenmore. We've gone to multiple property. We've gone to the property owners multiple times. They are constantly being asked. They probably get a phone call a day or a phone call a week asking if their property is for sale. I know of developers that have tried to make some inroads there, and we just have some long-term hold strategists there that are not willing to sell.
So it sounds like we've got willing developers, not Main Street, but others. And I wonder if there's any grant opportunities for environmental cleanup to remove that barrier. I mean, it just feels like we need to chip away at these barriers a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I doubt that there's grant opportunities given that it's a private sector responsibilities and that insurance companies are legally on the hook for funding the cleanup, which they are. It's just taking years and years to do. But yeah, I mean, I don't mean to squash each thing, but we are trying, and we just can't seem to be making any inroads with the property owners. And it's hard to entice a developer to come and make a pitch when there's no control of the properties and we don't have property owners that want to budge.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, it does sound like there's interesting developers, I think we need, if there's a way to think outside the box, bring in council members, I think we know some of these people. So yeah, just a thought. Okay. Sorry.
We'll keep working it for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else on this one before we go down the list here? Okay. Walkability and downtown brand. I think Angela brought that in our interviews, sort of the downtown brand piece up, but anything else on this topic? Angela.
Yeah, I'll just explain a little bit of my thought about this, but I was reviewing our economic development strategy that our assistant city manager had given me a while back, and noticed that some of the feedback that residents and business owners had given us was how they liked that they could live and work in Kenmore. And I feel like one of the things that we've talked a lot about is connecting people to the water and really emphasizing that sense of play. We have really fantastic parks, which I think attract a lot of people. So like that idea of like our downtown core area being like this really great opportunity where you could live, work, and play all within a very close proximity is unique, I think, to Kenmore. So maybe emphasizing that. And, you know, larger cities do have brands for different economic development cores, right? So they'll have like different hubs, and we don't have a big commercial downtown area, but we're starting to get hubs, I think. You know, we have our hangar in Town Square area, we have Brew Row. I feel like I've heard people refer to that area there as like a warehouse district. Like it's not big, but it's starting to form these personalities, and I think we should play those up. I think those are a real asset for us.
Okay, conversation. Karina.
I believe Councilmember Kugler does raise a really important point. And this kind of connects into looking beyond a 20-year plan to even a 50-year plan. Hopefully we're doing some of these things earlier, but that's where our vitality of a city is really important to our community, and keeping that attractiveness and an interest in coming to Kenmore, enjoying our community, and being able to connect to those spaces, businesses and downtown waterfront and whatnot. It's also having mini stops along the way. So micro parks can be a very good connector and rest space, as well as a beautification space that incorporates art. And having a city design that includes an expansion off of our hubs, like Councilmember Kugler was saying, helps create a greater connection to our city brand and a connection to our community that communities love. So I applaud her comment, and I believe we're going to be talking about fun and play a little bit later on the agenda.
Okay. Any other comments? I have a question. Do all of you share the notion that you actually have a city brand? I mean, I only ask it only because I'm unaware of it, and it links to another question I actually have that was raised here. How do areas in a city suddenly get their own personality or their mini name? I've noticed it in other communities that I've come around, and it's attractive in some respects. It's interesting. Joe.
Yeah, well, real quick, of course, just comparing it to like Woodinville or something like that, it's already been mentioned. Brew Row. That's one area that seems to have established its own identity. And the thing that I step back from a little bit is, you don't like a falsified, phony promotion. No. That's the thing you want to stay away from. You want it to seem organic and natural. I think they've done that, to some extent with some of that. And some of our neighborhoods are long-standing existing neighborhoods that don't need, an extensive expensive rebranding process by contractors hired from, somewhere else in the country, California perhaps, to try and revision and tell us what we need for a vision of Kenmore. So I'm wary of that. But at the same time, there's things that I think can be done, organically or closer to home to promote neighborhoods as they become more viable.
Yeah, I always wondered. I've seen it in other communities, and I think the organic piece totally makes sense. But all of a sudden, I returned to a community I've been for a while, and all these small areas actually have names and kind of interesting. I don't know. I always wondered how that happened. Karina?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon to see an art district or even a smaller one in a smaller community, as well as culture. And that vitality that comes with the businesses and the families that add, the diversity of attractiveness to the community. If you look like at Woodinville, you'll also see many areas of park and entertainment combinations where you have in the middle of a downtown space, a a park with an elevated platform. So you can have, music in your downtown core. You can have presentations. You can have, Shakespeare in the park. These things are wonderful. As well as the expansion to, walkable connectivity to shopping and entertainment. And those are things that I believe Kenmore could really have in its future. I don't know that we want the same kind of design, and I don't know that our community wants the same kind of design, but that's about finding our vitality and creating, even more attractive space. We certainly can attract buyers. We certainly can attract developers. We're a high demand area. But it can be hard to sell someone else's property, right? Or attract buyers to a property that's owned by someone else. It's kind of like putting your neighbor's house up for sale and inviting people to buy it. Right. So there's a certain kind of tact that we have to do, and decorum we have to do.
Any other conversation on this? Okay. Sidewalk, 61st Avenue, 55th Avenue, northwest corner of Lake Forest Park. I think, Joe, I think you mentioned this, if I recall, in our conversation. Michael, yes.
Could we just go back to this brand thing? So Councilmember Kugler brought it up. It was an interesting discussion, but was there action expected from this, or what's the expectation of staff from that discussion?
I didn't hear any other than the agreement I heard on this was that it happens. There was, I think Joe raised a really important question. Do you cause it to happen, or does it happen naturally? It does seem to relate to some other building and development opportunities that you have. You did not answer the question about Kenmore's brand. And so, what is that? And I don't know if, Angela, you're begging the question, should we have one and take a proactive step to get one or do this? So Rob's question is really important. Angela, and then Deborah.
So I actually went to look at other cities to see what they do, and it's really interesting. So Bellevue calls themselves like a city in a park, and Bothell has not like most cities don't have like a clear brand, but they'll have like a statement kind of about how they envision themselves, right? So like Bothell says like a growing, diversifying city and a thriving riverfront community, or like Lake Forest Park, like this is from their history. It's like green landscape of hidden homes and winding roads, a recreation paradise. Like it's kind of nice to be able to say something about your city that's not just like about the physical location. So like, Kenmore by the lake, yes, we're by the lake, but what about it is unique about that, right? So I think that the areas that have like a like personality or a brand, when you think of different parts of Woodinville, for example, or you think of different parts of like Bellevue, like they build on the assets that they have, right? Like there has to be something truthful there for you to build upon, going back to what Councilmember Marshall said. But it can also be aspirational, like you could want to grow that, right? So right now we don't have a warehouse district. I like the sound of it. It could be an arts district or whatever. You have to build on what's there, but then emphasize it to grow it. So I guess what I'm asking for is that we play those things up. Like if it's like, whatever it ends up being, like whatever we think that start of something is in that area, that we emphasize that.
Deborah.
Yeah, again, I come back to the somewhat awkward nature of this retreat. Normally we bring up topics and then at the end we do our prioritization of goals. We are not doing that. So this feels like we're teeing up things that could be future goals at our actual retreat, which is in June. And that's okay. I just want to be clear that that's what we're doing, because we don't have the latitude, at least that's my understanding, I want clarification on that, to direct staff to do other things at this retreat. Is that true?
Rob, in answering to that, but Nigel's in the queue after Deborah. But Rob, could you answer that real quickly? And
I agree with what you're saying, Councilmember Shrubnik. I think I like the approach of this teeing up things for the full retreat in June. Are there some little tweaks that we can make right now within our existing work plan? Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But in general, I am in agreement on the approach that the things we're talking about today are to tee us up for future goals.
okay, Nigel.
Going back to what Councilmember Kugler was talking about, I think we kind of did that semi-successfully with Brew Row. You know, we saw an opportunity that was happening organically that we kind of set the groundwork for with the zoning changes that we allowed. And then we've tried to capitalize on that and build something up a little bit. And I think doing that makes perfect sense. You know, when the opportunities arise, jump on them.
Yeah. And
Okay.
So some of you may remember Rod Stevens, the consultant we brought in to help us with Kenmore Village back in 2012, so 10 years ago. His question to us was, what's your space needle? So, you know, Seattle, their icon is their space needle. And Kirkland, it's their waterfront parks. Redmond, it's Microsoft. Woodinville, it's wine country. What's our space needle? For me, the first thing that jumps out is our seaplane heritage, you know. And one thing Rod always would say is, here's my best definition of brand. The best definition of brand is a promise delivered. That's the best definition of brand. And I like it. I think I agree with him. And you can definitely deliver on the promise that we are the seaplane capital of the world. No other city comes close. And so if we make assertions about ourselves, they need to be damn well true and easily true. And so Brew Row, Nancy saw that opportunity and she has capitalized on it. She's put a marketing campaign around it. She produced those Brew Row banners. She's been bringing she and her team have been bringing the brew companies together for events and other collaborative things. So I think there has been some efforts. Could we always be doing more? Sure. Yeah.
Okay. David, Nigel, and Melanie.
Yeah, I mean, I think our space needle has turned out to be the plaza, the hangar. That's a huge draw from all over the place. It's just not Kenmore residents. It's becoming more and more popular all the time. So I would certainly argue that our space needle is the hangar.
Okay. Nigel, and then Melanie.
I want to go back to what Rob was saying about the structure. Well, and Councilmember Shrubnik's question around this retreat versus the one coming up in June, because maybe I misunderstood how we're doing things. We had, in the past, we've done the yearly goals, which are, you know, that list of 12 things that drive budget and everything else, but those don't get down to individual work items that have come out of the January retreat before. The January retreat is where we've brought up new policy ideas, discussed them, and then added them to the docket, regardless of what the goals that we ended up at the end of the retreat setting were. I mean, the goals are like sidewalks and financial sustainability and these kind of broad things, but at the January retreat, we come in with individual things we want to discuss and possibly add to the year's work plan. If that's not what we're doing, that's fine, but that wasn't my understanding coming in, because otherwise I kind of question why we're here, to be honest. You know, usually we come in January and we have, you know, ideas, and we get agreements to come out with Michael's report about here are things going to be added to upcoming council agendas and upcoming study sessions, and I'm hoping that we're not exiting this meeting with nothing getting added to a future agenda item for 7 months. That because I really view there's a difference between the individual discrete kind of policy things we're discussing here versus the larger citywide goals and budget. And I see how the goals and the budget are related. And I support having those two things tied together more closely, which is why we moved those over to June. but I do question coming out of here with no agreements and no additional work items. I'm not saying that I want to pile staff with things either, but traditionally this is where we have added individual work items, regardless of if they were tied to a goal or not. So I just want to push back on that a little bit.
And I think at this point, and Melanie, you're next, but I want to distinguish just structurally the distinction between some of your agreements and goals. Goals were always items that were going to define what you did for the year. They would inform budgets. Your agreements actually could inform budgets too, and it often informed your work plan. Now you would agree to do a lot of your process stuff would be around agreements. So, I think we can do both. I think the one thing that's tough is if you come up with, and that's where this earlier discussion about big connectivity and bridges and big workload items, I always urge a client to make those goals, because when you're doing something that huge, you're going to not do something else. That's just the nature of the game. So, but you're practiced at this, so you'll able to carry this forward. We'll try to capture everything you've talked about in the report enough so that it can certainly inform your next meeting for sure. Melanie, Rob, and then Karina.
And thank you, Michael and Deputy Mayor. Nigel, the comments that you brought up were also crossing my mind, so I appreciate you raising them. Back to the branding conversation, just something that came to mind as we were talking about it, and something that we can guarantee to a trip to Kenmore. What are we doing? St. Ed's, I think, needs our support, is what I would say. Is the Lodge, I think, needs our support. Where are we in our brand of Kenmore, talking about the retreat or the escape or what it is to be in Kenmore with all of our parks and things? It's something that I think we should consider if we are ultimately looking down that path, because we have a landmark here. And I know St. Ed's is doing a lot of their work, but and I think we as a city have supported it, but I do think it's important that we do something there. And ultimately I love Kenmore Air, Kenmore Air can serve that, there's got to be some connection there in our brand, I think, about the escape or the retreat that we provide. That was all that came to mind. I don't want to belabor it, but I just wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Okay, great. Rob, Karina, and Joe.
Yeah, so I just responded to things. So Deputy Mayor, you make a really good point. And so what I'd like to do is, here's what I propose for today is, if you guys want something added this year and not have to wait for goal setting and stuff, make that clear here in the retreat, and we'll either be able to say, yeah, we can do it, we can fit it in, or I'll say, let me come back to you. Let me consult with my coworkers and come back to you in a couple of weeks or something. So let's for a ground rule, let's make the distinction. Hey, are we talking about a future goal that can wait till June? Or are you really wanting to squeeze it in this year? If it's the latter, then my response will be, yeah, we can do it. Or can I get back to you? Is that fair? Okay. And then on what Melanie was saying about the Lodge, yeah, that's a huge economic development opportunity, obviously. And Nancy and I have been talking about it. And one thing we're doing is we want to get a year's worth of Lodge operations under the belt, so to speak, and then look at how much lodging tax is coming in from that. And if it's a substantial enough amount of money for us to capture the lodging tax and then use that money to promote the Lodge and other tourism activities. But we want to see if it's a substantial enough amount of money to justify it. So a year's worth of Lodge operations should tell us that.
Karina, then Joe.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. City Manager. I really appreciate that. And that reflects off of a statement you kind of made at a council meeting earlier in December. So I appreciate that. That distinction on, if we need to move forward with something. In looking at branding, our city's done a really great job of working together with our businesses and the chamber on, connecting events and opportunities for businesses and then to our community. What we don't necessarily do is have partners and stakeholders be part of a focused meeting, which is a very smart and wise tactical approach to strategic planning when you're trying to work towards vision, or which our city manager does a real good job of. But when you're looking towards maintaining branding and elevating that to the community and beyond. So looking at how we focus on St. Edward's and the events that happen there, and new business, or the environmental, the EERC. There's great happenings here, much in development, right? So new phases, but looking at historically over the last 15 years, 18 years, 20 years, we see a great amount of work that's done in this. We see a great amount of work done in this location, in this area. That being said, how can we come together with one message? We definitely have upward mobility. We love Hank the Heron. Courtesy is contagious in Kenmore, and St. Edward's is the best kept jewel, right? And best kept secret, right? So how can we bring the fabulosity of our school district and our housing and our connectivity of multimodal routes of transportation and make that into a power statement? That's something we can do about branding, as well as these hubs of our community. So we are very much 3/4 of the way there. I think, just getting that extra quarter is what Councilmember Kugler is looking at, and what I think would enhance moving towards a complete attractive power statement and that vision. So that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, Joe.
So here's a potential action or consensus item, or not, however everybody feels about it. But I think it goes back to Angela's input and everybody's input. Do we want to rebrand Kenmore by the Lake? It's pops up in Anastasia, our city clerk's screensaver right now, or whatever you call that thing. We can see it. There's Kenmore by the Lake. Is that something that we want to do? Do we want to do it coming up sooner or later, or not?
Good question. What's the next step? What do you want to do here?
Do we want to have new theme, new slogan?
Deborah, and then Nigel.
I do think that, a couple years ago, for a variety of reasons, we demoted economic development off our top 5. I do think to get the kind of attention this topic needs, does need to be prioritized again. But I mean, maybe that's just me. Maybe there's some small piece that we can bite off. I don't think rebranding is a small piece. I think that is a research, and it's probably a consultant. And I mean, it's a thing. I mean, you have to do the work that Rob was talking about.
Okay. Nigel?
I was thinking more of this along the idea of what Councilmember Kugler was talking about, or at least what I heard was, kind of capitalizing on individual neighborhoods and pockets around branding. I'm not a huge fan of digging in and doing a whole rebrand of the city writ large, personally. At least not right now.
Okay. Angela?
Yeah, that's probably not one of my priorities, I think, for the city. And I wasn't thinking about renaming our our phrase necessarily. I think right now we could do it incrementally by capitalizing on the different neighborhoods and just playing that up more.
Okay. Other comments? Karina?
I almost think during COVID, we've lost some of this essence that was prior there before. And that's to no blame of our city staff or our city manager for that matter. So when you look back 3 years ago, our events, our cornerstones, well known beyond our community, highly attractive. So whether it was a movie downtown or music and jazz at St. Edward's and you name it, we had these great events. They're not gone. There's not a lack of this happening. It's just rather the circumstances of a pandemic and how we are responding to it and otherwise. But our city manager does a great job, as well as the staff does a great job of events and marketing together with our businesses and the chamber and connecting to our school district and beyond to enhance wonderful events for Kenmore. So when I look at our city council priorities and I see that implement an economic development plan is number 9 and engage and educate the community on growth and development, well, we certainly should be doing that always. Number 11 as city leaders, that goes without saying. So, I don't know that we have to do a whole rebranding. I think what Councilmember Kugler was saying is that just creating a stronger emphasis. But is that really the thing, or is it a issue that we are seeing via the pandemic and maybe something we've kind of forgotten how great we had it?
Any other comments? Nancy?
Hey, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to take a quick moment to speak to events, and and we've always gauged like, so how many people showed up at this concert, or how many people showed up to this other event, and frankly, that whole metric has been tossed on its ear during the pandemic. And so, our team is just ready to go as far as when the time is right, reinstituting events. And I think the farmers market is going to go a long way toward that. But I did want to just make a quick comment about the really outstanding opportunity that we have in the south part of town with the lodge. Hooray, hooray. And what you're going to be hearing from Bastille in the next week or so at a council meeting. And a big part and a big opportunity that I've been talking with Rob about is the really iconic and historic architecture that we have in that part of town. When you think of Bastille's, really dramatic exterior and the chapel, along with the St. Edward, just outstanding architecture. This, is very much, a 20th century sort of architecture. And so I hope you'll be hearing a lot more about that, along with the other wonderful things that Bastille is really excited about contributing to the community.
Great, thank you. Joe?
Yeah, that's awesome. And I just want to urge that we, of course, I know we're going to incorporate the coming environmental learning center and all the wonderful learning opportunities about nature and about the environment it's going to give for our kids. And that's just so complimentary right there, you know, to our greatest strength, which is the woodlands, the shoreline, the undeveloped shoreline, and the natural woods of St. Edwards. That's our greatest strength.
Okay, great. Anything else before I sum up what I think I'm hearing after this discussion? So what I'm hearing is that there are opportunities for, well, let me step back. I kind of hear your community in the process of defining itself at more micro levels. I'm not hearing a big interest in the council's discussion of a big initiative to rebrand Kenmore. I think that's not, I didn't hear that. I did hear, though, in different ways, looking for opportunities and maybe little nudges, if possible, to incrementally start branding. And maybe that's a little, even that word's a little hard on your neighborhoods. In other words, there's been this emergence of different areas and they seem attractive, they seem organic. And so if I was left with a to-do out of this, Rob, for this discussion, it would be, hey, are there opportunities to nudge that along? Is there some critical movement in a particular area? Is it the warehouse district? Is it whatever it is? And if so, is there something we could do? Something maybe as simple as putting a moniker on a map. I mean, I don't know how that works. You'd have to look at, but I don't hear a big push right now in this conversation to do something. I do hear you seeing opportunities, and Bastyr and St. Edwards clearly is one of those. But that's kind of what I'm hearing right now. If I'm mishearing that, please let me know, or let Rob know. So. Melanie.
I think that's where we're at. I don't want to lose sight of this topic, though, as branding the city as a whole. So I think it's a good topic for us to keep in mind and potentially have on our agenda in June, because that concept of a central brand that is about what we are and pulls people to us that we can be known as, I think is important. And I thought we heard a lot of really good points to support that. So, but I think for today, we've made really as much progress as we can. So thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you. Okay. With that, let's move to the next item. And we're about 18 minutes out from a break. Some of these items we may have talked about. I'll go back again. Joe, I think you put sidewalk 61st, 55th, northwest corner, Lake Forest Park.
Yep. I mean, I think we hit it all. If anybody else has any input on that, that's great. I just wanted to hear maybe one more thing from Mr. Vincente, who's still on, and that is about, isn't the tree and sidewalk unwalkable sidewalks correction going to at least start this year? And then for me, of course, and I'm sure for everybody, it couldn't have happened sooner. It should have happened yesterday, but I'm so happy that it's going to be starting, I think, at least this year.
So the plan right now is to actually do a study on the corridor to see what we can do. There's been interest from council to try and preserve as many trees along this corridor as possible. And so we're going to have to look at what our options are. We're bringing in an arborist to evaluate the trees, looking at how we can preserve them if possible. And then I'll be coming to council, and I'm hoping in March with some alternatives for how we proceed with restoring the sidewalk. The timeline is really going to be dependent upon this funding we get from the state. If we get this funding, then I'm going to have to probably push construction work out a year. If we don't get the funding and I have to work with what I have, then I'll be doing construction in 2023. It's going to take some time to go through the design process because there's, gosh, I think there's like 70 locations that need to be evaluated. So it's quite a lot. So it's going to take us some time, but 2023 right now is the plan, unless we get additional funding from the state. And I'll probably have to push that to 2024 because of the additional work that we'll need to do on the other side of the street and south from there.
All right. Anything else on this? Okay. The bench, it's come up, but I want to make sure it's come up fully. Any further comments on the bench? Deborah.
I just want to underscore, I think this is our gateway to the community, whether you're, well, particularly if you're coming from the Seattle side. It is an eyesore currently. I don't think there's any way around that statement. And just to be clear, the bench is the south side of 522 between 61st and 67th-ish. I think if there are opportunities to start to position ourselves to be more in control of what happens there, which means potentially purchasing properties, I think we should slowly but surely take those steps if we can at all do it.
Okay, Nigel?
And I don't disagree with much of what Councilmember Srebnick said, but I would also say that we have items that have been sitting in our capital improvement plan and our parks improvement plan for years that aren't getting funded. And this has never been part of those long-term plans. And I have some qualms about taking something, especially as potentially as expensive as this, and having it leapfrog stated things like Twin Springs and other things like that. So that's just my concern. I just want to put out there. I'm not sure if I'm necessarily opposed, but I have that concern from a procedural standpoint. I feel like this should have been ranked and been part of our long-term plan for years if this was something that we want to act on.
Okay. Other comments on the bench? Melanie?
And I appreciate Deputy Mayor Herbig's comments about long-term priorities. I would also say that sometimes something comes up, opportunity starts to rise, and there's a momentum that builds. And this is an entry to our city and such a major part of our development that I would support evaluating and moving this forward. If the opportunity arises. I also would like to say that where we've gone in discussions on this already this year, I think we're in a really good place, and I'm comfortable with where we're at. I don't have a lot to add, but I really think it's a high priority from my perspective. It's central to our city. So thank you.
Okay. Karina?
Thank you. And I absolutely appreciate Councilmember Srebnick's point of view and that of Deputy Mayor Herbig. Where I see the opportunity is where opportunity does rise, similar to what Councilmember O'Kane just mentioned. Yeah, as they match our priorities, that's key. So that we're staying in tune with our priorities. So if there are, main priorities like affordable housing or, connecting a bus stop, a more attractive space and design, more power to it. So for these pathways, I can absolutely see that importance. But to change direction or take it in a different direction, I would have concern with. But I do draw a concern that it is rather an area of our community that can be improved upon.
Any other comments? So at this point, I don't hear a to-do out of this, Rob, on the bench. It's an evolving thing. It does link to a gateway idea that you talked about earlier coming in. Okay. Related to this is the need for the city to purchase more property. I think Deborah brought this up. I'd have to go check.
I just said it. I already said it. Sorry.
Okay. No. Well, good point. Okay. Karina.
For me, and this topic, that's going to connect to affordable housing, affordable community housing in the way of a community land trust, because that's the only way we're going to get to affordable housing, affordable community housing, and workforce housing for our community. And we'll be talking about housing later, but just keep it short.
Okay, great. Lake Point. Many of you brought it up. I think in some respects it was an update, but I'll open the floor to any discussion or updates on Lake Point. Brian may have something to say, but what's your...
Sure. Yeah, I want to first preface with the fact that remember that this is a quasi-judicial project. So what that means is the council is going to be making a decision on this application, and we have received a pre-application. So we can't get into too much detail, but I can give you a high-level update on the project. The developer is putting together a revised site plan to consider some of the comments that we raised earlier. I expect that the revised site plan will be back to the city sometime late this month or early February. And the developer is also working with other agencies such as WashDOT and King County Ferry District for some other potential opportunities with the project. But the developer said he is on task and on schedule for meeting the owner's requirements. And so, as you may remember, the owner had a year-to-year purchase and sale agreement with the developer. And so we don't necessarily know what those milestones are in order for the developer to extend the annual purchase and sale agreement. But from what the developer says, he is on schedule to meet at least the first milestone.
Okay. Any comments or discussion? Again, more high level, given what Brian prefaced his comments with. Any questions? Karina.
My question really has to pertain towards the asphalt factory that's in place. I'm going to keep this really high level and directed at policy. There are cities that have policies that relate to highly industrial centers and businesses surrounding cement and asphalt. City of Kenmore doesn't really have any. We're a young city. I think that's an oversight. And that's an area we can grow on. I would like to see that improvement. And I would like to see us consider a stronger policy improvements to protecting our shoreline, our habitat, stormwater runoff, and ensuring that we have a healthy and safe community. The only way we can do that is with policy.
Yeah, that's a good point. Council did make a conscious decision a few years ago to prohibit heavy manufacturing uses in the city. And so the two that are left in the city are grandfathered in. There could be a possibility, I don't want to raise too many hopes, it's not a done deal yet, that the concrete and asphalt plant may be part of the Lake Point property. And to mention on the stormwater runoff and the shoreline regulations, we updated our shoreline regulations a couple of years ago. And so we have really good shoreline management and restoration rules. And similar to the stormwater runoff, we have adopted the King County stormwater runoff design standards, and are probably the city of Kenmore has the highest and best shoreline and stormwater runoff in probably the state. So that's a really good point. Thank you.
And just to continue that, right now we see open top trucks that leave these sites. We can require trucks to be covered. That would eliminate some fall off, and that would protect some of the contaminants that land on our roads that find their way into our stormwater and into Lake Washington. right now, I believe the factory has a sign, please cover your load, it's not required. The state legislature has done some work here too. But we as a municipality, I believe, have a little bit of longitude to consider an improvement here via policy or ordinance or zoning. I don't know. It kind of falls to the experts on that.
Nigel.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting a little far afield from the Lake Point topic. Talking about development of Lake Point or potential development of Lake Point, and then moving to a individual issue about an individual current tenant that under the plan that's posted on our website could no longer be there going forward. I feel like we're just getting a little afield, that's all.
Deborah?
Yeah, and just to level set, because I think I'll include myself in this, might be confused about who owns which pieces and are there tenants on top of those parcels? So for example, who owns the 49 acres behind the asphalt cement plant? I think that's separate from who owns the land under the plant, correct? I mean, just if somebody could just sort of say who owns and who rents, that would be great.
Yeah, Lake Point consists of probably, I'd have to count, anywhere from 10 to 12 different parcels. And so most of the parcels are owned by different entities. The so-called 49 acres behind the asphalt plant is owned by Pioneer Towing. And the asphalt and concrete plant is owned by a holding company. So it's a parent company of the concrete, Cal Portland. I don't know exactly the name. Those companies do sell pretty frequently. The last time I checked, it was Fuyo out of Japan. And so one of their companies that they do own is Cal Portland. And so Cal Portland is a owner user of the property, and the Cadman, who makes the asphalt, it's a small asphalt batch plant, and they are a tenant of Cal Portland and the overall holding company. But there are other properties on Lake Point that are not owned by either of those two entities, the Pioneer Towing or Cal Portland. And so the developer is in discussions with those property owners as well.
Okay.
Thanks.
Karina?
Just the last circle the wagon around on this. It's so hard to talk about this topic at all because of the limitations we have surrounding Lake Point for council to, consider even talking about. But, the recent bridge work, we have a view of Lake Point that is rather unattractive in some areas. And I would hope that we have a beautification plan or we can work towards one, because it's certainly pretty unattractive on some of those visual angles. Should whatever plans fall through, I am definitely in a strong support of a Metropolitan Parks District in this location. But I'm just saying, should things fall through.
Yeah, if this particular developer goes away, I'm not sure if there's another developer who may be in the wings to try to make a Lake Point property happen. But the property, as it sits right now, does have vested rights as a grandfather clause into the existing non-conforming uses. And so if, let's just say, for instance, a developer walked away and Lake Point did not happen, and the city did not take any initiative to do anything with the property, they would have probably sit as it sits now for many years to come until something later would happen. And there isn't anything right now that would provide us any type of shoreline restoration without the owner's approval and acknowledgement, so and involvement. So they aren't currently in any violations of city ordinances. It's just the existing grandfathered use that could be allowed to continue if there aren't any new development or new plans with the property.
All right. Any other questions or comment, Melanie?
And I do have a question about just following back on what Mr. Hampson just shared with us. As a city, is it, I want to find the right way of asking, is it worthwhile to work with the current property owners to, regardless of where things are going, but work with the current property owners regarding shoreline improvements for salmon habitat recovery, et cetera? Do we have to wait until the purchase sale agreement is complete to begin those conversations and plans?
I would say no. Any shoreline property within the city, we have the right to approach the property owner and work with them on any kind of restoration project. But then that's when I would lean towards Rob to get into the possible, what would be needed for the resources involved, staff time, and also money. But it wouldn't be, you wouldn't have to wait until the property was restored to, to reach out to the property owner to do any type of enhancements or shoreline restoration.
Later on the retreat agenda, we have the Sammamish River restoration update, so that might help with that conversation.
Okay, perfect. Looking at our time, we have one more item on here called Sustainable Development Missing Middle. I don't know that you've talked about that much, but as always, I'm wanting to break you because you've been sitting here for quite some time. If this is a short discussion, we can go for it. If it's not, I'd like to get you out of your seats because it's a long day looking at a screen. So you want to take it, Joe?
No, at least I think I asked you about missing middle. I was debating whether or not we should even bring it up at the retreat because it's before the Planning Commission. So my thought was just that we would maybe have a brief update from Debbie Bent, and I think we saw in our packet that Planning Commission's goal is to come back, I think March or thereabouts or something with that. I know we're all looking forward to that. We all urge the public to participate in it. And then my only other thing on that was that we had a 4-3 vote before last year in which we supported local control in terms of the legislature. And I wanted to know if we were following up on our communication to our new representatives in the legislature that Kenmore supports local control in any legislation that's coming down for missing middle at the state level.
Okay. Nigel, then Karina.
One, I would need to take a look at what we actually voted on because I don't think that we actually took a hard position on that. But two, we actually don't have new reps yet. We're still in the 46th until I think the legislature has 30 days or something to adopt the new plan. I know it's a minor quibble, but just something to be aware of. We'll be in the first probably in the next month.
Okay, Karina.
Yes, I do think that there's a little bit more discussion to be had on missing middle. Councilmember Kugler and myself and a few others on the Planning Commission had attended a walkthrough tour of the Bothell middle housing tour. So I think there's a little discussion to be had, possibly some further discussion. And I do think it would probably take maybe 5 to 10 minutes. That being said, if you want to continue, I'm good to do that, or we could take a break. But before we move to break, I just want to apologize. I had at the start of the meeting for logging in a little bit delayed. I had a computer reboot, and technology can be fun at times. So I had to switch to my phone. So I appreciate the accommodation there, and I'm sorry for what that may have done to the start of the meeting. So
no worries, we've all been there. I want to break you. Let's take a break, come back. Let's circle back to this. Give it whatever time it needs, and then we'll move into the 11 o'clock after that discussion. We've just been sitting quite a long time. So why don't we come back, try to get here by 11:03, somewhere in there, so we can get going again, okay? Pardon me? Good? Okay, good. Okay, let's reconvene. Thank you for being prompt. Karina's request, she'd said about 5 or 10 on sustainable development, missing middle. And then we'll move into the 11 o'clock discussion. And we're doing pretty good on the agenda time-wise. So let's go for it. Karina,
Great.
what was your...
Thank you so very much. So when we took this tour of the Bothell middle housing, it was very informative in the way that we were looking at different homes and styles that you can expand in both code and development wise, while still retaining the beauty of your local neighborhoods and community without, squeezing everything in really tight in most cases. In some cases, we were looking at homes with carriage housing and daylight basements, or one or the other. If you look at that sort of a situation, that's an ADU under Kenmore, yet that could be an enhancement that we could improve upon. What that does for a community is create, affordable housing for, small families, college students, our young budding community, seniors even. But also the building off of what looks to be like a McMansion, where you have, 3-4 stories, yet they can actually be levels and floors of their own, with their own entrance with a facade built out. So there are some wonderful opportunities to grow in design and beauty, and while retaining neighborhood beauty. And that was something that was a real highlight amongst the tour, as well as, how do you bring in heat pumps and whatnot. So adding those layers of missing middle without losing the beauty of a community. And I don't know what Councilmember Kugler might want to add, or our city manager who also attended the tour, but it may be worth bringing back our ADU ordinance for an update.
Okay. Angela?
I'm not sure the extent of which we want to talk about this topic, since the Planning Commission is currently addressing it and it will come to City Council. So while I agree with everything that Councilmember File mentioned, I mean, it was very helpful to see a lot of different examples in real life in our neighboring city. And I think and I agree with how she described it. I guess I feel like this part of this discussion, I feel like, should probably be held in our future council meeting when we talk about it, right?
Okay, we can do that. Melanie?
I just have one thing that, just a comment about sustainable development as it relates to our city. And one thing that I think it's important for us as a council to be mindful of is some of the progressive and really important decisions that we've made in the past. And so we've had instances on this year where we've kind of stepped back on some parking requirements, for example, where we had already had like a point of leadership with sustainable development. And then we stepped back on our parking requirements that we had in place. And so for us to ensure that we're in alignment on what our priorities are and what's driving our decisions is really important. And I just wanted to call attention to it as we move forward. And that's it. I'm really proud of our city, where we're going and what we're doing. And I'm excited about our missing middle opportunities. But for us to be mindful when we're looking at something that's not necessarily related to missing middle directly, but maybe we have a ordinance in place that was made related to sustainable development. to be mindful of it. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Nigel.
Just responding briefly to Councilmember O'Kane, I was actually in a meeting with, so Shoreline did a lot of work when they did up zones around the link light rail stations. And as part of that, they included a lot of very kind of stringent green building protections. From my meeting with Shoreline this last week, it sounds like they're not getting the development in there that they were hoping for, in part because they think they might have turned the dials a little too far on things. So it is just something to keep in mind. They're getting a lot of, instead of getting the multi-story buildings they were hoping to have around there, they're getting townhome permits. So they are looking into how they may have to address that to get the density they're hoping for, and part of that may be dialing down a little bit on the building requirements. So anyway, just wanted to toss it out there.
Okay, Karina.
And wrapping back into that you missing middle and looking at our community, one of the things we did notice upon the walking tour was they had great middle housing closer to that downtown corridor, within walking distance to buses. What I saw that was needed in these highly dense family communities is micro parks, walking trails. You saw sidewalks, which were great, but kids and families need a place to play. And that has to really be part, why it's a different discussion, it really should be part of the design. And what Bothell did learn is, we were both working on our ADU codes at different times, but they did learn they had to, enhance and tweak a few things and go back and just update. That gave the flexibility to have, really creative and innovative design without losing the beauty of neighborhoods. And I think that's something we want to have for Kenmore and maintain for Kenmore, versus, really tight, houses and developments. Our ADU code, for example, it says that you can have an attached or detached, but it has to be one level. So if you have a 2-level house, you could have a 2-story ADU that matches the height of your house, doesn't detract from the beauty of the neighborhood or the design of the home. So these are just kind of some of those elements. And yet there was one thing Councilmember O'Kane mentioned that was actually, I think, maybe a misunderstanding of what we did with our parking. We did send our parking back for a DEI review. And that just meant that we needed to address some things that had not yet been looked at, and that will come back to us. So, it might be just a difference of opinion, but it's a policy process issue, really. So thank you.
Okay. Joe.
So I wanted to propose and reiterate what I think was our vote from last year, and with absolute respect to Councilmember Herbeck and everybody else, subject to confirming that's what we voted. I know that's what we voted. I was so into it. I got a crystal memory of it. It was very late at night, that's for sure. So yes, absolutely subject to confirmation as to precisely what it says in respect to everybody on the council. I just want to make sure that our position, I think it was support local control in any legislation coming back, get transmitted to our representatives or new representatives in the context of whatever legislative communication we're already doing now or have been doing. That's all I wanted to get out of this topic now.
Okay. Karina?
And Councilmember Marshall is absolutely spot on. It was a 4-3 vote. There was the strong passage, so that was good. And protecting municipalities' local interests for local control has always been a priority of most municipalities, and certainly our stand with the Sound Cities Association, the Association for Washington Cities, and National League of Cities are partners that we often connect our greatest work through. So I just want to be mindful of that.
Rob?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the policy statements. That's that second page that you adopt as part of the legislative agenda. And it says, there's a heading here, it says local control on zoning. The city supports retaining local control for zoning and land use decisions. So that did get adopted in your policy statements for 2022.
Okay. Okay, any more discussion before we move along? Okay, great. 11 o'clock, council process and community interaction, several items. I kind of put these in the housekeeping check-in zone that you tend to do every year. It's a good thing to do for councils. These are items that you brought forward. Feedback during public comment. Deborah, you put that on there. I think if I remember directly in terms of just talking a little bit about interaction and that.
Yeah, this was an idea from a resident. I thought it was great if there's a way to do it. So many times a resident will come before us, a citizen will come before us, make a public comment, and all 7 of us in staff know that there's an update related to that. But we can't say anything. And it's unclear if they're going to get the information. So I'm just wondering if there's a mechanism, maybe it's, we cycle through the council members and, every 7th week we get, on point for providing any updates to residents on things that are just sort of known to be a status on an issue or an update, or how to direct them to get an update or something. I don't know whether there's a mechanism to do that. Certainly wouldn't want to provide dialogue in the moment. It's more of how do we provide information to that person.
Okay, Nigel?
Yeah, we actually have a mechanism for this in our council rules. I believe that the move from, and we used to actually be pretty good about when we were in person, just asking, going through the list of people who commented, thanking them for their comment, and making, and the mayor would usually make some quick comments or ask that staff circle back with folks. That was a regular practice when we were in person. I think it's one of those things that just didn't translate when we moved to the virtual environment, and that's something that we could be more aware of, because that was just part of our normal practice up until 2 years ago. So I think that just got forgotten about.
Typically, councils, at the end of public comment of an individual, often a mayor would thank them for coming. That's one thing. And then that provides the opportunity to provide information in a way that Nigel's speaking about. Obviously, you want to avoid debate at the podium on topics, but that's often the way it's handled.
We always did it. We always did it at the very far end, at the end of public comment after everybody had spoken, so it wasn't turning into a back and forth,
Right.
And I think that was a good practice.
Thank you. I completely forgot about it.
Okay, Karina, on this?
There's one thing I think we have to always be mindful of is people enter the space at different levels of understanding of how the space works. Sometimes they're going to, pose questions or attempt to use the space in a different way than it's originally designed for, or they understand. And so it can cause them confusion. So I think why we read those council rules at the beginning of a meeting, I think it's actually probably a great thing for our clerk to do. Our mayor has enough to read off, but I think given the order of a meeting, that makes sense for a clerk to do. As local municipal leaders, it's a great opportunity for us to reach out directly to the residents who have spoken and follow up after a meeting on their comments and form those community relationships that many of them really want with local government. And that helps build on trust. So I like to recommend that. I know we tried to do our part at the end of a meeting individually as well. But I really appreciate Councilmember Deputy Mayor Hairbag's points.
Well, I want to take back my suggestion. I had completely forgotten about our old process for the first 2 years that I was on council, and I hope we can get back to that. I think it's sufficient. And of course, any of us can reach out to anybody on an ad hoc basis. Thanks.
Nigel.
One thing I do want to emphasize, though, is I don't think we want to encourage the use of public comment as a replacement for action requests and for that sort of thing. That is something that we need to be aware of, is directing folks to the resources that we have to get things into the right queue, because something said in public comment isn't necessarily going to make it to the right staffer. So,
right. So this, Rob.
Yeah, I just want to echo what the deputy mayor said. Yeah, so on operational issues, like let's say a member of the public comes and complains about a pothole on the street at a council meeting. The best thing that we can do for them and everybody is to direct them to the customer service portal. It's going to be way more efficient for them and way more efficient for staff, and use less of valuable council meeting time for operational issues.
Any other comment before I get back to the suggestion that Karina had about your meeting, to see where you are on that? Okay, if I understand you're right, Karina, you're suggesting that someone provide at the front end of public comment kind of an overview of the general rules or protocols governing the comment. Is that what you're suggesting?
We actually do that already.
Oh, okay.
At one point, our city clerk was doing it, and then our mayor started doing that. I think it's best held by the city clerk, because as our mayor does introduce the meeting and gets us rolling, I think that helps just clean up that space, especially since the city clerk does, call up the next speaker. I sometimes, having a difference of presenters, can attune the public to listen to more. And I think that can be an opportunity for our community and for the process.
Okay. So you already do it, you're just suggesting the clerk does it. Okay. Rob, is that a process? Nigel?
I mean, I would suggest that that's a decision between the clerk and the mayor, but.
Well, however you want it to be. Angela?
I think that's fine. What Deputy Mayor Herbig said, for them to decide, but I do want to just, I guess, voice support that. I think hearing a lot of the same person's voice at the start of the meeting, especially on Zoom, does do something different that might be different in person. I think people start to, it all starts to sound the same.
Okay. So the suggestion is that the mayor and the clerk kind of decide how they want to do it at the front end of the meeting. That's what I'm hearing. Is that right? Is that what you suggested, Nigel?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this has to be something that the council needs to personally dictate, but that's just me.
Okay. Any other comment on this? Okay. And then that's how you'll go forward with it then. Enforcement of council rules. This was, a couple folks just brought it up in terms of the role of the mayor in doing that. Classic check-in. Comments on this one? More enforcement, less enforcement? How do you want, what are the issues here, Karina?
Can you please clarify? We're talking about enforcement of council rules, which is really one topic, and then you're also saying the action of the mayor. I think those are two very separate issues within the hub. But I think enforcement of council rules is important, as well as adhering to them, which is very important.
So this was brought up by a couple of different folks, and it was directed, I think, at the mayor's role and responsibility for making sure that council rules are enforced. But you can certainly speak about it in any way you wish, I think. That's how it was presented to me, at least. Karina?
Thank you. Well, I think that we also can improve upon our rules here that may benefit the council in good workable ways. For example, communications. Communications can be a tricky situation when communicating through our emails or whatever. Summit Law recommends, instead of a council email, to stop any possibility of a reply all and repeat offenders, is really to put one person in the subject or the top line, the to line, and BCC everyone else. That way, if there is a response, it doesn't invoke a serial meeting or whatever. I think that would be a tactical thing that would be protective and preventative that I think we should definitely do. And I have another concern in relation to OPMA and public records. The state attorney general did a 102, 103 deep dive OPMA PRA update for Washington State kind of mid-year, and gave some clarifications on when a text can be given. Like a text during COVID can be given if you're having trouble accessing the technology. Suddenly you might not be able to enter the space, or you're getting dropped. You can send a text to that clerk or the city manager. However, you wouldn't be texting behind the scenes, because that would be a serial meeting amongst members of the council. So communications are very important, and they can help, of course, prevent serious fees that could impact any said council member.
So are you suggesting a process to look at updating your council rules relative to emerging issues and so forth? Is that kind of what you're hoping to see there?
Communications, I think a clarification for within our rules, or a link resource to what is a serial meeting, and polling of a council would probably be important. Or maybe recommending an annual training that might help anyone in the space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Other comments, conversation? I don't.
Yeah, I would suggest that any changes to the council rules could have been made last year when we went through that process, and should have been suggested last year when we went through that process. I'm really wary of reopening that process again, because it was difficult. I would also say that all of us, when we get elected or reelected, do have to go through an OPMA training and go through a public records training. And I know that we're all doing that. I'm not opposed to refreshers here or there. But I think at this point, fairly opposed to reopening the council rules, just based on workload and having been in the middle of it. And the fact that we had the opportunity to have made those changes last year if they'd been suggested. So I'm opposed to doing that.
David?
Yeah, I think if we're going to do anything like this, the city attorney needs to be involved. This is not something that just we do. There's too many implications, and we need our legal staff to help us with that.
Okay, Karina, and then Deborah.
so I can see we could open it to like very limited items to update. I would recommend we approach communications and term limitations for mayor and deputy mayor.
Okay. Deborah?
Well,
Then
that
Rob.
turned things in a very different direction than where I thought we were talking about. I also do not really do not want to reopen the rules unless we absolutely have to. It was a more than a year process, if I remember correctly. I was in the middle of it as well. If all we're talking about is adhering to state regulations around serial meetings and communications, OPMA, we already know what those are. It might be worth a 3-minute briefing in public from our city attorney so that everybody's on the same page about what a serial meeting is, and then the public would know we know and everybody knows. If it's something more than that, term limits, that's a whole different kettle of fish.
Okay, Rob and then Nigel.
I think there's a quick operational change that we as staff can make, and that's Councilmember Files' suggestion. I really like it, and that is we can use the BCC feature. And just make sure when you do use the BCC feature, you still gotta say at the beginning of your email who the email is to. Otherwise, because it's fair to know that if it is to the whole city council, still say, "Dear City Council" at the beginning, so everybody knows who's in on the email. But I really like that, and I think at a minimum, we as staff can start using that feature.
Okay, Nigel?
Yeah, again, the agenda item that I'm looking at reads enforcement of council rules. It does not read amendment of council rules. And again, these all could have been brought up a year ago when we went through the last process, and everybody had the opportunity to bring up ideas for council rules at that time. We went through a pile of suggestions. We spent a lot of time in a meeting going through those individually. We made almost all the suggestions that were thrown our way. I think we came up with a good product. I think we've had the opportunity, and unless there's something wildly pressing, I don't really want to reopen that at all. I also don't want us to get beyond what is on the agenda, because I wasn't prepared to talk about amending council rules. I was prepared to talk about enforcement of council rules, which is a different subject. So I would really hope that we would keep to the items that are listed in front of us as much as we can, for both the public's sake, because they have the same product, they have the same agenda that we have, and they are coming into this meeting with the same expectations of what we're discussing, and for our sake, what we were all prepared to discuss. It's a little unfair to bring something kind of left field into the discussion at this point, I think.
Okay. Karina, do you have something you wanted to say?
I do. There's an item here says other, and it's all under this subcategory. So there are two people we haven't yet heard from. I would be interested to hear what they have to say. Great work on council rules last year. And again, it's not such a bad thing. I know, I see that that response, Deputy Mayor Hairbag, and I do know how much you like to have a precursor lead into anything, because your automatic response to something you haven't heard once before is an automatic no. We all know that. So being that, we also are in a working space of being creative, innovative, and trying to problem solve. In looking at surrounding cities, if you look at term limitations, most have some term limitations for mayor, deputy mayor. I mean, it's not often that you have somebody serving in such a long-term capacity, but it is also fair to your fellow colleagues and to our community. So that being said, I am interested to hear what our other colleagues have to say.
Tony.
Well, first, I'd like to thank everyone for their comments on this topic so far. I really appreciated Councilmember Shrubnik's suggestion of a 3-minute presentation by our city attorney on OPMA and other that we can present to the public. I think that's a great idea. As far as council rules, opening them, I agree, we put a lot of work and effort into it. I also have the perspective of if something is critical and needs updating, we can do that. I think that we may want to open this conversation up later at the formal retreat in June. But I appreciate the concept, but I do feel like we did a lot of work. It was actually probably one of our most challenging processes last year, at least from my perspective. And I actually think our rules are quite strong. Also the BCC, I love that idea. I think that is a fantastic suggestion. I use it in other circumstances, and so it certainly makes sense to do it here. So yeah, I mean, I really agree with our council members that we've made significant progress. I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Files' comment that sometimes it's worth reopening something when it's done, but I certainly would not want to go into a deep dive because we were deep and thorough, and really, I think we have incredible council rules. So, but I also think some of the suggestions are just things that we can do. You know, they might not need to be documented, and that's the other part. On term limits, I think that's definitely a bigger conversation that I'm not ready for today. But I think we should probably give consideration to it in our later formal retreat. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? Joe.
I'm just on the fence about whether to reopen the council rules specifically limited to communications and or emails and texts, et cetera. And I think, okay, maybe that would be good to spell it out. And then on the other hand, I think, well, we've already got council rules stating that we are supposed to be in compliance with the Public Meetings Act, the Public Records Act. We definitely can always use the refresher and the admonitions from our city attorney to have the news. So I'm all in favor of that. And it might be that with this refinement of the BCC, which, that can help. That may be enough for me.
Okay. Any other comments? Angela.
Going back to the original point of the enforcement of council rules, I also think we could do a better job of just ensuring enforcement ourselves. I mean, we need to hold each other accountable if we see things. So I think that's a really good reminder. I don't feel, I guess I agree with a conglomeration of things that you've all said. Like, I don't think we should hold so hard and fast to not opening up the rules if there is a very important exception. I think that perhaps I don't think we need to do that for some of the things that we've talked about today, but I think the conversation about term limits for mayor and deputy mayor might be worth talking about in the future. But more broadly, like I'm not even at the point where I think that is a requirement now. I just think that the process of selecting them is worth a discussion at a future.
Any other comments? So I'm hearing a consensus that you might want a refresher on emerging issues around council rules that could happen in terms of law or what have you, selected items. I'm hearing a willingness to look at specific topics like term limits later as a focused idea where you've had a chance to think about it, and maybe open up some of the council rules at a later time in a targeted way. The majority of you are not wanting to do a deep dive on council rules right now, as I've been counting on it. And I think, and then finally, to come full circle, the original topic really was about enforcing the rules you've had and encouraging the mayor to continue to take and feel confident taking a strong hand in that, and that you would comply with that. That's how that topic actually got on the agenda. So full circle. Did I miss anything? Okay. So with those notations, related, I think, Corinna, you suggested the MacFarlane Parliamentary Procedure session when we talked.
Actually, I suggested MacFarlane has order of governance and kind of an etiquette course that she does that's a little bit more smaller and on demand. It's highly effective and a wonderful tool. I think we've had, parliamentary procedure session. I'm sure one could be used as an update at any time that our fellow colleagues could, schedule on their own or take on demand, which she does have. But I would really recommend this order of governance and the etiquette procedure rules because they can be really helpful in creating healthy relationships with council, as well as how we work throughout our community and beyond. So,
okay. Comment, discussion? Okay, nothing here. Is this part of an ongoing, do you have normal training every year? Is that how this works? Or, because I did hear training in the last discussion, so maybe one of the things you could do is contemplate something during the year that would have some topics in it that would reflect some of these discussions, including the last one. That's one approach in terms of how to handle it, or you can do nothing. What do you want to do? Anything? Joe.
So part of the question might be another parliamentary training. I like to hope I'm very well versed in that, but I could always use updates. But I don't know. It's depends upon how we feel when we have time for it, and I'll defer to the rest of the council.
Okay. Well, I'm not hearing a ton of traction right now, so that's just what I'm hearing. Okay. Customer service portal system update. This kind of came as a, circling back and making sure that things are followed up on. A couple of folks mentioned that. So I think Jennifer's here potentially to make a comment on that. Is that true? There she is.
Yeah, I'm here to give an update on that.
Thanks.
So I guess I just want to do a quick overview of where we started and where we're at now. We've been using the service request portal for a couple years now, and the goals of using that portal was to make it easy for us internally, because it would take the information received online through our website and then automatically populate into our service request system. So there was no manual input. So it was really efficiency or improved efficiency. And then it also, we were hoping that it would give better access to our customers for them to, go back online and see where their request was or see other requests. And unfortunately, the portal that we got, the driving factor was really cost. So you really get what you pay for. And so we launched this and kind of experienced lots of issues, both internally and externally. We would request help with certain issues that we were having on the backside, and we would, get a response, but basically no resolution. And the external side of it is we heard negative feedback from the council, from customers, that they couldn't submit their requests online. And, staff would try to duplicate those, try to create those errors, and we couldn't get those to come up for us. So it was hard to be able to, see exactly what the customer was explaining without the details. So, so it's just been a little bit frustrating. And so what we have done since we've gotten, we just want people to be able to successfully submit a request to us. So what we did this week, we launched a new web form for a temporary solution. So the web form is similar to what we had on our old website, where there's just, it kind of looks exactly the same as, the portal. Unfortunately, though, the information doesn't go directly into our, service request system into Cityworks. So we do have to manually input those requests that come in via email now into the service request in Cityworks, and then manually, send those out to the responsible staff for responding to those. So one of the other things that we noted during the last couple of years is that that we thought that we'd get more people wanting to create an account to be able to kind of go back and see their requests, but it seemed that most people just wanted to submit those anonymously. And so, whether or not that is a feature that is important, I guess it's worth looking into. And anyway, at this point in time, that's where we're at. We've got the web form launched onto the website. And then we have been researching other options and ready to discuss those with the management team. But I think that it's also important to find out really what features are kind of really important to the council, as far as like whether there's an app versus, like some of the things we're looking at, maybe there's not an app involved. An app makes it a lot more expensive when you add that in. But one of the lower end solutions we're looking at is mobile friendly. So while it doesn't have an app, but you can actually read it on your phone, like nicely, like our new website. So before it was like, it wasn't really functional on your mobile or your tablet or something like that. But we could kind of have the best of both worlds, keeping the costs low, having it be visible on your phone and, easy to use, versus the high cost apps, or, lots of different features come with also kind of more of management from IT perspective and from staff perspective. So just trying to balance those things out and understand what's really important to the council.
Okay, Nigel?
I really appreciate that you are looking for a more accessible system for all of us, because I've been on walks and seen issues and tried to document it with my phone and submit it. And one time it worked, another time it didn't, so I appreciate that you're working on that. I don't necessarily think an app is important, because frankly, I don't think too many folks are going to download an app. The same issue that you had with getting folks to create a logon and a password, it's the same sort of barrier for folks. And I think this is something people are going to use here and there and not regularly. So I don't think that putting that sort of barrier is helpful. What I would say is it'd be nice if we had a system where if somebody documents something, they get like a receipt or an email that says, here's your case number. I mean, everything that's put into that database is a public record anyway. So why not give them a case number or a report number that they can then use to look up that thing, look up what they reported. And frankly, let them look up what other people reported also, because again, they're all public records anyway. But that might be one way to do it that lowers the barrier for folks to be able to track their own reports. So I appreciate what you're doing. I do want it to be mobile friendly though, because that's when people see stuff. If you make them go all the way home to report something, it's not going to happen. So
let me just reiterate what you just said. So tracking the requests, not necessarily like, having that account tracking, but more of just a tracking of requests in general that have been submitted by them and other people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's something that's doable or not through any of the vendors you're looking at, but it's just something that popped to mind, because it's an easier ask of somebody to do that rather than create a new, I mean, I have to have a password manager on my phone, right? Like we all have so many logins and passwords. Adding one more is something I have to like stop and think about before I create a new account, right? And so if there are systems that would allow somebody just to say, hey, I submit a report number 123, let's see what's happening with that. And they can just look it up and it pops up, rather than okay, where'd my password go? What email did I use to register for this account? You know, that whole thing. I don't know. Again, I don't know if it's feasible or not, but if it is, I'd at least encourage that you take a look at it.
Okay. The one thing I just want to respond to that is that that would be cool because you know, you wouldn't be required to necessarily give your email or anything. You go in and you see where your request is, regardless of who you are, or you can just see all those requests and the status. The thing that we've been trying to do is you know, also with our customer service, you know, practices, we want to try to get back to the citizen or the customer in a, you know, timely fashion. And the hope was, well, we get their contact information and then we let them know, hey, we've received your request, you know, here's what you can expect, here's your contact, et cetera, et cetera. But when people don't submit their contact information, then we can't do that. So that makes it difficult. So I hear what you're saying, to be able to just anonymously be able to go on and see what's going on would be ideal.
Well, and I think having either option be available, you know, give them the option to give you their contact information if they want staff follow-up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And give them the option to not if they don't. And, you know.
Okay, Deborah, Karina, and Melanie.
100% agree with Deputy Mayor Herbig on every single point. No app and a way, and we do need a way for someone to track what happened to their request. I think of the FedEx model. So when you order something and it goes to FedEx, you see order received, you see it gets on the truck, you see delivery expected. I mean, it could be as simple as 3 milestones: received the request, assigned to staff, response provided. You know, I mean, literally keep it simple, but some way to track so they know that someone's working on it and when to expect a response.
Great. Karina, then Melanie.
Thank you. You know, our seniors, and I hear this often from our seniors, is that they really struggled with that tablet use. And so while we are absolutely looking at technology and that the use is so convenient, we still have people in our community who don't have access to technology, whether it's a cell phone or a computer or a tablet. So we do need to still maintain a pathway to, you know, reporting a concern, paper level or in person at City Hall or via phone. So I always try to convey that to residents who get frustrated in the process. But I know you can, when setting up the design, is easy to look at what the view is for a tablet, a computer, or a phone, having designed web pages and apps myself before. So I think the pathway is good. I'm really happy you're addressing this. I'm sure our community is going to be really appreciative as well.
And you can always submit a request via walk-in. The reception staff is happy to enter those requests in for them. So yeah, absolutely. We want to be able to make sure that everybody can submit a request.
Okay, Melanie?
And I just wanted to make a suggestion based on providing the ticket number, service request ID to customers based on my experience in some systems that I've created at work. And that would be to, in addition to providing that ticket number, a hyperlink directly to the item in our system, which I think maybe goes without saying, and I thought it kind of related to the FedEx tracking. What I have found from my experience is sometimes over notification is too much, but open and close is kind of good. But that's just my personal experience based on how much email I receive. But I do think that hyperlink to understand where the status is just, I know it's probably what you would create without me saying it, but I just wanted to say it out loud. Thank you.
Angela.
Jennifer, thank you so much for updating us on this and looking for a system that's going to be more user-friendly for our residents. I think ultimately that's what we're all in favor of. I agree with what Deputy Mayor Herbig said about not requiring an app and just using a website. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm hoping that the website does meet current web content accessibility guidelines. That might be a requirement of ADA, but just want to make sure that we state that. And then I have a question when it comes to anonymous submissions, and that is, this is slightly different in that I wonder if you get submissions where you have to follow up with people to get more information. Sometimes it's not ideal to have anonymous submissions when you need to get back to them and say, like, where exactly on that road is this, or whatever. So whichever way the staff decides, like, we just want to make sure it's clear to people why we're collecting their contact or personal information.
Absolutely. That seems to be a huge problem for us, receiving the anonymous request and not having really, good detailed information. And so it makes it difficult to respond appropriately because we don't have all the information we really need. And so then we're trying to figure it out and try to do our best to figure out what exactly the issue is and make sure to respond to it. So yeah, it's a balance. There's there's the anonymous part is there's one kind of anonymous, which is, if someone wants to submit something that's a code enforcement action and they don't want, somebody to know that they've submitted that request, there's that. And then there's just the, just the ease of not having to put additional information in. So if there's a way that we can kind of improve that and help people to provide at least something so that we can get back to them and ask them more questions, that would be awesome.
Okay. Anything else? This has been great. Lots of input for you, Jennifer. Update. Anything else on this before we go to our last item? Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Angela, resident civic engagement and learning was an item that you brought forward in our interviews. Interesting idea. You want to share with your colleagues kind of your interest in this and so forth?
Yeah, so I'll share my idea and also the caveat that I understand that staff is really busy and we don't necessarily know the timing of something like this. So I just want to share this as an idea. We can always decide where it should be prioritized. So, I mean, I've heard from residents, some of them feel like they've disengaged. They don't know how to plug in with the city. I personally have been amazed just learning about the totality of our city operations during my orientation process. And I feel like many residents would be really interested in maybe hearing or knowing or understanding more of that. So I know Bellevue offers something like, they call it Bellevue Essentials, that goes over things like how they manage water, how, like all of the operations of their city. And I feel like it would be really great to have some type of that type of education or information available. We do provide a lot of information on our website in text form right now. And maybe it's more of like, over time, we could create short videos or something just really easily consumable. I think it might be beneficial. I'd be interested to hear if other council members, what your thoughts are as well.
Nigel.
Yeah, I agree as far as it's feasible. I think, even just starting with taking the materials that we put together for incoming council members and putting those out in public, but also, yeah, I think moving things to video where we can and making things visual or audio, just changing the modes for folks is good. And having some one-on-one, not one, like 101 level sort of introductions to city government and how we operate isn't a bad thing for folks. So I'm supportive.
Okay, Melanie.
Yeah, I really like this concept, and I almost like the idea of framing it in like an open house 101 on on our city, but actually something towards a formal time of an open house, maybe annually or every couple of years, to go over these things. I certainly was impressed with what was presented to me when I came on board. And I think that might, seeing how it goes maybe with the first one to see if there's interest. But anyway, I think there is something about that live presentation in addition to video that might be beneficial. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? Karina?
Absolutely support Councilmember Kugler's recommendations. We definitely hear from our community as well that the coffee with councils are really helpful. They're really early for a lot of people. And there's been many requests for a second optional time that's later. So something we might want to consider layering an approach, and not uncommon for surrounding cities or even school districts for that matter to create opportunities that help meet different communities where they're at. And not everybody is an early riser, or they might work early. And some people might, get off work early or be a more of an evening person. That also layers in the availability of us as municipal leaders to youth and engagement and civic engagement. So I would welcome this idea and hope that others might support it as well. Love the video idea. Well done, Councilmember Kugler.
Nigel?
Yeah, I totally support changing up our times for Coffee with Council. I'm not a morning person, which is why you don't see me at very many 7:30 a.m. meetings, on Mondays or whenever those are, 7 o'clock on Mondays. I don't function at 7 a.m., just to be clear. And the 8 o'clock Saturday ones, like, I'm barely functioning for those. So I'm very much in favor, especially with the Zoom environment right now. And with, I know all of us or most of us are, working and juggling jobs and all this. I'd be open to moving one to like a lunch hour, or which might have to change once we get back to in person. We actually have to go to a physical place to do these things, but or 5 p.m. or something. I mean, I'm not opposed to keeping a morning one with the caveat that I'm not going to be a regular participant in the early morning Coffee with Councils because I can't bring my best me to those. So I'm open to diversifying that if possible.
Deborah, then Joe. Cocktails with council sounds interesting. I know.
So the coffee with council, my understanding is that's kind of up to the mayor to host. So I'm totally open to the idea. We have one morning and one whenever. But to Councilmember Kugler's point, I'm 100% supportive of that. Would love to see maybe an annual live open house, maybe in an evening, plus 2-minute videos on, that you could put a link like in our newsletter. If there's a big Public Works article, maybe we put a link to want to know what Public Works does, and just and no urgency on producing those. But I think, a couple different modes would be awesome.
Joe?
I'm definitely in favor of both a morning and a later time for the council meeting. I always like the idea of beer with council, but we'd have to consult with city attorney, no doubt, on liability. And then I think our city manager wanted to weigh in if I'm not reading him. No. Okay. All right.
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in before Angela?
I don't know if someone else wants to weigh in before I talk again, but I think there's certainly different value of live events versus recorded events. But one of the other motivations behind this idea is, there are a lot. I think visibility into our operations. I think also making our government accessible to people so they understand how things work and how best to plug in. I really like the idea of short videos because I really also think it would be great to connect with youth, especially teens who might be interested in getting engaged and could use these as like educational type videos to understand how local government works. I also think it would help prepare our citizenry for volunteering with the city. So for all of those reasons, I really like this idea. I appreciate a lot of my colleagues' support for it.
Any other comments? So I'm hearing absolute consensus, yes, across the board. David, do you have any comments on this?
No, yeah, I certainly think the video idea is a great one. And certainly moving a meeting to later in the day has also been talked about, and I'm all in favor of.
Okay, so I'm hearing across the board consensus. This may fall into the category, Rob, of I'd like to get back to you later to with an idea to get a sense of what it costs and so on. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I've heard a couple of different things that could lead to a work product that might need some money. I don't know, but I'll hand it to you, Rob, to say that definitely your colleagues would like to see something in this area with a lot of different ideas that have a lot of support.
Yeah, I love it too. I've always wanted to do, and I have done this kind of thing in my past. We've had community academies, government 101 classes, things like that that I've run in my past lives. And then I've also in my past cities, I've done a better job at like being more integrated into the schools. I used to, at one high school, I used to go and teach a civics lesson on a regular basis in the schools. I just haven't done that here in Kenmore. I'd like to. I don't know if it's as much of a cost issue as it is a staff time issue. So I would like to circle back with my staff and try to figure it out. But one good website that I like is Strong Towns, strongtowns.org. They have a Strong Towns Academy, and you have to pay money for it, and we wouldn't charge obviously, but they have different topics, and then you can click on topics and watch a lecture on various Strong Towns topics. So that's one thing I'm envisioning, is having a city of Kenmore Community Academy where you could click on whatever video on whatever topic interests you. And so, but to do it right, a lot of work needs to go into it. It's got to be an interesting, engaging video. It can't be just boring government speak. You got to have some excitement on it, and it has to be well produced. So
perfect. So we're right on time almost. Great discussion, lots of consensus on this last one. Rob will follow up, circle back with you after a chance to get with his staff on this. What a great conversation. Thank you, Angela, for sponsoring that. That was cool. Let's have lunch. Come back and begin again. Thank you for working so hard this morning. See you in 30. See you in 35. So Nigel, you could start sponsoring afternoon beers with council as opposed to coffee, and then
Lunch with
might be a
legislators.
different
I
kind of
don't know.
discussion. Yeah.
Oh, I like that idea. Beers with the mayor.
I'm sure Derek would would give some space for that, right?
Oh, he'd give you space. Yes, absolutely.
You'll need a budget.
No, no, no.
No,
Alcohol
no.
cannot be budgeted. No.
No. Well, I'm inclined to start, although we can wait. I think we're.
Since we are now back from lunch, why don't you go ahead and start, Michael? Try to keep this thing somewhat on track.
Okay. Hey, I think we're doing great. You never really know how these conversations go, and I think we're doing really good. So this next discussion module, a lot of you had interest in different aspects of this topic. So I hope you see your item on here, as we always try to do. Environmental stewardship and a large number of topics. First one's a restoration of the Sammamish River Slough. I know there are a couple folks wanted an update. I think, Richard, are you on board here now?
I'm here.
Perfect. I think you were going to maybe provide an update or kind of kick it off, but other colleagues will want to weigh in, and I'm sure they have questions and points of view. So with that, Richard, thank you so much for being here, and take it away.
No problem. Welcome back, everyone. So I have an update regarding future Sammamish River restoration efforts that are currently going on. So I'm happy to provide that and field any questions. First, I just wanted to kind of go back to summer 2020. And I think it was at a June meeting, staff and the consulting group Forterra provided a presentation about a grant that Forterra had received. And I think it was in the range of $30,000 to $40,000. And this was to do a project where they would start working with Kenmore and our upstream Sammamish River neighbors to primarily focus on doing a study, of kind of where the river was at, what folks were doing, but more importantly, just getting everyone to the table to kind of identify and prioritize restoration efforts that needed to happen. And this was kind of very similar to the project that they have done on the Cedar River. And they've been very successful there in coordinating efforts and getting people at the table and getting projects, identified, funded, and done. So we kind of wanted to get that process started on the Sammamish River. So that was summer 2020, and then it had been quiet kind of through fall and into winter. So in early 2021, we reached out to just try and see what was going on, and we learned that Forterra's grant and the resources that they were going to be using for that had actually been kind of rolled into this larger $1 million plus project that King County was sponsoring. And we learned that it had, at that point, it was going through some review. The King County Flood Control District was a major funding partner. So, so we started reaching out, trying to get more information from the King County project managers, as well as King County Flood Control District. So that took some time, but eventually we learned that, this was a project in place. It's identified in King County's capital improvement program as the Sammamish River Capital Investment Strategy Project, or CIS. So the Sammamish River CIS. And then as we've had some more conversations, what we learned is that the primary focus of this project is to update the Army Corps of Engineer, their 1965 Sammamish River Operating and Maintenance Manual, which is kind of the main regulating force of any work that happens along the Sammamish River. And it's long outdated, it needs some attention. And so King County is putting this together, and one of the main components would be this funding agreement with the Army Corps to assist them with the update. And then by doing so, kind of the understanding that we have gathered is that this kind of gets us priority with the Army Corps on the projects and things that are going to be identified through this process in the future. So that's kind of the main role. But then secondary, and then going back to Forterra, we learned that Forterra's role now in this project is they're going to be the go-to consultant that handles the coordination between the county, the participating cities, and then other stakeholders that are going to be identified for this project. And which was kind of going very similar to what they were going to do with their previous project. But now they're just kind of that piece. And then the other things going on will be this manual update, the identification of projects throughout the river corridor that need to happen, the prioritization of those. And then most recently, the last time I've spoke with the King County project manager was in October. And at that point, they had actually hired a full-time planner for this project who has specific experience with federal permits and grants. So that person is now on board. They had prepared a draft request for proposals, or an RFP, for a primary consultant who's going to be brought in to help manage the overall project. And unfortunately, I was not able to figure out if that had been actually advertised yet, but I do know that internally the county had approved that RFP and it was working its way through their process. I think their outreach plan had been completed, and then kind of more on the technical side, they've actually already gone through and completed an updated aerial photography of the entire river basin, as well as LiDAR acquisition, which is a high resolution laser process that gets you very accurate topography throughout the whole basin. So that was exciting to hear that it was starting to materialize from this concept to they've actually started taking some actions to get ready for this. So that is where we are on that project. And again, I've reached out a couple times over the last month and unfortunately have not been able to get a hold of anyone through the holidays, but I'm sure I will be getting another update hopefully soon this first quarter.
Questions, comments? Karina.
Thank you for giving us an update on these issues. That helps us connect with our community and update them as well. It's great to know that these upstream issues are being addressed and that they're in the pipeline, right? And they, of course, match our goals. Yet we can't get there without really addressing midstream issues. And midstream issues, we've got a neighbor next door who is ready for a council meeting, or maybe our city managers can work together with the city of Bothell, city Kenmore, city of Bothell, because our partners downstream have a part to play in the Sammamish River Slough. And we can't get there alone. We definitely do need to be working together and coordinating together. And I look forward to an upcoming meeting. This COVID pandemic is moving along and lasting way too long. But we're going to have to find a way to make some advancement here with our neighbors to address this long-term issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other comments or questions? David? And then Melanie?
I'm just curious who our downstream neighbors are.
Happy to help you with your listening ears, Mayor Baker. I said Bothell, our neighbors of Bothell, the city of Bothell.
Okay.
Does that help?
It's downstream because they're up the stake.
Well, it depends on your perspective, right? I'm not going to argue with you about it, but let's move on. Thank you very much.
Melanie.
Well, Richard, I want to thank you for your update. I'm actually really excited about where we're going with this work and the steps that the city's been taking on habitat restoration since I've been on council. It's been quite impressive to see the work that you guys are doing. And I just wanted to say one thing that I missed, I think, and it's just going to tag back to something that we talked about earlier, and was just sometimes when I think about the Sammamish restoration, I do include the mouth of the Sammamish, which goes into Lake Point. So I just wanted to, for me, I kind of connect the two, and I know they're distinct, but that is also part of that incredibly important work. And that I'd love it if our city, and maybe this is a retreat item, but if we can hopefully find a path towards talking towards property owners related to the Lake Point restoration as well. But I know we touched on it earlier, but since this is the place that we all had, or I'd heard others point to for bringing that up, I just wanted to share that with you. I have faith and confidence that we're moving in the right direction here, that time is of the essence when it comes to restoration of our northern responsibility at the north end of Lake Washington, in addition to the Sammamish Slough. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Anybody else? Okay. Anything else, Richard?
I think that was it for that bullet.
Okay. Thank you for that. Oh, wait a minute, Angela.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think through this, but I think I'm a little bit confused. Are we not? Oh, I am under the impression that we regularly talk to the other cities near us and work with them closely on things. So is there a specific issue that we are not working on with our neighbors of Bothell? Or like an issue that is unresolved with our neighboring city? Or are you just speaking in generalities?
Karina.
Yes, for years, the city of Kenmore has been working to address the slough with the city of Bothell. And I know that they work really hard to get some coordinated involvement. Priorities always haven't necessarily matched, yet there does seem to be enough significant interest there that is worthy of addressing and coordinating with. So that's something, we can leave up to our city manager now that City of Bothell has a replaced city manager. I know that their council, or at least a couple council members, were reaching out on their own, trying to coordinate a meeting in between. But of course, the appropriate process is going through the city management to coordinate such a meeting.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, so at staff level, we have made some progress with the other upstream cities, including Bothell, Woodinville, and Redmond. I've been in contact with the city manager's offices in both Bothell and Woodinville, and they have given us a designated staff contact or staff lead on this. And then same with Redmond. The Redmond's mayor's office has designated a staff point that can help manage this issue. So we have staff ready and designated and ready. I said ready already. We have staff standing by, but we're really waiting on the county staff to make a move on this. So.
Okay, Nigel.
I just want to clarify around the issue of a joint meeting with Bothell. I spoke with the council member file spoke with about that joint meeting. And what they told me was they did exactly what we did. They spoke with their city manager for a little bit, decided it didn't make a whole lot of sense and moved on. So it was not a pressing issue for them. And it was one that they had decided, didn't make a whole lot of sense with COVID and with remote meetings and everything. And right now that may change depending on how long we're stuck in this virtual world, which is becoming going on painfully long at this point. And we may have to start doing some joint meetings because it has been 2 years since we've done any real significant joint meetings with other municipalities. But that's what happened. I've spoken with them, and that's what they confirmed for me, is that they talked to their manager. It didn't make sense. They dropped it. So anyway.
Okay. Any other points or comments, questions? Okay. Moving on. Thanks for that update, Richard. Tree preservation, tree canopy, percentage to retain. You have talked about this in the past. I think Brian, is he here for a bit of an update or a resource? Hey, Brian.
Hey, How's it going? So you want an update on the percentage to retain?
Well, it was brought up in a couple folks. I think Joe might have brought it up a little bit. Others had brought up just kind of where were we on that. And
Okay.
I think everybody's mindful you have worked on tree canopy, I think, but it still remains, as I'm told, a pressing issue. And so Joe brought it up, I think, just to get a update and maybe an opportunity to clarify or converse.
Sure. Yeah. As you all remember, we brought what we called List 1 to you a couple months ago. And so that included 5 different code revisions that we're looking at. We're making those edits right now. Once we make those edits, we're going to send it out to Department of Commerce and do a SEPA on it, and then bring it back to council for approval. Once we wrap up List 1, we're going to start tackling items in List 2, including the density requirements for development, which is increasing the percentage to retain. So we can start to look at those. The other items, and it really just depends on how quickly and smoothly we get through these and how many we can tackle throughout the year. So the other items that we'll bring to you as we get through each item one by one is we're going to look at decreasing the yearly allowance for the single family based on the lot sizes. That's on List 2. Another one is always require tree replacement when we were doing single family tree removal. That's on List 2 as well. And then we are looking at the exceptional tree policy too. So yeah, Rob.
Oh. Am I next?
You're on, Rob. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing you can, for guidance here, is we have a draft work program prioritization when it comes to planning commission docket items and code amendments, and that's in your packet. If you have your 3-ring binder, it's a green tab. At least mine's green. But if you go to page 2, we have 9 proposed tree policy changes.
Sorry, what's the name of the tab, Rob? Because my colors are different.
It's called Draft PC Docket. Draft PC Docket.
In your book?
Yeah, in your 3-ring binder. And you will be adopting this docket document a little bit later this month, maybe on the 24th, if I'm not mistaken. But if you go to page 2, it lists recommendations based on your guidance and your direction. And I'm counting them, there are 9 tree regulation changes that we're going to try to get to as time allows. We're going to make it a priority, but part of it depends on the speed at which you as the city council can move on these. If we get too hung up and wrapped around the axle on these discussions, then it slows the rest of them down. So we'd love to be able to adopt these changes one right after the other, but sometimes we can get too much into the, I don't want to say weeds, but you know, sometimes the discussion can get into too many what ifs. What about that? And what about this? And then it gets all bungled up, and then we have to come back for 3 more meetings. So just we'll move as fast as you'll let us move.
Okay. Joe and then David.
Yeah, just real quick, what a great reminder of the usefulness of concise presentations and our own concise speech, myself absolutely included, to get important stuff done quick, and their urgency or the necessity of that. And I appreciate this presentation. Brian hit my concern with the density of development and tree regulations to be looked at regarding that.
Okay, David?
Yeah, I don't see anything in these 9 that have to do with the size of replacement trees. I think if you cut down a 1-foot diameter, 2-foot diameter tree to replace it with a 1-inch just doesn't make sense. I would certainly like to see that addressed. Replacing trees of significant size.
Okay. It'll be Deborah, then Rob.
For that, and I don't, and you can tell me if this is off topic, but is there anything that would speak to the issue of a private proper business owner? So Englewood Golf Club comes to mind, taking down large amounts of large trees, which is happening.
Inglemore Golf Course is a little bit different character. The trees that are primary concern are the ones that are in the critical areas and buffers. And so any of the trees in the critical area and buffers definitely require the 3-to-1 replacement, and we look at whether or not they should take them down or not. There are some eagles nests around there, but when it comes to the actual golf course and the layout of the trees, those trees are actually considered part of the obstacles for the golf course. And so, you know, as trees get older, bigger and older and stuff, they need to cut them down or trim them in order to maintain their golf course. And so it's a little bit different characteristic than a larger piece of, you know, commercial property that has office space or something. The trees, like I said, on their actual courses are part of the golf obstacle course.
So are you're confirming that the 35 trees that they're planning to take down are on their course and are obstacles? Because I do think we actually do have a city interest in trees beyond what's in critical areas.
Right, we have had a legal interpretation on some of the trees on their site and what we can and can't allow them to take down. But there are critical areas through their site, streams, there's buffers, there's wetlands. There's all kinds of different types of critical areas that we really pay close attention to.
Okay, Rob?
Just the mayor's question about size of tree replacement. I think that can be addressed when we talk about tree replacement.
Yeah, real quickly on size of tree replacement. We used to have a larger size of tree replacement that was required, and it's difficult for homeowners to find a tree of that caliber when they go and do a replacement tree. A lot of times that the larger trees that you're speaking of would be required to be, you know, an arborist or a licensed landscaper of some sort to get those wholesale products. And typically when you go to the standard hardware store, the Home Depots and whatnot, they don't have those larger caliper trees, and they're really hard to get for homeowners to replace. Secondly, trees that are smaller in nature, when you plant them, they have a better possibility to get established and grow, not only faster, stronger, and better. So we can definitely look into the size and the tree replacement and bring all those technical professional information back to you for discussions and consideration. That's primarily why we went to the smaller caliper and size trees recently.
Okay, Karina, then David.
Well, I have two topics within this tree discussion, and I really respect the comment that Mayor Baker did bring up, because I share the same concern. Yet, you know, when we're talking about significant trees, we're talking about, you know, residential properties. We don't necessarily talk about a developer developing a property and their allotment seems to be, was it 38 trees we're talking about? So when we're talking about residential versus business or a developer developing a property or whatnot, I think that we have to address both sides of the coin. And additionally, while we're talking about trees that grow faster or whatever in a certain height and maybe not as tall, we have to be really mindful of our heron population in Kenmore. Our gray herons, our blue herons, they nest in tall trees, willows, chestnuts, haddock trees. and maintaining that tree canopy is important. And we're losing some of that canopy near those wetland areas and the marshy areas at a higher rate than will last for years to come. And so while this is yet a different area of discussion, it is something that we need to think about, and protecting this protected species within our community, much beloved, as you know, as we all know. So I am concerned. I'm concerned about development. I'm concerned about our protecting our heron and our eagles. That the eagles nest in usually dead trees or dying trees. But how are those issues surrounding tall trees retention in our near our heron nesting grounds, or trying to maintain and retain that those nesting grounds? Because I don't see any sort of plan that Kenmore has in place. And if we don't address it, we will only be part of the problem that aids wiping out a species within our community.
Yeah, if I could respond. You're absolutely correct, Councilmember File. There are two aspects that we need to always consider when we talk about trees. One is a single family standalone lot, and two is the new development for single family. And so when we say things as how many trees you can remove a year, that's for a standalone single family lot. And when we say, you know, replace a tree with another tree, that's for a single family standalone lot. But when we say increase the density requirements for new development, that's for a development plat. And so we currently have a required tree density allowance that they have to meet. They have to retain a certain amount of tree density on their site. If the trees are there, you know, if there's no trees there, then there's a replanting requirement. And so what we're looking at them both together and a little bit separate. And so the trick that we have here is we have two different code sections. One is in our clearing and grading code, and one is in our zoning code. And what we're really trying to do is get alignment between the two codes, so we can have a lot of consistencies throughout, and also simplify exactly what people can and cannot do. So it's very clear that we understand the difference between a single family standalone and a new development, residential development. When it comes to any kind of protected or endangered species, as we know that the eagle is no longer endangered, but it is protected, as well as the herons. And so we do have requirements through Fish and Wildlife, and actually codified in our code, about the buffers that are required around these nesting sites and rookeries. And so there are different limitations what we can and cannot allow near eagles, nests, and heron rookeries. And a lot of those do have to do with not being able to remove larger trees near those rookeries, and different types of regulations pertain to construction. And oddly enough, I'm probably getting way off tangent here, but a heron itself isn't necessarily too worried about construction noise as much as they are about ground movement. You know, they're more, for some reason, the actual grading and ground movement near a heron rookery will cause a rookery, the herons to leave the rookery more than just construction right next to it. Some other things that we look at are the potential uses next to these types of nests and rookeries. Some are compatible and some are not, but we do definitely always consult with the Fish and Wildlife on any time that we deal with these types of animals and species.
Thanks so much, Brian. David, you're in the queue.
I just want to finish that. I really appreciate you following up on all that, and why this is not on our agenda to talk about how we might consider restoring, you know, trees that our herons nest in. And there was an update to the buffer code that reduced the buffer code in our our city of Kenmore and encroached upon these areas. And that reduced it to from 2 feet to, I think, a foot or 1 foot. I might be off on feet. Anyway, I just want to make the statement here, and we might have to follow it up later elsewhere, but I would be more than happy to revisit that buffer code and restore it to its original higher buffer distance to the protected areas. Thank you.
Yeah, really quickly on the buffer. The previous buffer was inherited from the original King County days when the city incorporated. And so those necessarily weren't based on science. And so the original one was 1,000 foot actually, and we reduced it down to 666 feet or somewhere in that neighborhood. But the reduced buffer is actually based on science, and it has Fish and Wildlife's recommendations and all their inputs. And so ours were larger than others and wasn't necessarily necessary to have that large of a buffer. It was just old data that we had, and what we changed it was based on science and Fish and Wildlife's input.
Okay, David.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I know I was concerned with, and I don't necessarily see it addressed in the 9 things, was what brought this or helped bring a lot of this to awareness was the clear cutting of 12 trees off of one property. And we're talking 4-foot diameter trees, not little trees. So over 200 feet high. And I sure hope in the 9 things that that's going to be addressed, because I don't see it there.
If I could respond, the mayor, the retainment of trees is basically on the tree density. And so I'm not specifically certain on what that particular density is. It's something like 30 tree units per acre. And so we look at the trees that are on the site based on the size of the property, and they have to retain a certain amount of trees based on the size of the trees themselves. And so in some cases you may have a property that is fairly large with a lot of large trees on it, and we'll look at the table in our code, and it'll say exactly how many trees they have to retain. And so there could be instances in the future that you might see a lot of tree cutting that's going on, but they're still in compliance with the code. And if you want to really reduce that amount of how many can be cut, then you're going to be increasing the required tree density that's required at that. So we'll have to have that discussion when we talk about the increasing or the decreasing the increasing the tree density requirement for new construction. If you want it really high, then you guys have to let us know that, and so we could actually look at doing that. So when we have those discussions, that's the time to really have that clear cutting, as you call it, discussion.
That's great. I think we will have that discussion. Thank you.
All right. Other questions or comments before we move to the next item? Nigel.
Yeah, I appreciate all this. I definitely think we need to strengthen our tree regulations. I do just want to flag for everyone that there is, we are dealing with a housing crisis. We're dealing with an affordable housing crisis. And I would be careful that we don't pass regulations that are so stringent that additional housing can't be built in Kenmore. Every unit that we don't build or that isn't built close into the core is a unit that gets built out in the boonies, that gets put into an undeveloped area or farmland or something else further out. It involves people then commuting a further distance through Kenmore. In our case, somebody moves to Monroe because they can't find a place in Kenmore. That's more traffic driving through Kenmore as folks go to their job in Seattle. It's a lot more carbon output. There is a good reason why the Growth Management Act exists and why we're encouraged to concentrate growth in the core. And I would hate for this to become an obstacle towards addressing our housing and affordable housing emergencies that we're dealing with right now. So I'm supportive. I just want to make sure that's something we're thinking about as an externality as we make these changes.
Okay, Joe.
I appreciate Nigel's comments for sure. I think that we definitely have to find a balance on that. Not to get too far into this whole thing, we can't get into it now, but we got to definitely find a balance to keep what we love about Kenmore and its trees.
Okay. Melanie.
Yeah, I would agree. And the piece that I generally bring up, because I do think Nigel's comments are incredibly important. That as we look at the tree ordinance, I fully support strengthening our density requirements. At the same time, as we are looking at the housing, I encourage our city to look at our underutilized space and highly prioritize that over any clear cuts, because there is property in Kenmore that is in need of better development in areas that can accommodate housing. But I definitely hear Nigel, we need that housing here, not out. So what ways can we support that is I'd like us to keep considering. Thank you.
Anyone else? David, I see your hand up. Is that okay? All right, I saw, I think Angela and then Karina.
I agree with what Nigel and Melanie both said, but I also want to go back to the original point that Joe brought up, which is the tree canopy percentage to retain. I feel like we have brought that up or mentioned that in past meetings, and I don't want to derail the staff from doing current lists 1 and 2, but I think just given the the rapid growth and development of our region, we're going to have to revisit this topic, like specifically a goal for our city, and probably continually reassess it as we grow and expand. So I don't want to lose sight of that idea, because I think having a goal and a target and a number is really important. So that is to request that at some point in time, we actually talk about that specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could comment on that, Michael.
Sure.
That's a great point, Councilmember Kugler. And we currently have performed 1 canopy assessment, and we're in the queue to do the 2nd canopy assessment. And so when we start to get more and more data, we can start to look at the trend. And so maybe we can start looking at it now, but maybe by year 3 or 4 or 5, you'll start to get a really good understanding of what the canopy is looking like over time. And so you're right, we should keep that in mind and revisit that soon.
Okay, Karina?
Thank you. And, of course, mitigation is going to be really important to really well define it and help address these, issues. We're starting to do a great job of incorporating trees in city design. And being a smart city, that's a great thing to do, because it helps with soil retention and prevents erosion, helps filter our toxins before they reach the waterline. Very important. Cities that do a great job on including healthy examples of trees and development, as the city of Kirkland has been awarded on such things. There are other cities out there as examples that I think we can look to. But that being said, I know that we can balance these things with affordable housing, and we can, reach these goals together. And I hear that we have a strong consensus on the importance of these things. And I look forward to the year ahead and working on these issues together.
Okay. Angela?
Sorry, there was one more idea that I forgot to mention earlier, which is that I know one of our residents, Jim Howard, brought this up and tried to reach out to King County to see if we might be able to encourage them to plant more trees or allow residents to steward community gardens near the Burt Gilman Trail. And I don't think that he was able to make any headway on that. But if we have the opportunity, maybe that's something we could bring up, like additional tree plantings near Burt Gilman Trail.
Okay. Rob?
Along those lines, we've made connections with Jim Wright of Grow It Forward. and getting Kenmore involved in providing home nurseries to grow seedlings, and then for more opportunities for those seedlings to get planted by volunteers in the city. So you may recall, I think a council member plugged us into that. There was a Seattle Times article about him a few months ago, and somebody on the council pointed us to him, and our intern Garrett Oppenheim reached out to him and learned a ton of things. And so we're if we haven't already, we're going to be promoting his program in Kenmore.
Okay, Karina.
Yes, in King County, our King County Executive Dow Constantine launched the Million Trees Project, and that's a very exciting project. And of course, he's very enthusiastic to partner with whomever wants to help create that mission within King County. Kenmore resides in King County. I think that's one more layer we can reach out to and help reach this kind of goal. And I appreciate Councilmember Kugler that you brought that up.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Coming forward, lots of work being done on this. Great discussion. Let's move to our next one. I think this is, I think Deborah brought this on here more as a, where are we in 2022 on aquatic weeds? I think Richard is here to support that conversation. Deborah, do you want to?
Just an opening statement on that. Both the tree work and this work that we're talking about now with aquatic weeds relate to climate action. Excessive aquatic weeds, you generate a lot of methane. And that is no good for our environment, nor are warm waters that don't flow well and have aquatic weeds good for fish. Fish like cool, clear, easily running water. So I think it fits with a few of our goals. Last year, I believe, basically didn't do anything, and we had excessive growth, which was a problem recreationally, and then for all the other reasons that I mentioned. So I'm hoping that we can get a little more, I want to say upstream, but a little more timely start to our planning so that we can get the mechanical work done earlier in the season.
Richard, do you want to give your update?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So in the city's recent update to its integrated aquatic vegetation management plan, or the IVMP, staff received direction to prioritize non-chemical treatment of the city's public areas. So this is including access to the city's waterfront parks on Log Boom Park and on Lake Washington, and then also making sure there's access through the Sammamish River to reach Rhododendron Park and Aquadis Park, where we have public access to the river as well. So currently we are working on RFPs to obtain services for diver suction dredging as the primary removal method to use mainly around those park access points. So this is a non-chemical method where we actually use divers basically removing it by hand with the assistance of almost kind of like a, just think of like a giant shop vac almost, where they can just kind of control what they're removing. So it gives them, but they can do it relatively quickly while still having that control over what they're removing and where. Additionally, kind of secondary to that, we'll also be looking for getting a mechanical harvesting contractor available, so that if we do identify larger areas, for instance, along the channel, that's where they can go through and kind of remove that upper layer of plant growth that might be impeding access. But again, and that's kind of more of an ongoing, full season activity that would need to be used. And then so that's kind of and that was explained in the IVMP update, and those were kind of the recommended strategies for our specific areas that we need to work on. And additionally, that will require some permitting work. So we're also working to we'll need to obtain an HPA and work with Fish and Wildlife to get a permit and do that accordingly to what they require. And then also, we will continue working with our consultant Herrera to conduct those annual aquatic surveys. So we'll be coordinating with them to go out, and whatever the optimal time in spring will be to go, and they actually will conduct an aquatic survey and figure out, where are plants growing, the density of their growth, and more importantly, what species are growing, so that we can refine and target our efforts to make sure we can optimize the effectiveness of it. So that's where we are now, and kind of what the plan is for this upcoming growing season.
Thank you. That was a great update.
Karina, did you?
Yes, I really appreciate that. I thought, and I have 2 points here. I thought we had contracted to have aquatic weed management over this last year, and I thought the decision there was made on pulling machine-wise and some spray. Yet this summer, I took the opportunity of taking a tour of Kenmore and our surrounding area from the air, and you seeing the amount of aquatic weed growth and its surplus, was definitely related to the amount of increase in heat we had over the summer. Yet in talking to our local business of Kenmore Air Harbor, they got very close to encroaching on where they were working at. And it was clear it was not well addressed or well managed this last year. I definitely have not seen the bloom as bad as that as we had last year, as in prior years. And so as we're doing all this beautiful work on walkways and waterways, further, up the waterway, I want to make sure that we have wonderful areas where people can play and recreate, and healthy waters for our salmon and our fish and wildlife. So that being said, we have people who play in the water, boat, kayak, and planes. And we need to really be on top of that. So what can we do different?
Yeah, and I can address some of those questions. So we did work with Herrera to do, they went out and did an aquatic survey earlier in June. And basically there was, in their report, there was really no recreational restrictions to these areas when they took their boat through and did their survey. There were some localized areas around the park which were kind of on the verge of having some hand pulling going on there. But after some conversation with them and actually visiting the parks and seeing what kind of access was, so there was also construction at many of these sites going on with very restricted access. So I actually followed up and walked out and looked at some of the sites. And so some of that decision was also just kind of cost benefit. If it was really, while these areas were closed down and under construction, trying to come in and do hand removal in those areas. But then there's also kind of, the areas that we work don't necessarily address everywhere that you see aesthetically. So we aren't really, we're not going into residential private shoreline areas. And again, I think we had these conversations through the plan update as well. For instance, like in the river, we are focused on just making sure that small craft can get from the lake to these areas. And so there weren't really issues with that when the consultant went out in the beginning of summer. And then I actually followed up with a canoe and went at the end of summer, early fall. And again, they're from the docks that we have at our parks going through the river and reaching the lake, there was no recreational block there to get in and out. So some of that is, again, understanding where we have decided to do treatment when we need treatment for those public areas, and managing those expectations. Because I think that when you get to the shallow parts along the Sammamish River, we aren't proposing or planning on treating weeds in those areas, for instance. So, but we want to make sure that the public can get at least through the main corridor of the river into the lake, into these park points. And so some folks, so like when you're going to the lake, if you try cutting through to the south or going through some of those areas where you can very, visibly see from the shoreline where those the lily pads are growing, for instance, and the really shallow areas with the weed growth. Yes, those could be very hard to get through, but we'd never noticed if you just stick to the main kind of pathway through the river to the lake, that remained clear and accessible through the entire season.
Okay, Deborah.
Just one point of clarification. I mean, maybe if you're one canoe or one boat, but in the height of the summer, that's never what happens. Is you've got boats coming in and out of the public boat launch plus rhododendron, and you're talking about passage of 2, if not 3 boats, parallel. So that's the kind of access that we really should be talking about in that area. So hope we get there. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions or comments before we move on? Karina.
I'll let Angela go first.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, Angela. Forgive me.
That's all right. This is like tangentially related, so I'll bring it up and we can move it to other if you think it's more fitting there. But I think we all got an email from Eric Admin about stewardship of sensitive areas, and I feel like this is related, right? And we probably need to have a bigger conversation, I feel like, about like how we're just going to handle invasive plants, weeds in the parks and sensitive areas that we have within our city. And maybe we're not funding upkeep and maintenance of that enough. So I think that is a pretty major discussion point and probably worthy of further time in the future.
Okay. Karina.
I appreciate all you shared with us, Mr. Sawyer. Our boaters beyond canoes and kayaks also have an issue with the weed and milfoil, of course. And occasionally we hear a little bit more about that, don't we? How it might impact motors and whatnot. But I'm concerned how I want to know that we are being good stewards to our local business partners, whether that's What's Up and Kenmore Air Harbor, that we are including them in these discussions because they have opinions on what they're experiencing and their ability to operate their businesses and what their clients are also experiencing, let alone pilots. But when we're talking about, boat owners with motors, there are issues near shoreline and why we have plans in place for private owners to take care of their shoreline waterfront a certain way. Overall, all these things add up together. I'm a little disappointed to know that we didn't do anything to control this weed management over this last year. And I think that's a priority to ensuring healthy waterways, for our salmon and for our community. And I would like to see some improvement there. And I don't want to sound harsh or anything, but I do think this is an important area to address.
So in listening to this discussion, here's a couple things. I think there's universal agreement that weeds are a problem that need to be addressed. And there may be, where I hear, not necessarily disagreement, but coming at it from different levels, is what the level of effort was last year. Several folks have commented that it appeared last year that the level of effort simply wasn't enough. That's what I'm hearing. It was in places that shouldn't have been, from your point of view. I think from a staff perspective and others' experience, you didn't share that experience. But as I listen to the conversation, all of a sudden I hear private ownership, I hear different areas, and now I seem to hear a somewhat limited, probably in scope in terms of resources, what have you. I don't know, effort on the city's part to try to deal with a problem that's much larger. And so, but what's universally being said is it's a problem that needs to get addressed, and hopefully it won't impact this year significantly. If it's a resource issue, that's something that you're going to have to take up in ways that you clearly know. So that's kind of where I think the discussion is. I don't think there's any disagreement. It's a problem that needs to be taken care of. I do hear a little bit of a disagreement on the scope of the problem and how it's perceived. Saying.
I have one remaining question here is,
Sure.
Do we have a fine, fee, or penalty for private property owners who do not manage and mitigate their aquatic weeds and milfoil that contribute to our waterways? Once it leaves that space, I would want to hope that our waterfront residents and partners, business stakeholders, are being compliant with our rules and regulations. But if we don't have fine, fees, and penalties, what effort is there to try to improve the outcomes? Probably not much. So do we have anything in place to encourage people along?
As far as within the plan that we've made, it does not include any sorts of fines or anything or penalties, no. And I don't believe that there exists anything in our municipal code either. I would need to follow up with Brian, and I can certainly get back to you. But we, to date, I know, have not conducted any sort of, we haven't come at it from a code enforcement angle in the past.
Deborah.
Yeah, I don't know that I would support going from creating any sort of code. I mean, weeds grow, they just do. It's not like, I think if we have code about polluting that contributes to weeds, that's different. But the weeds will grow, and they grow more when it's warmer, and it's getting warmer. So that's why we're having more of a problem. But I think where we might find a lever is the waterfront property owners certainly see this as a problem and may be willing to share costs in the solution if it helps them as well. So I think that's maybe a way to enter the conversation. I don't know.
Okay. Quick question. Is there one entity that has sort of, this seems like a multi-partner type deal. So you have responsibilities for some areas, private owners, others, businesses. Is there one entity that somehow that could convene this and create a way to deal with it? Or is it just everybody on their own? Or kind of, how does that, just a question, because I hear, you can only do so much, and they have private property owners. And so, but in the meantime, two things are a constant: the water and the weeds. So I'm trying to figure out who's in charge of water and weeds around the whole thing. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, and that's a good question, and it is really all over the place, depending on what you want to do and how you want to do it. For instance, our previous pesticide applications are regulated by the Department of Ecology, but it's not. That's just the practice of using pesticides. They don't actually tell you have to do it or you can't do it. That's just, if you want to do it, they would regulate it. The methods that we're looking at now would be regulated by Fish and Wildlife, because we're working in the water and doing any kind of work in the water, so that would be regulated by them. But again, it's not something they would tell us we have to do or not do. It's just, if we want to do it, they're the ones that would regulate how we can do that. But to your maybe at a higher level, to your point, I would go back to that regional coordination. So this is something definitely that when we get going on this Sammamish River restoration project with King County, it would be something that I would definitely want to bring up, and I think other jurisdictions want to bring up, is a river basin wide aquatic weed management program, because when we get down to it, we're just kind of down here mowing our little patch of weeds that are growing while everything is coming downstream to us. And honestly, some of these issues also are sediment deposition. So some of these areas where you see weeds, when you actually go out there, it's shocking how in the slough, how far out you can go. It's actually sediment that's 10 to 12 inches below the surface of the water. So whatever you do to the weeds there, it's so shallow that they're going to be back 2 days later, which is another issue that we're struggling with. So managing plants is one part, but then also managing sediment deposition is another part. So these would be issues that we would want to bring to the table with King County and our upstream neighbors when we start looking at a river-wide approach to restoring the health and function of this river.
Okay. Any further conversation on this? Karina?
So I have the questions, lots of questions. I only have one question left though. Do we have a lake-wise plan or policy? I do remember in the past, years ago at a council meeting, one was considered. I don't know that, maybe it was 10, 12 years ago, or I don't know that it was adopted though.
Can you repeat?
A lake-wise plan. The council had once, many years ago, considered adopting a lake-wise plan. It was presented by the city manager's office. And I think there were a lot of questions and differing opinions at the time of the council at the time. Yet I don't think it was adopted. There are lake-wise policies that cities can adopt that are well-defined and supported, easy for neighbors to understand and follow, and easy to implement. So do we still not have a lake-wise plan or policy?
This does not sound familiar to me. It must have been before my time.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to do some research.
Maybe our Mr. City Manager can fill us in.
The term lake-wise is not ringing a bell. My apologies. I know we did the Integrated Aquatic Weed Management Plan, AIVMP, that not only covers the river, but the shorelines. But that's the only thing I can think of.
Okay. Well, maybe, Richard, if you, in all your spare time, you can look and see if there's something there, but it's clearly of interest to the council. David, you've been waiting in the queue there, please.
Yeah, I've forgotten what it is now.
Okay, comes to you, let us know. So where are we in this discussion? It sounds like you have an interest in having it dealt with. I don't want to go over the conversation, but we're kind of at a point where we either need to have a to-do out of it or next steps or move on.
Well, I think if it's helpful, I updated what our current status is and where we're going over these next few months. Hopefully if everyone's in agreement with that, that's good for me, and I'll keep moving that direction and keeping council apprised of that progress. But if there's something that you want changed from that course, I'm happy to take that direction.
Deborah?
Yeah, I think perfect, Richard. I think, let's see how it goes this year, getting on top of it a little bit earlier. And of course, the weeds are small in June and then they get big. So if we can get on them early, that would be great. And I think, in addition, to the extent folks have bandwidth to begin to engage with businesses and property owners that also have interest in this, if that's feasible.
And I do have, condo associations there, and some have reached out and basically said, hey, when when you find someone, will you let us know who that is? Or, we'd like to coordinate with contractors, and then we get their information and we'll follow up with them.
So I'd like to move to the next topic. We're scheduled for a break at 1:30. You know me, I like to get you on your feet right after lunch as soon as possible because lunch is tough. But we have a couple other items that might be quick. I'm wondering if you're okay with us pushing the break out a little bit, maybe 10 minutes or so, if we can get that done and then get you on your feet, and we'll just adjust accordingly. But I'd like, if we can, if you need a break, we can take it, but you okay with going just a little bit longer?
Yeah, I'm okay with going a little bit longer. I think the pool topic is going to be pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay. So the Green New Deal, Karina brought it forward, and she just kind of wanted an update on kind of where we were. That was somewhat of a canopy topic from last year that a lot of things fit under. Karina, could you take us, kind of give a sense of what you wanted here?
Right. After our last retreat, it was well liked. It was decided it would be better as a as more of a initiative kind of process, where branding, if you will, and that's what we came out of it with. And now, as we're coming along and we're getting ready to wrap up that climate action plan and environmental stewardship, and we're moving forward with our DEI, I'd like to see that wrap up and see some sort of plan move forward. I don't know where the timeline would be best for that. And I'm sure that's more from the city manager's office aspect.
Okay. Any comments on this?
Yeah. So I guess my main question is, so do you want to give what we're doing a name and call it Green New Deal? Is that the main? So take what we're doing with climate action plan and DEI and wrap it under a name or a brand of Green New Deal. I just want to get real clarity on this.
We came out of the last retreat with the decision that it'd be better for branding, similar to how we have the Target Zero. There's several things under Target Zero. We went branding. Everybody knows what that is. They know there's parts and pieces, but it helped create and foster greater awareness amongst our community. I certainly wouldn't want to take away from the hierarchy of importance of these two major programs and components, and you got the third with DEI, and that's where a hub of of really branding help promote the equity of those programs and foster community awareness. And so I know that's all stuff you work through in your city manager's office, and but I know that's what we came out of the last retreat with, to not bundle everything together, but rather go with branding when everything's done.
Deborah?
Now I'm a little bit more confused, but I quite clearly remember having this discussion last year, and I believe the decision, and certainly my feeling, is not to use that term. It is very vague and it is politicized, and those are the reasons that I would strongly prefer we call it what it is, which is a climate action plan. We have separate environmental initiatives and some that overlap that, and we have a diversity, equity, and inclusion work. We are not doing many of the things that are in the federal proposals that are, again, extremely vague and for one party. So I just don't want to confuse what we're doing here in Kenmore with some other thing.
Okay, Melanie?
I'm just going to draw, I think this will, I'm just trying to find where I wanted my entry point here. I thought I had it. But the piece with Green New Deal that I think of that is most important is job creation, whether it's labeled as Green New Deal or Build Back Better or whatever language, climate action plan, environmental stewardship, whatever it is. What I personally would like to see related to Green New Deal type work, whatever we call it, as I say, and I am comfortable with Green New Deal language, but I know it can be politicized. And I recall where the conversation left off, and I do recall it landing where Councilmember Shrubnik said, but I do also recall we were interested in, but anyway, I want to say I'm glad that this is on the conversation today, but the piece that I wanted to point to and what the vision I see with this, and I hope that our city is moving towards and that our council is interested in, is being a leader in environmental and climate action type jobs. And the time we just spent on invasive species removal in Lake Washington, the tremendous work that we have on the Lake Sammamish Blue for restoration, Little Swamp Creek, Big Swamp Creek, St. Ed's, all of our shoreline. We have and Lake Point shoreline restoration at a minimum. We have a tremendous opportunity to be a leader in the region and even in the nation by saying things like invasive species removal, consistent invasive species removal are long-term good quality jobs that we need to have an ongoing program towards, that we can get funding from other sources such as the federal government, state, county, and drive that to help ensure people in our community and region have good quality jobs. So when I think of Green New Deal, it's about how do we create jobs that are good for our community and our planet in the long run, and how do we model that beyond? So I don't care what we call it, but I want to do it, and I hope our council is on board for it. I see great opportunity for us. So I am glad this is what we're talking about, and I recognize some hesitation with the language. As I said, I'm comfortable with it, but I understand where the hesitation comes from. It's really the product that matters to me. So thank you.
Okay, Nigel?
Yeah, there earlier seemed to be some confusion on what exactly we agreed to last year. So I actually brought up our retreat report that we approved as a council after the fact, and there was no agreement around Green New Deal. It said that it was noted that the Green New Deal or some other name to capture the city's climate and environmental stewardship initiatives might be an organizing framework with very effective branding potential. So there was no agreement coming out of that last year. I just wanted to clarify what we had agreed to.
Okay. Karina?
Thank you. And just to speak and close the topic, I went back and watched that footage, and sure enough, we did come to a verbal, yet it didn't end up in the report. Things happen like that, right? But at least it's recorded and on tape. And when I originally brought the topic to the retreat, it had not yet been federally adopted. So, federally adopted and put in place, which means it can't be just one-sided. And definitely is a well understood, necessary, initiative to move forward. The work anyway. Branding is always important when you're launching off programs. If you want to grow awareness and connectivity and really get the community behind it, absolutely branding is important. And I know our city manager's office is going to do a great job with that. And I know that, Councilmember Shrubnik has some sting with the Green New Deal as its language itself. But that being said, I would leave it up to the council and the city manager's office. I just wanted an update to see where we're at, as well as, there had been changes along the way in that, federal adoption.
Okay. Anything else on this? Rob?
Well, let me get back with my team and talk about a really cool way to bring this together and a really cool name to give it and a really cool brand to attach to it. Because I think you guys are on to something. So can I get with my team and come back to you with a proposal on what brand and name to give it?
Okay. Nigel?
Sorry, just to make sure that we're dealing in facts that we can all agree on. I've been poking around the last 5 minutes. There's not been as far as I can find, any Green New Deal passed by the feds. It
Correct.
passed in the House, failed in the Senate, and hasn't moved. So I just want to make sure we're all dealing with facts.
Okay. Back to Rob's question. Can he get back to you, have him work with his staff and come back with some ideas? Yeah, I see heads nodding. No one's saying no.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
we'll do
this is
that.
something. Yeah, I think this is something we can have fun with and really make an impression with our community.
Okay, great. Last item before I give you a quick break, Tolt River Pipeline Trail Improvement. Nigel, help us with that one.
Yeah, let me screen share really quick. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Okay. So last spring, a friend of mine who does a lot of urban and rural hiking reached out to me and took me for a walk along most of our, at least the western side of our the Tolt River Pipeline right of way. And it was enlightening to me because we started over. Can you see my cursor at all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We started over at the border. We met each other in Lake Forest Park and then walked down. And it was interesting. Lake Forest Park actually has a nice little trail through their section. As it transitions into Kenmore, it becomes a little bit less, it's still not a bad trail, but it's not as upkept, I would say. And then what I noticed though, is then we got to this section right here, just across the street from 61st. So it comes down and kind of hits the side of the road. There's nothing really there for pedestrians to stand by and stay out of traffic. And there's no way to cross the street without, just running across when there's an opening. But on the other side of the street, there's a steep grade covered in blackberry brambles and all of that. We made it up that, I will say. It was harrowing. And we escaped with some minor lacerations, but we made it. And then we walked further down 185th, and then there's the little area not that far on 185th between 62nd and 63rd, 64th that has some switchbacks and things like that. It's not a bad little path, but what we have here is a section of the city that we have done some improvements on along the Tolt River Pipeline, and that we have plans in our long-term plans to do work across Swamp Creek. And well, those are all nice. What I'm seeing is the possibility for really, because like a lot of the Pacific Northwest, going east-west is the most difficult because of how the glaciers cut everything, right? We have a lot of north-south streets, 61st, 68th, 73rd, 80th, but getting east-west is difficult. And for a pedestrian, it can be even more difficult. So I would like us, and I'm not saying do it now, but I'm saying put it into a planning get it into our planning cycle with everything else that we work on. I'd like us to take a look at improving our sections that we have connected with Lake Forest Park, figuring out maybe a crossing and connection in this section on the east side of 61st, and improving the crossing or the trail between 62nd and 73rd. And 63rd, 64th, because I think we have an opportunity for a really nice east-west walking trail. And I don't think the investment would have to be all that much in the grand scheme of things. They don't need to be paved like what we did with over by Nud. I think we could get away with some, frankly, low-level investments to make some really high quality of life improvements and really increasing some east-west walkability and possibly bikeability for parts of it. And I think it could become kind of a nice little signature thing that we do, that we have, that people know about and would increase access for folks. So that's just an idea that I've had in my head that I'd like to see us act on at some point. And I was just looking for support to get this into wherever staff thinks is appropriate in kind of our grand planning documents so that it's on the list of things when grant opportunities come up or when we're putting together the our capital budget and that sort of thing. So I just want to toss that out there and see if there's any interest.
Okay. Conversation. Oh, all kinds of conversation come with this one. Deborah, Joe, and then Karina.
I was going to ask Councilmember Herbig to make it bigger, but it's off the screen. So, but I'm totally in support of that. Actually, people use the informal path in the mud and they fall down and they go to the bus stops. And yeah, it's, I'm totally in support of that. And I think part of it may just go right down 185th as a street. So I'm not sure even that's why I wanted it bigger. Because I think
I tried to do it color coded on the map a little bit and I left out, we have done some minor improvements along 185th with like, curb and striping and that sort of thing. We could probably do better with that also, but my immediate concern is the areas that are almost impassable or really sketchy, like that area where you are. I mean, I've walked that multiple times and it's harrowing, even if it's wide open. And then the area over at 61st is pretty much impassable unless you're really adventurous.
Yep, agreed.
Okay, Joe, and then Karina, and I see Debbie's joined, so she'll probably have something to say on that.
Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, sounds cool. Maybe with some nature interpretive signs or culturally interpretive signs long term.
Okay, Karina.
Absolutely love this idea. Absolutely support it. Would love to see ADA accessible, compactable materials or, flex pave, rubberized ADA passable and very affordable. The surfacing. That being said, I know that Ms. Bent is ready to pounce on this, but absolute support. I can't wait to hear what you have to say, Ms. Bent.
Hi, Debbie. What do you have to say?
Well, what I was going to say is, that something like a trail connection or a pedestrian connection is addressed within the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. And the update of that element is recommended to be on the docket, the Planning Commission docket for 2022. So that's where this could be added. There could be policies added. And as you know, when you update the transportation element, you also update the capital facilities element to identify projects. So to me, that would be the most appropriate way to address it. In addition, in the parks element, there is also a trail connection going east towards 80th, and there was a cost estimate that is identified in the pros plan and also part of the capital facilities plan as well.
Any other questions or comments? Rob?
Yeah, this is all great. I just want to add one other thing is this type of facility does bring more maintenance with it too, especially gravel paths. Gravel paths require a lot of maintenance. So that resource would need to be added as well.
Okay. Any other comments? Karina.
Just the last thing. Yes, compressible ADA passable gravel or oyster shell has to be replenished in time and recompressed sometimes or overlayered. Yet flex pave, the recycled, rubberized, flexible product is ADA safe, much in line with the same pricing point, and doesn't have to be layered with de-icer because it doesn't freeze. It doesn't store ice on top of it like a cement pathway would or some gravel pathways. But I would definitely want to make sure that when we eventually get to addressing our bike ways, that we can ensure that we have what are winterized passable courses, in harsh weather conditions. These kinds of maps are very helpful to our commuters and our community who are bike enthusiasts, and it can be very helpful.
Okay. Nigel.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into the deep details on exactly what product we use or whatever. I just wanted to get this into our general planning documents as something to look at. The sections I'm talking about likely are going to be difficult on an ADA basis, just based on the slopes and all of that. And, I'm not talking about laying out huge amounts of extra path. I'm just connecting these two. There's two major areas that are a problem that just need a little bit of work done to them to open them up a little bit.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this? I'm hearing enthusiasm for this. Rob.
Yeah, there's one more. I mean, one way to look at it is like the trails at St. Edward, especially that connection between 61st going up the hill. You could think of it as a St. Edward type trail. And that doesn't require a ton of maintenance, but if you're getting into gravel surfaces or other surfaces like that, then you're getting into weed control. And then do we want to use pesticides? Probably not. So now we're hand weeding. So those are some things to consider, and they definitely need to be part of the equation.
Okay. All right. Any other? I'm hearing consensus. There's a way to get it in the planning documents. Seems this year, actually. You like the idea? So I think what I'm hearing Rob say, though, that it may have some resource implications down the road, and obviously you'd take that up like you would any other resource demand. Staff would have to present that to you so you can determine how enthusiastic and when you'd take that on. So, before I take you to break, one thing I would wonder about out loud is if it's okay for you just to use your first names, it would create some efficiency. I don't want to disrespect your protocol, so please forgive me if I'm doing that, but it might be useful. Just saying, if it's a problem, let me know, but during the retreat, just so we can move it forward. Are you guys cool with that? All right, great. All right. Let's see here. I want to take you to break. I'd like you to take 15 minutes. You've been sitting, it matters. So let's invest in that. Let's come back at, let's say 2:15 or so, right in there. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. Before we start, I would like to turn this conversation over directly to Rob. He has something he'd like to speak with you about. So Rob, please.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I do have a special announcement, and without further ado, I'm reluctantly turning the time over to Nancy Owsley.
Hey, thank you, Rob. Hey, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council. I just wanted to share some news with you that this will be my final council retreat that I am attending. I let my co-workers know a couple of weeks ago that I am planning to conclude government service in the first quarter of this year. I haven't set a specific date yet, but I wanted to take this opportunity while we're together in a little more informal setting to let you know this. And I just really treasure my time at Kenmore. It goes without saying. And thank you to not only my coworkers, but particularly the council for your leadership and support, and look forward to still being in touch with you. Thank you.
Wow. Joe.
Wow, Nancy, thank you for your service. And I just got to say, like, most immediately, what's among one of the many great things, is the PSE rework and everything. I know that was just about all you, from what I understand, and that's the first substantive improvement in that service I've seen here in my life, having lived here, and it was totally awesome. It was amazing. It's one small thing. Thank you for public service. Gonna miss you.
Thanks.
Karina.
Oh my goodness, Ms. Nancy Owsley, we are going to miss you. You have been an amazing asset to the city of Kenmore, our local business partners, the chamber, the incubator, our diverse communities. You name it, you have touched many hearts, and it's going to be hard shoes to fill. I'm personally going to miss you here in our work together. So I have to say, I'm a little hurt that you have to leave us, but I understand everybody has their time. But thank you so much for your excellent service to the city of Kenmore.
Thanks.
Deborah.
Yeah, me too, so to speak. I really appreciate all you've done. I mean, the PSE thing, definitely huge change for our community for the better, and people know that. And I mean, we went from being in the paper, in a bad way, being in the paper in a good way, particularly also with your work on economic development. And that's huge. It's transformative. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Again, I had council support all the way along, and support from all the other staff at the city. And I got to call out John Vicente for his work on the PSE franchise as well. That was huge.
David, then Nigel.
You're muted.
I have had a lot of time with you. We have gone a number of places together. I really have enjoyed your reigns of terror. You're quite good at that. And thank you. It's been a real honor. And I, for one, will really miss you. I was here when you were hired, and I'm very sad to say I'm going to be here when you're gone. You will be missed.
Thanks.
Okay. Nigel, Melanie, and then Angela.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add that my colleagues haven't already said, but Nancy, you've just been such a great I don't think the people of Kenmore understand what you have brought to Kenmore and what you have done to make Kenmore a better place for our residents. You're also just a wonderful person to work with, and your relationship with council and with Rob and with regional folks has just been valuable. And we're going to miss you. I don't have a whole lot else to add, but we're going to miss you. And thank you so much for all of your time that you've put into Kenmore. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Very kind of you.
Melanie, then Angela.
Yeah, Nancy, there's not a lot to add on the high praise and compliments that you've received here, but I just want to say the city is so fortunate to have had your heartfelt service for as long as you've been here and the great work you've given. And I just want to share, and I didn't expect this. Well, two things. One, thank you for giving us a personal notice here today. It's very meaningful, and that we each get to say something. And I just want to say, I just felt like a little bit of welling in my eyes. I think it's the energy from everyone here because we love you, You're an amazing person and we're thankful to have you. So thank you.
Thanks. Very, very kind.
Angela.
Thank you so much for sharing your news with us, Nancy. It's always bittersweet and a little bit awkward to find out about this type of stuff over Zoom. But, having worked with you over the years with the business incubator and getting glimpses of the work that you're masterfully juggling and handling in the background, I agree with what Nigel said, which is that I don't think that the public sees, even like a tenth of the amount of work that you do for us. And while it's terrible for us in Kenmore to be losing you, I really hope that you enjoy your retirement, and really looking forward to you pursuing whatever is ahead in your next journey. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been great working with you all.
So
and you're
Nancy,
stuck with me for a while longer too.
I've had the pleasure of working with Nancy for a lot of years, and several city managers and just everything. But more importantly, to underscore something that Nigel said, so Nancy is well known in the region, highly regarded. So you will be missed, but I'm sure happy for you.
No, thanks very much.
Okay, well.
And on with the show.
On with the show. All right, well, yes, we will. Let's turn to our agenda. We have pushed it back a little bit, but I'm quite confident that we'll power through this. The next important topic has been on the agenda for a while. Several of you brought it up, the public pool, and mostly a status update, certainly near and dear to Joe's heart, but others have raised that as wanting it to be on the agenda. And my notes indicate that Stephanie's going to provide us with a bit of an update. Is that true?
It is. Thank you so much. Great. And thank you again to Nancy.
Thank you.
So glad we had that moment with her. That was really special and really cherish that. So I wanted to give you a really quick update on the public pool. And this is an issue, Michael, as you said, has been of concern to Kenmore for a very long time, continues to be a big concern since 2009 when the St. Edward pool closed. We haven't had a pool in Kenmore to serve our residents, and it's a huge challenge and creates some diversity, equity, inclusion issues. It's a regional problem, and it's a recognized problem, not just in Kenmore, but with our partner cities, our sister cities, all across North King County. So we came together as a regional North King County group to talk about this issue because some funding became available through the King County Open Space Parks Trails levy. So $110 million available, including funds for feasibility studies for aquatic centers, which include public pools. So we came together, we ended up submitting two proposals, one with Kirkland and one with Lake Forest Park and Shoreline, to put our best foot forward. We generated 22 letters of support through those proposals. I want to thank this council. Some of you particularly wrote individual letters of support, and this council wrote a lot of support as well for those proposals. And I think they were very strong proposals. We are competing across King County for those funds. And we understand we'll be hearing the results of those decisions on or around January 17th. So we're close to finding out whether or not we receive funds. If we do receive feasibility study funds, we'll hire a consultant to look at where we might site an aquatic center and pool, what that might look like, and look forward to the opportunity should it come. So happy to take questions or any other comments anyone else has about this.
Questions, discussion. Okay. That's your update. Deborah.
This is a slightly different wrinkle on pool, but we have started trying to have conversations with the Aqua Club, and now we actually know who to talk with at the Aqua Club about having some interim pool programs for our public. So stay tuned on that. Hopefully get something started this summer.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Appreciate your time. And oh, Joe.
I just want to say definitely thanks to Stephanie. Definitely want to watch those efforts. And then I had something that I think is probably not too difficult of an ask if it is an ask, but just that if we're going to meet with NSD as we traditionally do, that we keep this on the topic list for a meeting, public pool, talking with NSD, our most important partner. Or even if we don't meet with them, we can communicate or just keep some very basic general discussion going with them. But then also to perhaps broach it however our Rob thinks is appropriate with the city of Bothell. It's curious. It's like on the Sammamish Slough River issue, you know, that we get a sort of a response from Bothell of lack of interest or otherwise. That's like the second main topic, important topic that we've got coming back from our neighbor to the east. I'd like to see just if we can continue discussion with Bothell. And I know I'm very curious as to what they're doing with Wayne Golf Course and the developable section of Wayne Golf Course that they can build on, which of course, I think is a beautiful location for a public pool, given that it's on the Burke-Gilman and is so close to us. So those two issues. Thanks.
Okay. Rob.
Yeah, when it comes to both Bothell and Woodinville, I have reached out to the city managers there multiple times on this issue, and both of them just shake their head and say, nope, it's not a council priority. We're not working on it. That said, there's new councils now in Bothell and Woodinville, so it might be worth another try.
Okay. Other comments, observations? Okay, great. Again, thank you, Stephanie, for your update. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right, next item, kind of a discussion block, fun youth activities and families. Several of you raised different aspects of this that kind of clustered nicely under this heading. City Hall Park Phase 2, including half-court basketball and some activities. I think Debbie, is on my list to provide a bit of an update. Is that true? Rob, is it?
Oh, I'd like to hear from council on what they're looking for, and then maybe we can respond.
Oh, okay, sure, no problem. So this was brought up, conversation from council. Joe.
Yeah, so I just like a quick update as to where we're at with half-court basketball. I think that that was among the candidates for ARPA funds.
Stephanie, do you want to jump in on that one?
Let me move Stephanie back into the space.
I mean, the short answer is it's on the list of possible ARPA projects. And once we're finished with that engagement tool, we'll know how it shakes out with, at least as far as how the community feels about it. One thing that I've heard one or two of you ask for is, can we squeeze pickleball into that space? So I think that's definitely worth looking at. you can do both a pickleball court and a basketball court and combine it into one. So like we have at Rhodey.
Anything else on this, Stephanie?
No, I think that covers it. Thank you.
Okay. Karina.
So if we're going to take these one by one, I'm excited about this half court at the City of Bothell, and a little park kind of space there. I think that's important to have a little extra access to fun, place to play in our high density neighborhoods, diverse neighborhoods. And I look forward to seeing this come along. I still want to see at least a small park for our families. They otherwise have to go to the school, the elementary school, or walk across 522, not something very young children do on their own. And they're certainly not walking up to the summit by themselves if they're on the lower plateau and downtown. So just putting that out there. And I look forward to talking about connective, accessible play a little bit later.
Okay. Other comments? Okay. Let's move to the next item. Again, programming the gym at St. Edward's, an update there. I want to say maybe Joe raised that, but I think, or Jeff, it was Deborah. I'd have to look at my list, but.
Yep, I did. This is something that many years ago, we partnered with, and I can't even remember if it was I think it was Center for Human Services. If not that, it was the Y, but I think it was Center for Human Services to have an indoor play space twice a week at the gym at St. Ed's in the morning as a break for parents, particularly in the winter. That's when you need indoor play spaces. So that was my hope, that we would maybe look for a partner in that. It's extremely low cost, and had mentioned it some months ago. Maybe we can target next winter for that. I don't know. I'm curious what the update is on that.
My notes, I have Debbie's might be providing an update. Is that true? Mm-hmm. There she is. All right.
So as you know, the city's how city provides rec programming or the programming is we typically provide the facilities and then look for partners. And as you know, there is sort of a very little opportunity for indoor space with the city, and St. Ed's is one of them. Rita went and met the manager of the lodge, and currently the gym space is being used for storage. The long-term plan is for event space. They are open to programming there, and a couple of ideas that have been sort of kicked around is that Skate Like a Girl is interested in offering a program for the Mary's Place kids, and also the Step It Up program, who provides provides programming for low-income kids, is also another potential partner. So we are exploring that with St. Ed's, and hopefully we'll be able to find a partner. And when we have a partner, we'll be able to come back and give you further updates.
Awesome. I would strongly hope that we would have something for the preschool age. That is an area that we have nothing. Yeah.
So another possible partner would be the YMCA, who offer similar kinds of programs. So again, we're kind of exploring different possibilities there.
Okay. Other conversations or questions on this one? Okay. Thank you, Debbie. Active play and the need for a youth center. I want to say Angela brought part of this up, and I think it was in our conversation. I think Joe may have had an interest in this, or several of you that kind of gravitated to this area, so we kind of lumped it in there. Angela, do you want to share your thoughts on this?
Sure. Yeah, I'll start. So this sounds kind of similar to some of the other bullet points too, which is that I've heard from some community members and seen this myself, that I think there's not a lot for youth between like 12 and maybe 16 or 18 years old Obviously, we do have the skate park, which I think is great for that for teens, but there's a pretty big barrier if you don't skate. I think a half basketball court or active play spaces could be great. I wonder if we might do programming. I know we used to, I heard many years ago that the old fire station property that's now being used for storage was maybe used to have programming with YMCA. I know it doesn't now. So I'm curious if others also think that we might look at programming for teens in particular, like, I don't know, a place for them to, I don't know, paint outdoors or do like STEM stuff or art or I don't know, just thinking aloud here.
Okay. Thoughts about this conversation? Joe?
Just in a real general sense, the idea of teen activities and eventually a teen center, if we are going to continue growing or we want to increase density, you've got to have those amenities to call yourself a real city. So I hope that we continue this exploration.
Rob?
Yeah, this is an exciting topic. Our general model for recreation is where we provide the venue or the resource, and then an outside entity does the programming. And for staffing and resource issues, I think that's a good model. One idea we've had that we've thrown around, it's a fun dream idea, but the Holt property that Brian mentioned earlier, if we do some housing there, a mixed use development, the first floor could be a combination of like a teen hangout center and a maker space. Wouldn't that be amazing? And I bet we could bring in the Boys and Girls Club or the YMCA or some partner to do that. We'd have to put some capital skin in the game, I'm sure, to make it happen. But that's one idea, and one idea for a location to do something cool like that. And I think the work that President Byrd of Bastyr University is doing is also going to be adding to youth activities and things like that.
Okay. Other comments or thoughts in this area? Joe?
I want to confirm we're renewing the Bastyr field leases on the two fields, and then I think we're moving forward on progress for lights at Morelands baseball field.
Yeah, I can take both of those. So in my meetings with President Byrd, I've brought up the extending the lease on the Bastyr fields, and he appears to be open to it. And so we do need to get going on that because it's 2022 now and the lease expires in 2023. So that we need to get that in motion soon. I've actually talked to him about extending it for 30 years. Because if we extended it for that long, then we could justify some real capital improvements in those fields, including proper drainage and maybe lighting. And that would really help the playability of those fields. Now, I didn't say turf. Don't quote me as saying turf. But with drainage and lighting, with the proper environmental remediation, of course, I think that could go a long way in improving our ball field capacity. And yes, lighting at Morelands is on the CIP. I think it's a couple of years out, but get ready for neighborhood pushback. I'm just telling you. I'm sure those neighbors don't know about that proposal yet. And when they do, it's not going to be an easy conversation.
Okay, Karina?
I really appreciate that, Rob. I do know in conversations with families who reside around Morelands, they're very excited about these lights. They thought they were going to happen this last year. And some actually thought maybe the city forgot, or maybe we didn't. We decreased the priority. So I know that the only concerns are, if it's beyond, those those quiet hours. So they're hoping those lights are off during those quiet hours. And I think that's very fair.
I think 9 p.m. is a fair time to shut the lights off, but I think the immediate neighbors that would be most effective, I think we have yet to hear from them. So.
We might have to install screening, beautification screening, more greenery. We love greenery in Kenmore, so that's a good pathway. So thank you so much for that.
Okay. Deborah.
Well, on that note, Rob, I always have mixed feelings about when to notify, but I think, potentially the longer people have to get used to an idea, for example, how we're handling the traffic cameras, there might be an argument there for early notification of a small handful of people to bring them into the solution.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Other comments on this? Joe?
Oh, and I almost forgot. And assuming again, if we're going to discuss or have a joint meeting with NSD to discuss with NSD how we can get in that process again to fund a North Shore School District field to become partner with them to improve a school district field, which is where we've traditionally played the games, baseball games, and we've the district and everywhere else have let a lot of the fields deteriorate. So if we can bring that topic up again when we meet with them or is otherwise appropriate.
And are you
David and then Karina?
I just needed clarification on Joe's.
Yep. Okay.
And we're talking like an elementary school field. Is that?
Most likely, yeah, maybe the junior high, but some field in Kenmore would be the most likely place to begin at least a discussion about partnering.
Okay. David, then Karina.
Don't forget about the LED lights that we saw a few years ago. I think that's a very, very important difference to bring out because it was night and day.
No pun intended. Karina.
Thank you. I love that little joke there. When I was serving on the capital bond planning task force for North Shore schools, a big conversation was raised, and because the school district had interest in connecting with partner cities for co-use of fields, and they vetted that with 70 volunteers who participated in the capital bond planning task force meetings, and then did breakout discussions, and the outcome of that was a high interest, and so I think they would be favorable given that outcome and that amount of support, and I absolutely think that co-use of fields and improvement of fields investment in our local community helps create safe access to community resources when we don't have a whole lot of, land space available. I'm all for, doing a nice, healthy improvement to, like a Kenmore Elementary and a Kenmore Middle, because those are high demand areas and access points pretty close to bus rider commute as well. So I believe that this would be, optimal, and there are some other grants out there available for aiding such work. So big supporter of this.
Okay. Nigel.
I'm supportive of this. I would, point out to some of our newer council members, a lot of the work that we have done with NSD, looking at field availability and kind of the return on investment that we might get out of increasing usable field hours at the schools. And what we got back from them was fairly minimal. Now, if there's a path forward that actually gets us a meaningful number of new usable, rentable field hours for us, that'd be great. But has anything changed since we did that last kind of round of back and forth with NSD? Rob? You're muted.
Rob, Joe, and Karina.
Yeah, not to my knowledge, but Debbie, can you Yeah, I'm remembering that now, that working with the school district didn't get a ton of new usable hours. Now that you mentioned it, I'm starting to remember that study.
It's probably like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
That's correct. I think we've prepared several memos on ball field strategies and access to ball fields. So when this topic comes up again, we can refresh some of those memos. But to my knowledge, there's not been anything significantly changed.
Okay. Joe, and then Karina, and then Melanie.
Yeah, and I think some of those assumptions weren't necessarily that they were with the fields as is, and I don't know if they were necessarily with improvements or the type of improvements that some of the interest groups have been asking for. The league has been asking for and constantly telling us that they need more of. So I still think it's a great opportunity, and also for equity with Kenmore Elementary, a low-income federal funds school. It's a great opportunity to improve that stuff. So anyway, thanks.
Okay. Karina, then Melanie.
Yeah. So that conversation has evolved where before there wasn't a whole lot of interest and understanding. There wasn't a whole lot of, community support. It didn't have the opportunity to be vetted through, development, capital development. And with this last committee, they had a very large committee, much bigger than they've ever had in years past. And so they're really able to vet that discussion and, also evaluate the fact that the school district doesn't have a lot of dollars to throw at maintaining fields, and they need help. They need some help and resources here. And about one of the only ways they can see that happening is partnering with surrounding cities and developing a relationship. There's also a first right to refusal contract for opening fields and staying late, whether it's maintenance workers or faculty or staff. And that's part of the picture. And instead of having there be a long delay, part of the solution can be how can we help support being a solution when there isn't an available resource to close a field. So that would create open and closing of a field, a management issue that would have to be shared. So that is one area of solution that still has to be discussed with whomever the partners are.
Okay. Other comments, thoughts? Melanie.
First, I'm just thankful to hear the robust discussion that we're having around the ball fields issue in our community. And it sounds like there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that it's good for our community to hear. And I hear a bright spot with NSD based on just recent comments, which I am thankful for. The thing that I haven't heard, and because we're talking about ball fields, our community is asking for a ball fields task force. And I don't think today's the day to talk about it or make a decision necessarily unless there's interest. But I just wanted to bring it up that we do need to bring it up as something for us to consider for our community. So I just wanted to share it because our community has been speaking very loudly about it, especially over the past 2 months, I think. Thank you.
Okay.
And just a quick response for the last comment, Melanie did raise, which is that one, we're hearing a lot of interest from surrounding community members who live in other cities speaking at our meetings. So that's important to identify. Definitely families of Kenmore have to travel far to access fields. So that's a major issue. Task force, given the priorities we already have, takes a lot of time and preparation for staff and staff time and cost. I would rather support a summit so that it can be a stepping stone to possible other future action. And it's almost the same as a work session But with all the stakeholders at the table, or a majority, like a one or two representatives from like North Shore or our cities, that can be part of that solution.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea on a summit to get the actual stakeholders there at the table. And that's why I'm thinking NSD and us and others interested. I think that's something to be done that might be much more efficient than a commission.
Any other, Rob?
Yeah, so ball fields didn't make it on this agenda. At least ball fields specifically did not make it on. So we as staff weren't really prepared to talk about this today. I don't think we can be all things to all people. We have so many competing priorities and a scarcity of resources. And every time we poll the community on recreation and parks, ball fields actually does not score very high. It's one of the lower scoring items. And I don't think our community is really yelling that loudly about it. We have 5, 6 people coming to public comment. Does that represent the community? I think sports like baseball are increasingly becoming less popular of a sport. And I know I'm going to get blasted for saying everything I just did, but I'm just telling you what I'm observing. And it's not a council goal. It's not even anywhere on your council goals. So I'm the one that mentioned potential at Bastille just because it's an opportunity and it's something we can do long term. But as far as going out and staffing a task force and finding field space and building more fields, I've heard a whole bunch of stuff you guys want to get done. And we got all the affordable housing initiatives. Sounds like you want a pedestrian bridge and all these other things we're doing. Can we really fit ball fields in there? And if everything's a priority, then nothing is. So.
Okay. Deborah.
Yeah, no, I think the answer on ball fields is we are doing something on ball fields. We have Moreland's lighting in our CIP very soon. And that is going to be an effort that we need to work on with the community to see that happens. That is not going to be trivial. And the idea of the long-term lease, which will increase capacity, which is the thing that we can't figure out any other way to do, is increase capacity at St. Ed's. So I think we are doing 2 very important things on ball fields, and that would be my answer when people ask about it. If private organizations want to go out and find a field and make a proposal about purchasing it or developing it, we are not standing in anybody's way of doing that. And the previous study on NSD, we identified 1 field that had any potential for increased capacity. So I think and that was really unfortunate because I certainly ran on that. Many of us, ran on that 4 years ago, partnership. And there just isn't a lot of potential there in terms of increasing capacity, playing hours. So I think we've kind of tapped what we can tap, and we're doing 2 important things.
I'd like to bring this conversation back to Angela's point that I understood when we've talked at the interview, and also she's presented it. The initial conversation that I heard Angela wanting to have is, where are we going for teens in particular? And a lot of you were talking about different activities. Half Court had a place, at City Hall. St. Ed's comes up as a place and programming there. I think the value of this discussion, it really is that there is a lot of activities there. I also interpret this discussion at this juncture is that the city is taking what I would term more of a decentralized approach. They're looking at different things as opportunities that, if you took as a whole, would begin to create some opportunities for different age groups. So there's history, ball fields, you just saw it. There's a history there, very important, still energy in the community, but you've heard that discussion. So I'm hopeful, Angela, at least that'll give you at least some background and some sense of where folks are on that topic. One thing I would say is I think everybody finds the idea of providing activity and opportunities for sport and other kinds of activities really valuable in this community. And there's a lot of things that are going on. So I don't know if that's helpful to you, Angela, or not, but please, Angela.
I don't think, it sounds like there isn't any immediate action item on this. It's sort of also tied to what I brought up earlier about the civic engagement, which is that I feel like our teens are really sort of left out of the process. You know, the one example of a young person that we had who joined our planning commission was because he almost got hit by a car. That's not how I want people to get involved with our local government. You know, I feel like they need to see that we're here for them as well. And we do offer services for people almost at all, I think, ages and ranges of the spectrum, but I feel like that audience is really left out. And I really want them to get engaged so that they remain engaged through their adulthood. So that's kind of where my mind is thinking. I know the idea of building a teen center at this time obviously is very capital intensive. We don't have the resources. We have a lot of different needs, but I think wherever we can find opportunity, we should. And if there is the desire by a local partner to have programming now, maybe we could look at working with Kenmore Community Center or some other facility for the time being if we can't provide a full-time space.
Okay. Any other comments before we move along? Thank you, Angela.
Just one last thought, and I mean, if you look to your community surveys, and what comes out on top is nature trails and open space restoration. That's always comes out on top. And a close second is access to the water.
Okay.
And I think we're doing those things. I think you are putting money and resources where the citizens want you to.
Okay. Anything else before we move on? Okay. Family activities and fun. Karina, you offered this up as a general conversation. You said at the time you just want to make sure we stay in touch with that idea. So any comments?
Absolutely. You know, former council member Stacy Danuski did an amazing job on ensuring Kenmore became a playful city and was recognized for it. And she helped coordinate with the help and support of the city, you know, family fun events that could take place that, you know, were relatively simple to pull off. Now, playful cities have since evolved. It's not a presidential initiative, yet accessible places to play and creating greater access to play is. And so a good example of this is I had a lovely conversation with a gentleman who was visiting our Kenmore Rhododendron Park and was there in a wheelchair with a friend and getting ready to play on the court. And he let me know that, you know, it can be a little difficult. He has to be a little mindful that, you know, he could get stuck if it's been raining and it's just a little muddy. And this is one of those situations where accessibility to courts is given, you know, priority examples of connected pathways. And we can do that better, whether it's to, you know, at Kenmore Rhododendron adding a trail to the court there, and also enhancing our parks so that they are more accessible. Wood chips is not an accessible playground. It's definitely very affordable, but it limits the ability for some people of our community to access the resource, whether it's mobility issues, balance issues, or you know, whether they're less physically able mobile wise. And so when we upgrade, enhance those spaces so that they're more accessible, and this is what North Shore is also doing with all its school playgrounds, is ensuring that they're more accessible. Kirkland did this with their downtown park at Juanita Beach there. And if you stop by and visit it and you take a walk on their supported playground, you feel it's rather, it's porous. So, water filters through it, and it's rubberized, but it's very beautiful. You can do level surfaces, or you can do full grass surfaces that don't have broken rubber, but they can definitely be more accessible. And I think we could do improvements here. Yes, that costs something, but you know what? There's funding now for that, which is great. So I want us to be mindful of that, including mobile courses, whether they're, small balancing beams, or incorporating play through our city, which is part of smart cities. Whether it's from your feet, when you're looking down and you're seeing something on your sidewalk and it's just rained and you suddenly see a hopscotch trail, or something that is eye level for kids to play with that's musical. We have ways we can adapt and grow with our city and provide fun and playful play, as well as accessible play.
Okay. Comment. Nigel.
Yeah, like we do with a lot of things, I think that as we redo playgrounds, as we update things, we should completely be looking at things through an accessibility lens. I think it's a really good point. I know there's been a lot of work in the last 10 years to really increase the quality of playground equipment for users who need it. And I think as we make improvements, that should be part of what we're thinking about. And frankly, I think it probably folds into, and hopefully will come out of our DEI work also, I would think.
Okay. Any other comments or observations? Okay. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for letting me kind of address this. I would like to bring back some of those fun day play in like Kenmore Dinner Park. I know former council member Danuski did a wonderful job with that, and it was a loved event that the Senior Center also participated in, helping support. I'd like to continue to serve our city this way. And one last thought is, a trail that goes around a park is a wonderful walking path, whether it's not cement or, a more fixed surface like that, but it can't be an ADA path that, looks like a track or has, markings on it for distance, but it creates a good place for mobile activity that helps our community be more physical and a playful space, safe space, and also helps reduce local obesity when we create these kinds of resources. And so layers of thought and idea, I'm sure that there's ways to partner with, organizations to create some of these things or create access to funding. But we have a beautiful playground at Kenmore Rhododendron. I think what's underneath it needs to have improvement. But I'll leave it there. So thank you so much.
All right, you bet. Thank you. Any other comments? Rob.
Hey, one fun thing along those lines is, as part of our concert series, we're adding a special screening of a movie called Motherload, and it's going to be on Bike Everywhere Day on Saturday, May 21st. And it's not just showing the movie, but we're going to have some bike activities and things to go with it. And it's going to be for families and all sorts of fun stuff. So if you haven't seen Motherload, it's a really cool movie. It's a documentary about moms riding cargo bikes. Super cool.
Nigel.
This is a question for Rob. I'm just confirming that the plan was always to get back to Kenmore Play Day once we're through this, the pandemic. Is that correct?
Nancy, do you feel like weighing in on this? Or is it Nancy? Yeah, Nancy. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who's got responsibility for that.
You're muted.
That's a good question. Yeah, I think that would, definitely be, a consideration, and I'll check with our team about that. But I think Rita Moreno may also have some information on that as well. But we'll get back to you.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'm going to try to knock off one more, and then I'll give you a quick break. I'm trying to keep you healthy, but keep us on schedule, and we're sneaking up to being right on schedule. Can you handle one more topic before I break you again? Can you do that? Okay. Tenant protections. I think there's a couple folks, I think Nigel, Karina, and folks on that, but I'll ask Nigel, I think, to lead us off on that one, and sure everybody has a point of view. Nigel.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Councilmember MacFarlane and I have been talking about. Last year we did some good work, or was it a year and a half ago now? It's all bleeding together. We did some work around temporary protections, dealing with the coronavirus and kind of the economic impact that caused, and the potential for evictions and all of that. I think the thought now is that there probably is a need for us to look at some more permanent long-term solutions. I'm not going to say that I know exactly what the answers are, but I think there's some ideas floating around, and I would hope this would be something that we could add to our agenda somewhere down the line and have a real serious discussion around making sure that renters have the protections that they need.
Okay. Karina.
Thank you. And I just want to echo what Deputy Mayor Herbeck said, Nigel, but also, Angela is doing great work on this too. We've been working in collaboration with the housing justice folks, projects folks, and the Stay Healthy folks as well. And they've provided resources for us as they worked with King County to pass tenant protections following COVID. And what we all learned through the COVID pandemic is, there were some long time unaddressed issues. King County just recently adopted a policy. It's on the agenda. You can see that as an attachment that was updated to the online agenda. Seattle also updated their tenant protection policy and rules there. And there's also a example policy document from the Housing Justice Project and the Stay Healthy partners. Along with that, there was recent legislation that was passed in the state legislature to prohibit income discrimination. And we have evidence that actually occurred in Kenmore with a graduate family of the UW a couple years ago who tried to rent an apartment moving from Lake City to hopefully Kenmore, yet they were denied a lease without signing on with a co-signer and 5 months down payment. While they were graduate students, one was studying genetics and the other was in the dentistry program. They were also a diverse couple. And so there was some thought that there was more to it, yet the the unit, which is a newer unit that was built, the management company did not count their financial aid as income. Yet federally, it's a identified income source for helping students, cover their housing costs while attending school. This is a good example of how people have entered and experienced discrimination, whether they have limited income, a fixed income, a disability income, or they've re-entered society. And now that there's protections in place for this, we also need to kind of help get that word out to our surrounding, large landlords. But it also can be part of our policy. So if you take a look at the agenda, there's a proposed policy, much of which I very much support. I very much commend Nigel's prior work on that 3-month notice, which was rather a norm with the Seattle protections prior. But now, as it's harder to get a rental unit, it could take longer to have access to one, let alone if a landlord is selling the property or going to use the property to live in themselves. We don't, as a young city, have many protections to follow our community along. So I highly support us taking permanent protections and updating our protections on tenant reforms, some of which we adopted temporarily during COVID, but otherwise we can do better by our community here. And this is something I would rather work on sooner than later. So we can, come in step with our surrounding communities. Other cities are starting to consider the same work.
Okay. Other discussion, questions? Angela.
I'm also in favor of talking about this further as a council. I think it's part of our comprehensive approach to dealing with the housing crisis, and it's just one piece of the puzzle, making sure that people are staying housed, as well as the other work we're doing to hopefully increase housing supply. So definitely in favor of this as well.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion? So is this an initiative that would then go into the maybe larger process for setting goals and looking towards the futures? How do you see that, Nigel?
I think it's been one of our priorities for the last couple of years has been trying to protect folks. I would argue this is something we can do before we get to priority setting in June, but that's just me.
Okay. Karina, you had your hand up, and then Rob.
Yes, and I can concur with Nigel. If you take a look at our council priorities, you see increase and preserve the options for affordable housing stock, number one.
Right.
And being that we've had some prior discussions, and I know everybody knows how passionate I am about this issue. So I'm not going to drown your ears out. So I do think we need to bring this back sooner than later. I would hate to see us go, past the end of the month without starting the work, because we have good examples in front of us. Good examples that have been vetted by King County, in place by unincorporated King County, now in place by Seattle, now being considered by surrounding cities. It's time to pick up the work. And we have other COVID pandemic moratoriums that will expire. And we can take realistic actions and move forward pretty easily, probably, whether it's starting with a work session and then bringing something back. But we have great partners in this work, and they've been very great to share the outstanding example policies and that prior work that we can pull from King County, and those discussions that have come about have yet resulted in great policy. So I think we have good examples that we can move forward with.
Okay, Rob?
Yeah, so affordable housing is your number one goal, as Karina just said. And so given that that's where we tend to put extra priority resources. So let me get with Debbie and talk to her about how quickly we can do some additional tenant protection work. And I see Debbie doesn't have her camera on, so I don't know if she's grimacing right now or what, but Debbie and I will chat and get back to you on what can be done.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, let's let me take you to a quick break, come back at 3:30, and we'll be right on target.
I'm having Zoom fatigue. Oh my God. It's a long day.
Me too.
You can say that again.
Yes.
It's
Hey,
harder.
you guys,
It's harder on Zoom.
it is. It's just a different dynamic. I really applaud you folks for today, and I know this has been your life for a while, and boy, it's tough. I sure appreciate your efforts. We're back on schedule because of you, actually. So
the little breaks really help with a light fatigue, the Zoom fatigue lighting on our eyeballs. Mine are burnt out already, but.
Well, they are. I mean, I've always been pretty wanting to be strict about breaks because at the end of the day, well, two things is one, I want you to be healthy people. And secondly, the quality of a discussion can deteriorate. I mean, just because you can't process for so long. So, I mean, we try to set this up so that the items that are just identified by one individual per se is more towards the end, not because they aren't important, but you know, it's a team retreat. So we try to get the multiple identified topics up front and all that, but in the end, there's no way around the fatigue you're feeling right now. I think one of the things the big difference is that when we did in-person retreats, the social time at breaks and in the evening and so on really makes a difference. You know, you can take it's a whole different vibe in terms of how folks are with each other, and it kind of helped, I thought, but yeah, it's tough, no doubt about it.
In-person's nice, but you know, we have restrictions on us, right? Of, you know, how much we can talk about during breaks, or even the kinds of things we can talk about during breaks, because of the rules that govern us as leaders through that process. And so it usually turns out that people don't really, you know, socialize much together in an effort to try to, you know, stay in the safe zone.
Well, I think that what I've seen at retreats is the last thing most participants do is talk about the agenda items at break. They're almost always talking about, you know, their kids or the weather or what they're going to do next or something, just to give their mind a rest. You know, it's kind of hard. The other thing that's always interesting is that even though, you know, you have your staff folks in behind the scenes, when we're in person, I can actually see people wanting to get in the queue, and I can kind of tell sometimes by nonverbal information. Not every now and then I'll bring a staff person in because I know, kind of like the conversation we had earlier that Deborah brought up about, I know that person has information. I bet if they got that information on the table, that might cause this, you know, help you. So, and I don't have that now as much, at least. The way around that is we've started to, I have a working agenda that when working with Rob and his team, we put some people in behind that. So I have a sense of kind of where to go with staff folks, and they're queued up. So anyway, thank you for getting us here. It's really been up to you to be efficient in your conversations, and boy, it's helpful. So it's time, public safety module. It's interesting, different folks had different things they wanted to hear from. And the first one on the agenda is court's report. And I think Rob is from a staff perspective there, but I want to say Joe maybe, and maybe Karina. I know Karina on the next one for sure. Kind of interested in where some data and so on that, and I think we have Rob and then Brandon and Stephanie in behind to help us with this discussion from a staff perspective. So I don't know, Rob, do you want to lead off, and then and maybe Joe? I know you had an interest in this area. Did you have some information on this, Rob?
I don't have anything prepared for this because other than court's report, I don't know what the ask is or the question is. So maybe I could hear from council first.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah,
Bill?
part of my wish list has always been to get a update on what our Kenmore Municipal Court is doing. And I think it's benefits the whole community, of course, know what's going on. And that's aside from my job as a public defender in Sammamish County. But I think it'd be great to maybe have our judge, prosecutor, and defense let us know, are people going to jury trials? Are there, and how many are there? Are there plea deals? Are there plea reductions? Are there dismissals? Are we dealing with driving with suspended license cases differently now that we have the new ACLU settlement or the anticipated new law? How are we dealing with those? How's it going with domestic violence cases? How are we doing with incorporating treatment or drug and alcohol treatment with people's sentences or otherwise? Just a general introduction to all those kinds of issues, just as an update, maybe as a topic for a city council meeting, just a wish list.
Okay, conversation. Angela.
Oh, I'm also definitely in support of this. Additionally, I've heard that many courts have made changes due to the pandemic, and I'm curious to know which ones are going to remain and which ones might end, like if things start to return to in person. And then, shoot, there was something else that I had in mind, but I lost it, so.
Other conversation? Karina.
Yeah, this is something I completely echo in solidarity with Joe. Yeah, and something I've been asking for quite a while. We've asked, we have placed the ask many times. Yet I understand our local courts are very busy. You know, we do need to get them in front of us. It's been a long time since our community have heard from them as well. And we need to know things about, you know, racial and gender parity, how they come across in the court cases that are pursued. Yeah, so we also need to know what kinds of issues that are, you know, coming across their desks so that we can better address issues within our community or find avenues and pathways to resources to bring to Kenmore to help our residents, and also, you know, deal with problematic situations and positive behavioral approaches. So, and solutions. So I look forward to hearing also from our chief, because one of the things we're hearing a lot about during the pandemic is the increase in domestic violence and the increase in drug use and overdoses and some crime. So I'm very concerned about these issues and how they're impacting families. You know, how many times do we have police or fire visiting one home repeatedly for overdose treatment, which is a person's right, but it can come down to, you know, heavy price on taxpayer dollars. So there's avenues to dealing with these issues and working with issues like these equitably and finding pathways of support. So
on this topic, I think we're going to get more in depth in just a minute, Karina, because you did bring this up, and I'm anticipating that there may be some staff support on directly to what you're raising. I kind of want to keep us a little bit centered on the courts for just a second. Rob, did you have a point there?
Well, yeah, I think what I'd like to do is Chief Moen typically does his annual police report in April, if I'm not mistaken. And okay. One thought is we could have a public safety study session third Monday in April. Yeah, we could have a public safety study session third Monday in April, perhaps. And I keep looking at Brandon Square. And we could have the annual police report, and we could, hey Chief, we could have the annual police report, and we could have our judges and prosecutor and defender come and talk that same night. That's kind of what I'm envisioning.
Okay. Welcome,
Chief.
Brandon.
Chief, is third Monday in April an okay time to produce your annual report?
Yeah, that's roughly when I typically do it. A lot of the stats are generated by the county, and it's a matter of getting the report pulled together. But I think that's that timing sounds right.
Okay, perfect. On the topic of courts, quick question: do you run your own municipal court?
No, we contract with King County District Court.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're part of the Shoreline court, so all of our defendants and everything go to the court in Shoreline.
Okay. Karina?
Right.
And family court is in Superior Court. So that just bumps up in King County for parents with children, whether they're together or not.
I know most, or not most, but many of the counties have had to go back, or some have stopped jury trials. The COVID's impacted the court system big time. And so it's kind of come and gone. They reinstituted jury trials in the county I live in, and they stopped them again. So it's been, from a structural perspective, certainly not normal. So. Anything else on the courts before we turn to the specific topics that I think I'm hearing there's going to be a report that likely could include court-related data, Joe, that would be of interest to you, I know, and others. So, as I'm hearing in April.
I think Rob's going to bring it up for the presentation or whatever, as you just said.
Okay. Moving to the next item under public safety. Karina brought this up. She started talking about it a little bit, but specifically was interested in some data and just a better understanding of sort of behavioral health, mental health referrals, and maybe how that's processed throughout the system. I don't want to state that if that's not what you really want, Karina, but I think I remember that. Drug overdoses, suicide, just kind of some data to get a sense of what's happening in the community and how it's being processed. Karina, you want to more fully express that, your views, please?
Thank you. I quickly tapped into that earlier. We are seeing a noticeable increase in suicide ideation and attempts and responses. We are seeing increase in drug use and overdoses and mental health response calls. We're seeing those. But how is that different pre-COVID versus COVID? We all know, we've heard through the news that we're hearing a higher demand on behavioral mental health and how this, how isolation impacts people. But we're having differences in our own community that are changes. And we need to find a way to understand these better and find a way to better serve our community.
Okay. Conversation, comments? Deborah.
I'm just not sure what the ask is. So just wanting a little more information, and maybe we can get a little clearer.
Thank you. I asked for data initially, and Michael did prompt that, and I explained the why I want to know and why I think this is important. I mean, we've all commented at different times on what we're hearing and what we're seeing come out in reports. That being said, we can be bystanders and just watch things go by, or we can be responsive and acknowledge and discuss what's in front of us, what our community is facing, and how to use that data to possibly find solutions to better caring for our community or helping our community have access to resources.
Brandon.
So yeah, Michael, I'm happy to provide some stats that I've pulled together, particularly related to overdoses as well as suicides and trends here recently. In terms of the mental health calls, that's a little bit stickier to evaluate and pull stats on, just because so much of what we deal with has some component of mental health or behavioral health issue to it. whereas overdoses and suicides are fairly clean cut. I'll take this opportunity, since I have the floor, to briefly talk about radar and where it's going. When we do have, obviously, households that we're going to repeatedly for behavioral health issues or some related issue, we are continuing to go out and doing outreach with those households and those persons. Radar is in the process right now of hiring full-time navigators, whereas we formerly had been doing part-time, a limited number of hours. It was tough retaining navigators. It was all of these agencies around the state are trying to hire the same people, and it's kind of a limited pool of people that are willing to do the job, qualified to do the job. So we're going through this process of hiring full-time navigators. So we will see the same people. We'll have them on staff. We're hopefully in time we'll be able to get them vehicles so they can do outreach on their own when appropriate. When they do not have to have a police officer with them, they can go out and do outreach on their own when it's safe to do so. So that's where it's going. And normally in my police report in April, I also I invite the radar program director to come in and talk about that. Michael, do you want me to go into just some quick overdose stats and give a kind of a picture of what we're seeing in that realm?
I think we have time for that, certainly. And if you have whatever you have prepared, I'm sure the council will be quite interested in hearing it. So please.
Sure. Let me share my screen real quick. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So this chart just shows this is King County as a whole. This is information that is very fluid. Tox results come in regularly. So if you see different numbers on different websites, that's okay. These are not hard and fast numbers by any means. But these are just the past 3 years, all fatal overdoses in King County. As you can see, there's considerable rise. Those not on this chart, I went back and looked all the way to 2016 to 2021. And between 2016 and 2021, fatal overdoses in King County have more than doubled over that time period. Why? Predominantly, it is fentanyl. Fentanyl is out in the street, it's everywhere, and it is deadly. Fentanyl is, as you know, the synthetic opiate that is really strong, requires just a little bit amount of it to be fatal. It's cheap, and we're seeing it really all over the country, but in this region in particular. As you can see there, just in the last 3 years, it's a 225% increase in fentanyl. These are just the fatal fentanyl overdoses. These stats don't even include someone who overdoses and is brought back to life and recovers or still alive. These are just the fatal ones. We look at Kenmore in particular. These are all fatal overdoses in Kenmore over the last 5 years. As you can see there, 2016 through 2018, we had 1. Last year, we had 4 already, just in the last year. 3 out of those 4 in Kenmore were directly related to opioids, in particular fentanyl. One of them, we're not 100% sure yet on the tox results, but definitely 3 of the 4, and I would suspect 4 of the 4 were fentanyl related. And of those 4 overdoses last year in Kenmore, it's a mix of male and female, the age range being between 35 years old and 57 years old. So these people overdosing in Kenmore were not 19-year-olds experimenting with drugs. These were people well into their adulthood. And what we're seeing with fentanyl is it's mixed with other drugs. It's rare that you have a fentanyl overdose that's just fentanyl. It's normally mixed with something else. And as you can see in the spike in those 2 lines right there, the red being the meth and dark blue being the fentanyl, they're very closely correlated. We're seeing those together. If we're finding fentanyl, we're finding meth and vice versa. And sometimes people are taking the fentanyl taking meth and maybe not even realize that the fentanyl's mixed in. They're commonly mixed together. Of these, predominantly fentanyl overdoses is really a range of people. A quarter, close to half, are either in their 30s or the 50s that were overdosing and dying with fentanyl. 3/4 being male, 64% white, 16% black, 6% Hispanic. Nearly half of those overdoses, fatal overdoses, occurred within the city limits of Seattle, and only about 5% on the north end of King County. Also, an interesting stat that the medical examiner's office tracks is whether they have stable housing or not. And 90% of these fatal, what I'm calling fentanyl-related overdoses, are people that have some type of stable housing. If there's any questions about overdoses, I can stop there. The next slide has to do with suicides, but if there's anything on overdoses, I can.
Let me pause. I can't see everybody because of the chart, but I can see David has his hand up. David, did you have a question or something that you wanted to raise here? Yeah.
This is something that we're tracking on the Board of Health also. We're seeing this, like the chief says, countywide. It's a pretty serious problem, and we are tracking it.
Okay, Karina, question?
Thank you. Well, more of a comment. I do want to just, because you're in front of us today, and many of our community members have already seen the announcement of the good work you did with the recent arrest to get firearms, opioids, and fentanyl off our streets. And so we really appreciate that. I really appreciate that work, and I'm sure our community does too. I'm aware of the studies that Northwest HIDA does, having attended an event in Shoreline a couple of years ago, a presentation. And I think that if you're coming back to present with us, I would like to see Northwest HIDA with our presentation as well. I think people need to understand better why the pathway enters the way it does. So thank you.
Okay. Angela.
Hi, Chief Moen. Thank you so much for being here with us today and for all of the updates. Some of the updates that were in our packet, I don't think we've had a chance to talk about in person. And I was really happy to see some of the progress related to things that we've talked about in the past. So like the full-time radar navigators, the pilot project with body-worn cameras with King County Sheriff's Office, the wellness and resiliency unit I didn't know about for our own officers. I think that's excellent. I'm so glad to see that they've instituted that, and how we partnered with North End Cities for the 24-hour crisis facility. I'm super happy about all of that work. One question I have is about this program that I'm not super familiar with, but I've heard of a recovery navigator program. I think it's brand new and is just starting to get off the ground. Do you know much about that, and if we will be serviced by that at all? I think they are navigators specifically for substance abuse, right?
I am not, I've heard of the program. I'm not too aware of how it's going to operate or the logistics of it. I'll have to look further into that.
Okay. Other comments or so before I turn back to Brandon? If he has more of a presentation, I want to make sure you had that for you. We do, I think, have the time for that. So,
sure. Real quick before I get off the issue of overdoses and narcotics, the officers, each officer in Kenmore and within the sheriff's office, for that matter, continue to carry Narcan. It's a narcotic that shuts down the receptors that allow the fentanyl to overcome someone's body and their functions. So, like just a couple of weeks ago, one of the officers used it in Kenmore on an overdose and was able to save the person, luckily. In addition to having defibrillators as well. When we do have a fatal overdose in Kenmore, It is assigned to a detective that we contract with Shoreline that specializes in narcotics to try to do some follow-up and see if they can link back where those drugs, particularly fentanyl, come from. It is possible to charge someone with controlled substance homicide. It's really rare and really difficult to do, but we do try to figure out where those drugs came from, because oftentimes there's a link. It's a particularly strong amount or strong batch of fentanyl, and you see several overdoses in an area directly related to one dealer or one location, one person that sold all these people this particularly potent fentanyl. And so we do try to track that down as best we can. Councilmember File mentioned the different drug arrests we've had here recently. We have had several large arrests here, all related to one particular location, in which we've got 1,000 plus fentanyl pills, in addition to pounds and pounds and pounds of meth and several guns off the street as well. We're that particular location, many of you may have heard from the neighbors, and we're continuing to work on that one. It's been a problem, but continue to try to make a difference there. So that's all I had on drugs and drugs overdose. I'll very briefly, it's just one slide on suicides in Kenmore over the past year. Share real quick. So here's the suicides that occurred in the city of Kenmore over the past 5 years. As you can see, there was a noticeable spike in 2016, and unfortunately went back up. We had 4 last year. Looking closely at the 4 last year, a wide range in ages, from a 19-year-old male to a 69-year-old male. Just looking at one, I'll tell you all 4, a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 62-year-old, and a 69-year-old. So basically too young, too, I won't say old, but a little bit on the older side. And in different means as well. Over this stretch of 5 years, 74% of the suicides were involved a firearm. 21% were hanging. We see many different means. I cannot really go into the psychology of why the suicide occurred. Oftentimes we don't know for sure, but nonetheless, these are the stats we've seen over the last 5 years. If there's any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
You can drop that slide. There you go. David, you have your hand up.
Yes, just a quick question for the chief. You guys are carrying Narcan now? The sheriff's department? Because
we've had it for a while.
Yeah, I know a couple of years ago there was resistance, and we brought it up on the Board of Health and tried to ensure that it happened. So I'm very glad to hear that the county sheriffs are carrying Narcan now. So thank you for that information.
Okay, Karina.
Yeah, so you mentioned the method mode of suicides. So with firearms, are we talking about firearms that were within the home, firearms they owned, or firearms they had access to that was not their own?
So I can tell you from the last couple of years, the ones that I've reviewed when I've been here, they've been firearms that the persons have owned. They either registered to them or it was in the home and something they owned.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, we just talked about opioids and fentanyl. You operate a wonderful program here it's just a quick drop off of prescriptions from people's homes. There's no reason to hoard prescriptions at home. You can drop them off and have them properly disposed of at no charge, anonymously, here at Kenmore City Hall. And so a highly well-used program you operate here. And I want to make sure people still know that resources available to them. And one of the best ways to get drugs out of the hands of youth, especially prescribed drugs, is by removing them from the home and definitely not flushing them down the toilet. Thank you.
Joe and then David.
Thank you, Brandon, for getting the statistics together and the data for us in forms. I'm definitely impressed, as I gotta say, I always am, with your presentations and your ability to boil it down for us. These are horrific issues that we, are going to have to grapple with somehow, and this definitely helps. Thank you.
David?
Yes, that drug take back program is now statewide. I was heavily involved in lobbying for that and against the pharmaceutical companies who are against it. But you can take your drugs, your not being used prescription drugs to any pharmacy now, and they will take them back for you. We do maintain it at City Hall, and I believe we will continue, but other city halls do, but not everybody, but the drugstores do take them back. So thank you.
Okay. Karina.
One quick question. I don't know that we've partnered with the free home walk box program that comes through the King County Sheriff's Office, or community education around Narcan and just proper disposal. But I think we could and help improve some outcomes possibly in our community. Do you think that would be something that would be helpful?
So we do have now some gun locks. They're not necessarily safes, but they are locks that allows someone to secure a firearm and so it cannot be used. So those are available. Something I've got a collection of now that we're going to have available at the front desk if someone should need them. I know we've done some outreach off the top of my head, I can't remember when, earlier this year, when we started seeing some of the firearm suicides, about suicide prevention and the hotlines that are available, and trying to get some of that information out there. We really try to push 211 as a kind of a clearinghouse number that can link to everything else. There's lots of suicide prevention lines, but they're 1-800 numbers, and who's gonna remember that? So just dial 211 and they will get you whatever help you need. So that's the number we always try to push out there. But in terms of the locks in particular, I'll make a concerted effort to add some more outreach so people know that we have those available.
Thank you. I'm really excited to hear about that. I did say home pharmacy lock boxes, but I'm really excited to hear about these gun locks. So, I've been interested in that in the future for our community. So thank you for jumping the gun.
We can use both. We can put the drugs and the guns in one safe. Okay, yes. I recall at one point I did look up the lockbox program for the meds, and I could not find where we could get those for free. I couldn't find the program. So I'll touch base with you on that. And,
oh, sure. I had a great updated conversation with Sheriff Sanza, who assured that every county sheriff's office in our state has access to the program, and it's released through the county office. And former King County Sheriff Mitzi said they did have the program in the past. Yeah, and of course I appreciate her past support and partnership on supporting Narcan for schools and college dorms. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments or things that you wanted to say, Brandon, at all? Anything further? Okay, well, on behalf of the council, thank you for putting your report together and coming. My understanding is there'll be a more extensive discussion in April. I heard it would be. So yeah, I think unless there's any further discussion, we'll move to our next items. Okay. Well, now we're into other city issues. We're ahead of schedule now. Imagine that. That's great. DEI launched the to-dos. I think there was an interest in getting an update on that program. So I think Lenora is going to maybe do something with that. In the meantime,
I'm
hi,
here.
Lenora.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So I would like to first begin by thanking Council for diligently reviewing, analyzing, and calibrating each and every candidate who applied for our DEI task force, and thanks to all who applied. So as you know, next Monday at the City Council meeting, we will be announcing the names of the inaugural DEI task force advisory group. And I'd like to highlight the diversity of the rich candidate pool that applied, that consisted of individuals that represented many different communities, many different groups, and age ranges. And the age range was from 16 to about 90 years old. And within our candidates, it was a really nice spectrum and reach. And another thing that I'd like to mention, Council, that instead of 8 DEI task force members, we've identified 14. We've identified 14, and the names will be announced this upcoming Monday. And because of the significant applications and interests, it created also a collateral opportunity. We're also looking into potentially utilizing the list of candidates, even tapping those who are not selected to serve on the DEI task force for future engagement and activities. And it was a really great turnout. And so from there, we're looking to move into external engagement by holding stakeholder listening sessions. We want to work with the DEI task force, sharing feedback of synthesized data, the findings, prioritizing the analysis and feedback of stakeholders, and in collaboration with Shannon Kelly Ray, our consulting firm that we've been working with, and the DEI Task Force Advisory Group, we will be shaping and creating a policy to use and apply to how we perform our work, how we hire, and in our service delivery. So that's the update on DEI.
Rob, you had a...
Yeah, I just want to add to Leonora. Leonora's doing an awesome job on this, and so is Shannon Kelly Ray. And we had about 30 applicants, and we just didn't feel like we could keep it to 8. We had to get the full spectrum and a rich, inclusive pool. We felt like 14 was a better number. I just finished, well, not finished, I'm still on it. I've been on the King County Public Safety Advisory Committee, and it's 15, and it was doable. It was manageable. Especially with the facilitator. Leonora and Shannon and her colleague and I discussed it, and we just thought it'd be better to expand the size of the committee to make sure that we're just getting the full richness and diversity from our community.
Okay, Karina?
Thank you. And thank you for your work on this. I'm so excited to see that we're finally having the task force come together. There's something I wish could be part of that task force is having key stakeholders participate in the task force. And when I say that, I mean, a seat for somebody from North Shore and for somebody from King County Public Health or Community Health. I think that having partners, our community partners and stakeholders, and maybe even a business leader participating together in these DEI kind of task force are really essential to a really good, healthy outcome, and without being overbearing, and very doable with a facilitator. I really would hope that you might take the suggestion. I would hope that some of my fellow colleagues might agree, but I think it could really benefit the work.
Thanks for the feedback, council member file. Actually, what was really surprising when I was contacting the candidates, the inaugural members, a lot of them have been sharing their background with me that was not transferred over in their application. So I think that the background and where they come from and their experience, you're going to be really impressed. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments, conversation? David?
Yeah, I know. Going through that list and looking at all the qualifications was really pretty eye-opening. We've got a bunch of really compassionate people in our community, and I'm very proud of that.
Cool. Okay, anything else? Rob?
Just on that sub item there on RFQs. So I've been thinking about this. This is the exact type of thing that the DEI task force will be making recommendations on. So my recommendation is, rather than steal their thunder on this, let them come up with a recommendation on this and other things like it.
Karina?
I have just one last question. It came to my attention that our DEI task force members are going to be, is attending meetings that are, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours. And they're going to be given a small stipend of $80. I wish we could increase that because it's a great amount of work and respect of their time and participation, and can continue, hopefully encouraging them to come back to all the way through the end, because you hate to lose people by the end of a task force. And I just think we could better appreciate those who serve.
Okay. Anything else on this topic? All right. Thank you, Lenora, very much. Affordable housing update. My notes are that Debbie and Stephanie are going to provide that.
That's right.
Who should go first?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah, in my mind, it's policy and then implementation. So Debbie, do you want to go first? You're muted.
I hear you.
In your packet, there was sort of an overview of policies that had been put in place over the last year, so I don't need to review that. And the Planning Commission are continuing their efforts on missing middle, and will hopefully have a recommendation to you in the first quarter of next year. The Planning Commission is reviewing the housing element of the comprehensive plan, and that will be part of the recommendations also coming forward to you. And then one of the implementation strategies that will likely come out of the housing element is updating the affordable housing strategy that Council adopted a few years ago. So that's an update on policy. Thank you.
Okay. Stephanie?
Thank you. The Affordable Housing Working Group was formed last summer of 2021, and has been hard at work. And we've brought to Council several updates, scored a 18 list of possible affordable housing projects, and narrowed that list to 3. And we're working hand in hand. Full-fledged members of our working group are 2 members of ARCH, 2 employees at the Regional Coalition for Housing. They've been instrumental in helping us move this forward. Right around the holidays, we had a walking tour to look at the sites, and are hard at work with the draft RFP on the old Shell property. It'll be the first RFP that we'll release to get proposals from our from the community, we'll see which developers and potential partners will come forward with proposals for us to consider. And we're looking at leveraging outside funding, working really hard on that. We have a 4-member graduate school student team that are going to be helping us from the University of Washington, working on that letter of agreement and nailing down details. But I'm really excited about their passion, and they'll be able to do a lot of analysis and behind the scenes work for us that will help us ultimately bring to you in June a full package of proposal for your consideration and approval that we can then submit in September to the state and county funding cycle to fully leverage all of our outside sources. And I know that this council has already made a decision around half of our ARPA funds, around $3.2 million, will be set aside for affordable housing. And so we're really excited to figure out how we leverage those funds and other outside funds. Have in our timeline in the charter, we'll be coming back multiple times to council and sharing more information, but we're hard at work on RFP. We're hoping that goes out February, and we're just excited about getting that on the street and starting to have those conversations and see what's possible. Obviously, 30% AMI, we have very clear in the RFP we're drafting that some of the units must be for those at 30% or below AMI. We're looking at 50% AMI, like writing it so it's not too prescriptive that it's not possible or it limits who might propose, but also being very, very clear. Our intention is that this project is going to serve those at 30% below AMI, and know that's a big reason, a big issue, and we're in a regional crisis for affordable housing, and we want to help be part of the solution. So a lot of work happening, and happy to take questions. I'm just excited to get the RFP on the street next month and get proposals back that we can start sharing with you.
Thank you. Questions, conversation? Okay. Thank you so much, Stephanie. And Debbie, thank you. Doggy park. I actually think that was Deborah, yes.
It was. So I have to say, we have a lot more dogs in Kenmore than we used to. And I think that may be pandemic related. But regardless, it's here. And their owners really want a dog park, even more than 4 years ago. So I would just love to get this back onto the radar to reevaluate all of our current spaces for the feasibility aspect of having a dog park. Obviously currently we don't have in our CIP money set aside for a dog park. So at this point it would be, for me, just like, where would it even be if we could prioritize the money for it?
Okay, Karina.
Yes, I love this topic, being a dog lover myself. Yet I did raise the topic to Rob in the past. And I know that he had indicated Twin Springs is a good level space, and part of it could be used for a dog park. Well, it usually doesn't take too much to put in a dog park, and you certainly don't have to rotate it like Malfa does. And you can definitely have partners and stakeholders be part of, the caretakers of a dog park, like the Jasper Kirkland Dog Park. That being said, I think there are a couple spaces within Kenmore, even maybe a property owner might want to sell the property to be used, for a dog park or next to a park. But that being said, if we have the option and there looks like to be a agreeable space that's kind of already, in our city manager's view, a good possibility, why not take the leap and provide a happy little space for our dogs to play and our neighbors to enjoy their houndies.
Okay. Conversation. Nigel.
Yeah, this is something that we have to address. I also would just toss out the idea of Linwood, even though it's right on the edges of Kenmore. It's an underutilized space that we own. I think it's worth looking at.
Okay. Other comments, observations? Rob?
I like the idea of bringing in a dog park expert, because I think there's a lot more that goes into a dog park than we might know. And I've never had a city with a dog park. I don't think I've ever worked for a city with a dog park before, but I do know that dogs wreak havoc on whatever land you give them. So like you can see right there in Bothell right there at Bothell Landing, is it, that within days of fencing that area off, they just destroy the grass and turn it into a mud bog in the winter and a dust bowl in the summer. And so you do have to rotate and rest dog park areas, and you need enough land to do that. Twin Springs is the best spot I can think of. It's got wetlands and buffers, so we'd have to fence all that off to make sure we're out of the wetlands and buffers. But again, a bunch of dogs in a week or two would just turn it into a mud bog. Even that much space, and it's actually not very much space over there. So again, this is me speaking a little out of school because I'm not a dog park expert, an off-leash dog park expert, but I do know what I've seen and what I've been told. You need enough land to rest areas and rotate the dog park around. So,
Karina?
I think it might be worth our while to invite the nonprofit organization that put in place a Jasper dog park in Kirkland, just a throw from their downtown police station. It's also not far from their heron rookery, and it's really interesting to see how they utilize renewable resources for natural recycled materials, and how they put that in place and then maintain it. It's always great to have partners and stakeholders, and they're well respected for their work there. And they definitely have a good understanding of some of our habitat issues. So I think it might be worth a mini work session.
Okay. Deborah, and then Melanie.
I didn't mean to second guess where. I think we need to have some advice about, as Rob said, about where is appropriate. I would love us to think outside the box, maybe a little bit, and include St. Ed's and Big Fin Hill as well, which of course much bigger. So I'd just love us to kind of think more broadly about what our region actually is.
Okay, Melanie.
Yeah, I think it is important to think broadly about this topic and look at the community of people that are, I'll just share. There's a community of people who go to Wayne Golf Course, for example, and they gather. I'm just speaking a truth, and people may have witnessed it or not. They would love a high quality dog park. And what that means is space with natural elements that feel good to be out, where it's safe for communities to let their dogs run off leash. I just wanted to just mention this piece about the quality. It'd be wonderful to work with neighboring communities if there's not the right space here, but there's an area too, and it may be heresy to even bring it up, that maybe hasn't been brought up, but maybe there's something at St. Ed's or somewhere in that area that could be a quality park near, kind of like Big Fin Hill or something along those lines. But I just thought I'd bring it up. The quality of space, I think, is important, because when it's bigger, there's less need to rotate, for example.
Rob.
I'm really liking the idea of Big Fin Hill. I walk there a lot, like maybe once a week. I'm at Big Fin Hill Park, and it's a county park, if I'm not mistaken. And if we want to think a little bit more broadly or regionally about this, Big Fin Hill, I think, because I can picture a couple of big undeveloped grassy areas in Big Fin Hill that would be perfect for an off-leash dog park. And there's tons of parking too. So boy, that's my favorite spot. And we could work with Rod Dembowski and try to get the county to do it there. But like I said, we should still, consult with maybe an expert and see what our options are still. But that's my favorite one as of this meeting right now.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah, just kind of put it in for Wayne Curve and our neighbor to the east. See if our neighbor to the east might be willing to partner with any such options.
Okay. Well, Wayne Golf Course is already a de facto off-leash dog park. So that's another park we go to a lot in the summer with our dog. And I'm not going to say what my dog does or doesn't do there, but there are tons of dogs off leash at Wayne during the summer. I mean, tons of dogs. So there's a lot of de facto off leash dog parks like Wayne, and another one is right here in our own city, which is Wallace Swamp Creek. That's a de facto off leash dog park, I'm sorry to say. But yeah, I think the goal is to find a legal, formal, established off-leash dog park. I think that's the goal.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? So I'm hearing some enthusiasm and some consensus generally, and what I'm hearing that around is maybe get some more expertise involved in helping you select. I'm also hearing you warm to more of a regional approach, more of a broad-based approach, and seemingly just, by your own admission, lay people's belief that you need some space. So that's what I'm hearing in the discussion. So the question is this we can do something and we'll get back to you later? Is this something that should stand the goal test, Rob? Just what's your feel on this one?
Let me check in with Debbie see if we can at least do a study session on it sometime this year with an expert. We actually, Debbie and I know of an expert who knows off-leash dog parks really well. Remember that guy, Debbie, the really tall guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
His last name was Michelson, who did the master plan for Twin Springs. Guy Michelson.
That's it. Guy Michelson. He knows off-leash dog parks like nobody does. So, yeah, so maybe we should have him come and talk. And I like Karina's idea about having the volunteers from Jasper Park come out and talk. So,
okay. So I think the wrap on this is that staff will kind of put something together, pull some expertise in, take your thoughts and points today and help shape a bit of a going forward strategy. So, okay. Great, there you go. All right, here's the one I've been looking forward to, rooster regulation. That's Nigel.
I'm not even sure if this needs to be a topic here. I just wanted some background information from staff. I can get that during a one-on-one or something. It's not pressing.
Darn. Okay.
But it's been raised, so I think we kind of.
Karina.
It's been raised, and as a chicken lover, and my youngest son raised chickens at one point, and once you become part of the chicken world, you have chicken friends, so and neighbors, and you help support each other, go on vacations, and take weekends out because you have chickens.
This is a thing. Okay.
It is a thing.
Okay.
So just like having a dog or a cat, or a bird, but they do have some needs generally roosters aren't really a big problem in Kenmore from what we mostly hear. And usually it's really all about the housing that they have, the structure that's not facing the rising sun, and that they are in at night and let out at a certain time and fed on a schedule. That being said, roosters crow, they roo, usually to protect their flock. So when a hawk is overhead and or when an eagle is overhead, and most of our surrounding neighbors have maybe lost a chicken here or there to one of those lovely birds of our community. So that being said, unless it's a big issue, I don't know that I would want to worry our community, because Kenmore is a community that loves the chickens.
Okay. Any other comment on this? Nigel, do a follow-up one-on-one is what I'm hearing. That's
it's not pressing.
All right. Okay. And the final topic on the agenda today is City Council health insurance benefits. Karina.
Well, I think that this is an element we could have as a benefit for our council. We have a council that has, a smaller pay as a salary, which is fine, but it's also nice to have a benefit. We are all out in the community, very active within our community. We need to be healthy. Some people may have insurance, some people may not. You can always opt in or opt out via, like a contract waiver, which is what the city of Kirkland does and the city of Bothell does with their council. And also what's recommended by Summit Law. That being said, having some benefits available can make a difference between participation and non-participation in government. I'll just going to put this out there. I received, after raising this topic, I received a very hateful phone call from one of our community members, a business owner at that. With that being said, I mean, everybody has their opinion. And I leave that up to the rest of you to carry on the discussion with. But, benefits can make a difference between the things that we run into, especially, I think there's other aspects beyond healthcare where we might be asked to, provide a negative COVID test before going to an event. Those things add up personally. We don't yet have that as a listed resource to be reimbursed for, but we probably should add it. With that being said, I'm going to kind of like leave that there and see what you all think about this topic. And I don't know who's the staff member who's going to be helping out on this issue.
Okay, Deborah, Nigel, and David.
Thank you. And thank you for raising this, Karina. So our council is very, very part-time. We have a council city manager model in which the council makes policy decisions and is very part-time. And, my impression of the market is when you have a very, very, very part-time job, it does not have benefits unless you get over to like 50% time, which we're not even remotely close to that. So I guess on that basis alone, I don't think benefits of any kind. And I also think that the structure we've always gone is that we are volunteers and that our pay is a stipend. And if it's, we don't get paid for our work on an hourly basis or even close to that. We get a stipend and it's a very generous stipend. I think of, the work of the North Shore School Board and Seattle School Board, and, they get nothing. And, they have jobs as challenging as we do. So I feel actually very fortunate that we have a stipend. So I guess that's where I'm at
Okay, Nigel, then David.
I don't have a very strong opinion one way or the other around this. I did just want to fact check though. Bothell City Council does not give benefits to their council members. They give a flat salary. I was just anyway, I just putting that out there. They don't offer benefits.
Okay, David.
I know that we, a number of years ago, had health insurance and 5 people have to sign up for it, if I remember correctly. And there wasn't 5, and there was a very indignant Carl Michaelman that was very much against it. So, and yeah, and I think he was pretty much justified.
Other conversation? Melanie.
Now that Karina brought up a very important point, given COVID and the expense of rapid testing individually and special events. So I think that was a really important point. Not, you know, it is an access thing, like a rapid test to do a 15-minute test at a drive-up clinic to be in time for something. I'm just putting out a hypothetical. Can be $380 out of pocket. So I mean, there is free testing, being able to get the tests and all of that. But it can be expensive for a rapid test. And for example, when I did a rapid test at an airport, it was quite expensive. I fortunately had insurance and was able to get reimbursed for the majority. But I do think you brought up a very important point, Councilmember Pyle, and I think it needs to be acknowledged. I think the point of part-time work and what our community expects, and 5 people being required for us to be able to receive benefits, those are things that are important for us to consider. But I also want to bring up something that I think is important, which is we're trying to ensure, you know, diversity on our council. And something like insurance benefit, you know, I know it's not a lot of pay that we get, and this is considered volunteer. I understand the logic behind it, and you know, insurance might, you know, maybe it might be helpful for someone and grant more access to them or interest in performing this service. But I'm with Councilmember Herbig. I'm kind of on the health insurance. Could go either way, but I do think there is something in this time with the pandemic. I understand the concerns about testing and the requirements for that. So I thought that was important. Thank you.
Okay, David.
Yeah, those private places at airports do charge a fortune. But if you go into the community a day or 2 before your trip, you can get them for free. It's those that go to the airport at the last minute and don't realize the requirements that have to pay.
Angela, then Karina.
I'm hoping we're talking about maybe a future conversation, because I don't have a clear decision right now, but I will just say that I feel similar to Melanie in that I do think it is it does give more access to council, to people who might not be employed, you know, full-time or have benefits. Unfortunately, in our society, right, healthcare is tied to having, you know, employment, and not everyone is in the situation where they're, you know, working more than 50% or full-time and have health benefits. So I would like to discuss it more. I'm open to it and considering it, but I also don't know all of the details. I need to know more.
Okay. Karina, Nigel, and Rob.
Thank you. You know, that being said, I think everybody has really great inputs and a lot of different thoughts. And I don't think there is any sort of a rush to rush into this, but in the thought of equity and what happens if you have a retired person who you might have a limited insurance plan, you know, once you retire, the kind of insurance people have isn't much. And that's unfortunate. Also, you know, it's not often you have single parents come along and run for office. You're seeing more of that today and these surrounding times, because there's more support to support women running for office. And here you have two single parents who are part of the council today. That being said, on COVID antigen test, you know, I think I've just purchased my fourth one, and at least through Amazon, and you know that's not so bad. But the UW, you know, drive-through center is now only treating people or scanning people who have symptoms or have been exposed, you know, to someone who actually is ill and tested positive for COVID. So there's now limitations, and with so many people in our community and Orcon surging across the state of Washington and in King County, you know, everything looks a little different. I have a limited budget. You know, I work part-time and I go to school full-time at night, and I do contract work like most people in behavioral health and you know, entering the field of public health do. With that being said, I'm fine having a limited income, and I'm fine having a smaller stipend as a council member, because I love this community and I love the work we do. But I think anything we can do to improve equitable access to government and participation is important. And, you know, I think of amazing leaders we have even on our planning commission. I wish we could pay them. I know the biggest determinant to participation on like a planning commission is the fact that they don't have pay and people struggle with childcare. So I just want to put out the fact there are still limitations in government we have today here in Kenmore, and that we might be able to improve outcomes to participation in government. And at the bare minimum, I think we need to add COVID antigen test and COVID testing to our council reimbursement plan, just because we are living in a pandemic, and we have access to a lot of people, and we are in frequent contact within our public. So we put ourselves out there, but we also need to be safe, and we also, you know, sometimes have to take a pretest to attend a meeting or event. So something to consider.
Nigel, Rob, and then David.
Circling back to what David said earlier, I would strongly encourage the council to not be swayed by one angry person going forward. I don't think that governing based on one or two angry people showing up at council meetings is necessarily governing. I would also say that I think it's really awful that we have to have this conversation, and that we are so backwards compared to the rest of the industrialized world that we have to have a conversation about health insurance. It's absolutely asinine that we live in the richest country in the world and we have to rely on our job to stay alive.
Amen.
So I hate that we have to have that conversation in the first place. But that's all I had to say.
Okay, Rob?
So we checked with the attorney on this, and you can add benefits by health insurance benefits by resolution without having to go through a salary commission and without having to wait to be reelected. So it's just something you can do and you can add, which was news to me, but that's what our law firm says. So that's good news there. And if you want, I could have the graduate student research this a little more, find out what the AWC benefit trust rules on this. Do you have to have 5? You know, and can you opt in, opt out? You know, those types of questions. And you could even pull together his research on what other cities provide as far as council benefits. That's something you could have him do or not. It's up to you.
Okay, Angela and Nigel.
Oh, I was going to ask for what Rob just suggested, if we could have more specifics about whether you can opt in, opt out, whether you need a minimum, like what other, that sounds perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
Nigel?
Yeah, I mean, other cities have gone some creative routes also. I know cities where they don't do health insurance, but they may fund a certain dollar amount to a health savings account or a flexible spending account, which isn't quite the same, but also can be awfully useful. So,
Sure. Okay. Karina and then Joe.
Thank you. I was just going to say I attended a training session on this that it covered a number of topics. This was one of them, healthcare for councils, and the opt-in or opt-out. Summit Law recommended ensuring a waiver is signed if a council member decides to not opt in to healthcare insurance, and for some reason later wants to have a healthcare insurance. It has to start from a point in time, and you can't have the option of swinging back. And you also, it's about, also protecting the infrastructure, whether you're, have a spouse who passes away for whatever reason. They found those determinations to be helpful. And it makes absolute sense. People have different needs at different times.
Sure. Joe?
Yeah, and if we get an intern on us to give a presentation at some point, of course, include how much it might cost.
Okay, for sure. David?
Yeah, I would like to know that. I would like to know that cost also, because my recollection is it was somewhere around $1,500 a month per council person, the city's cost.
Okay. Any other further discussion on this? So I'm hearing people being interested, some more, some less, but enough interest that I think that the next step that Rob is suggesting is something that you as a team would embrace, and that is having someone really look into it, get the details of how it might work, how it costs, what other cities are doing, just give you a much more in-depth understanding of what it would mean if you did that, or what other options you would have. That's kind of what I heard in the discussion. Is that, you guys good with that as a next step to do? Nigel? Yes, no?
like I said, I'm kind of agnostic on this.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine with that option. I was just going to say that I think we should be possibly addressing that, the COVID testing and antigen testing. I think those are two things we're all going to be doing a lot of.
Okay. So is that the to-do on this, Rob, then from your view, is to go for, excuse me, Melanie, I'm sorry. Missed your hand.
I just wanted to support Karina's last point about us. I think we do need to look into reimbursement for that, because, and I don't want to beat home a point, belabor a point, but my family has done a lot of the drive-through tests. Sometimes it can take 2 days to get the results back. Sometimes, it's just, there may be times when we need reimbursement to attend we don't know what our decision is going to be related to testing when we come back to in person. So I think it is important for us to look into possible reimbursement for COVID testing, especially. Anyway, I'd like to know if we could, related to our work here. So
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe.
Yeah, and though in general, I tend to be a skeptic on travel expenses related to city business and attending all the conferences all over the country or this and that all over the place, and then the need for such travel, not being much of a traveler myself, and it not being altogether in my or past socioeconomically. But reluctantly, I think if we have acknowledged that at least there's some necessity for attending conferences and for doing that stuff, yeah, I got to admit, it seems a logical part of it right now during COVID, even though I feel generally skeptical.
Well, there's a clear track record of legislators getting COVID. and in some cases not turning out well. So that's indisputable. So I think what I'm hearing then is a need for more information in general, the way we talked about, but also a specific interest in looking at what a reimbursement for testing would be, particularly as it's directly job related. That's what I'm hearing consensus on. You guys good with that? Okay. Is that good for you, Rob?
Yeah, that last part about being related to the job of being a city council member. So like if you're going to go on vacation and if you're going to go to Hawaii, for example, and they want you to be COVID tested, you're not talking about that. Right. Okay. It's council job related. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at regional events that have taken place, you show your card. In some cases, they want you to test, have a negative test before attending and should prove that outcome. I mean, we've had regional leaders get COVID. We've had other local leaders get COVID. This is just something we're living through, and we all know it's a risk, and we all take healthy precaution. I think most of us are vaccinated and wear masks and sanitize and do the elbow bump. But, I mean, we are working a pandemic. It is what it is.
Sure. Okay, great. Well, anything else before I call it to a close? I want to thank you for working really hard. I'm just always amazed. I look at this agenda as always. I do every time. This time's a little different because we had less discussion time actually, but I really appreciate your hard work and your efforts on this. And we never know what the future is going to bring. I want you to understand how much I really have enjoyed working with you and what a great team you are. So your city's lucky. It's lucky to have you. Anything else before I turn it over, Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Pendleton.
You're welcome.
Michael, do not go away. I've got something to say to you.
Okay. Like now or later?
Well, it's got to do with your son-in-law.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah, personal. All right. Karina, did you have your hand up for anything?
Yeah, just thank you for running a great meeting. We got done a little early tonight. And as always, we all learned a lot from each other. And I think it's always inspiring what we get done together. So thank you.
Yeah, great team, really. Melanie.
Gus says good night.
Yeah.
My cat. I just want you to know I've had a Hanna-Barbera scene at my house. It's like a cat and mouse, but it's like 50-pound puppy and two cats chasing each other all day. So when something's been happening around. They calmed down for a little. It's been really funny, but anyway, I
want Gus.
Yeah, you guys, it's been a great meeting, really. Thank you for facilitating such a timely meeting. It feels good to be finishing up quick, so I'm good.
All right, take care. Nancy, good to see you. All right,
hi, everyone.
See you later.
Good
to see you all.
Hi, everyone.
All right.
Don't go, Michael.
I'll stay on,
Thank
David.
you.
Good night, everybody.
Don't kill us.
Okay, okay.
Leave us on for a minute.
Okay, okay.
And can we just talk about how to produce this retreat report really quick?
Go ahead.
So I think Anastasia, you've been taking notes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll get.
But
those.
it'll take me a day or two to finalize my notes. So, and
No worries.
I'll send
No
them to Michael. I'll send them to you by Wednesday morning at the latest.
No worries. No worries. We'll get it out here in a timely fashion, but no worries on that.
Okay.
Hey, nice job, everybody, especially you, Michael, and Anastasia. Both of you made this happen. So covered a lot, got done a little early. It was a lot of work. So thank you so much. You did a good job.
Good job. Great team.
Yeah. All right, I'm out of here.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
Michael. from my
Yes, sir.
wife.
Yes.
She has been watching golf all day.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
she said the commentators at the